Chapter 345. The old man screamed as he desperately pushed his yuan qi to resist the demonic qi invading his body. But no matter how hard he tried, the strange ink-like aura continued to spread. Even now, it was still rapidly spreading to his body. The old man's courage was completely shattered, and he used all his strength to try and climb up. But there seemed to be a huge suction force coming from the evil spirit spring water, as if there was a giant invisible hand pulling him down towards the bottom. It was like he had inadvertently fallen into a swamp, and the more he tried, the faster he fell. Yang Kai took this opportunity to fly above the old man's head. Using both of his palms, Yang Kai fiercely struck out with the momentum of a mountain. Yang Kai used his Burning Sun's 3-layer blast and soul skill at the same time. Yang Kai sent out a series of palm prints, each of which contained a faint purple glow. Yang Kai was determined to kill him. The old man's immortal ascension boundary, 5th stage strength, was like a tiger in a cage. Unable to display his full strength, the old man was forced into the evil spirit spring by Yang Kai. A shrill scream rang out. Vaguely, one could see the old man struggling and resisting under the ink-like spring water. However, he was unable to break free from the shackles of the evil energy in the spring water. He sank deeper and deeper and gradually disappeared. After a short while, the old man's voice also disappeared as he died a violent death. Yang Kai's expression also became somewhat ugly. He hadn't expected this evil spirit spring to be so powerful that even an immortal ascension boundary master couldn't break free from it. When he used the evil spirit chi in his unyielding golden skeleton, he could swim freely in the evil spirit spring. But if anyone else fell into it, Yang Kai was afraid they would end up no different from free and unfettered sect. On the high platform, Zhen Yang Yuan Qi's defensive barrier, would it be able to withstand it? Glancing over at the old man with some worry, Yang Kai quickly withdrew. After using his spiritual energy so many times, he was indeed tired and weak. But Yang Kai still didn't show the slightest sign of it. Landing back on the high platform, everyone held their breath as they stared at him, seemingly unable to believe that an immortal ascension boundary 5th stage master had been killed by him. Although everyone knew, it wasn't Yang Kai's own ability, but rather his reliance on the evil spirit spring. But even so, it was still shocking enough. Ahem. It looks like we're the only ones left here. Shin-Yi coughed lightly, drawing everyone's attention. Yeah, they're all dead. Lang Shan looked at the empty platform on the other side, feeling like she was in a dream. Ghost King Valley had offended free and unfettered sect this time, so she was worried about being punished by her master when she returned. But she hadn't expected that Yu Qing and the others would all die, a result she was quite happy to see. No one from the free and unfettered sect had returned alive, so naturally none of them knew what had happened here. It's up! Tao Yang shouted as he stared outside with a heavy expression. At this moment, the evil spirit spring outside once again erupted, and the swelling water quickly covered the high platform, quickly rising several dozen feet, filling the entire evil cavern. They turned their heads and looked around. Other than the high platform, they were surrounded by spring water. The dark water blocked out all light. It was as if they were hiding in a bubble at the bottom of the sea. Through the defensive barrier, one could occasionally see some evil spirits wandering in the spring water. Everyone couldn't help rejoicing in their hearts. Fortunately, they hadn't rashly left the high platform just now. Otherwise, they would have been swallowed up by this spring water before they could escape. Asterisk when the spring water came into contact with the true Yang Yuan Qi defensive barrier, there was a burst of explosive sounds as the two opposing energies collided, rapidly consuming each other's energy. For a time, everyone's mood became tense as they stared at the defensive barrier. In this case, if the defensive barrier broke, with the exception of Yang Kai, everyone else would die. Asterisk dong dong. Asterisk the sound coming from the evil spirit spring became more and more intense, causing the heartbeat of everyone on the high platform to involuntarily quicken. All of them were on tenterhooks, not knowing what was about to happen. Asterisk, pooh! Asterisk, the sound of something breaking rang out. Zhao Rong of Treasure Instrument Sect screamed, her beautiful face going pale. It seems the first layer of the defensive barrier has been broken. Is that true? Chen Ying's face also went green. How long had it been since the first layer of the defensive barrier had been destroyed? At this rate, in less than a stick of incense worth of time, the high platform would no longer be safe. It's true, I saw it, Zhao Rong cried out. Sometimes, death wasn't that scary. A sudden sword strike could end a person's life before they could even feel it. What was terrible was the feeling of waiting for death, the endless torment of anxiety and fear. It made one feel like a year. What if it all breaks? Chen Ying asked with a sad face. Don't jinx it. Lung Shan scolded. Immediately, everyone turned their heads and stared at Yang Kai. It was as if they thought he could still create another miracle and turn the tide. Yang Kai sniffed and said, I can still condense such a defensive barrier. Everyone's face lit up with joy, and Chen, he couldn't help but laugh. I knew Brother Yang definitely had some tricks up his sleeve, haha. Now, there's no need to worry. Hiding inside the defensive barrier was extremely safe. Besides feeling a little scared, there was nothing else to worry about. Tao Yang frowned slightly. Looking at Yang Kai thoughtfully, he quickly asked, Brother Yang, how many more layers can you condense? Yang Kai checked the yang liquid inside the dantian and said lightly, 50 layers is fine. Tao Yang sucked in a breath of cold air. He stared at Yang Kai like he was some kind of monster. The amount of yuan qi contained in this defensive barrier was already enormous. 50 layers. Tao Yang almost couldn't imagine how Yang Kai had so much yuan qi in his body. But immediately his brow wrinkled again, and he said worriedly, the key is when this spring water will disappear. Even if Brother Yang does his best, I'm afraid he can only maintain it for half an hour. If the spring water is still there after half an hour, then Yang Kai also frowned. This was what he was afraid of. Although he didn't need to worry about his own safety. The Hu sisters were still here. He couldn't just stand by and watch them die without doing anything. They were a pair of twin sisters. When Yang Kai was still weak, they had been good to him. Yang Kai also cherished their friendship. He said 50 layers, but that was the most conservative estimate. When that time came, he would do whatever it took to bring the Hu sisters out. He would wrap them in his own yuan qi and not let them get hurt. The reason why he was still here was that Yang Kai wanted to do his best. After all, he had a good relationship with the Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument Sect. He was just one person, so he couldn't take care of so many people. Although he was a bit selfish, in this crisis, he could only take care of those he was familiar with. For a time, everyone on the high platform was a little worried and uneasy. Hu Mei Er quietly glanced at Yang Kai, but there was no trace of worry on her face. She just leaned towards him. Hu Jiao Er noticed her sister's small movement and just smiled bitterly, glancing away. Right, do you have any news about my Grand Master? Worrying wasn't a good idea, so Yang Kai simply stopped thinking about the current situation and stood next to Hu Mei Er, quietly asking her about the sect. Your Grand Master? Hu Mei Er looked at him in surprise, but because the distance was too close, she quickly averted her eyes. Ling Tai Su. Oh, Hu Mei Er nodded, her brow wrinkling slightly as she thought for a moment. We don't know. I only know that one night a great battle broke out in your High Heaven Pavilion. It seems that the Central Capital's Chiu family brought people to cause trouble. The battle lasted for a long time, and I heard from my father that Sect Masterling seemed to have broken through to the above immortal ascension boundary. Sect Masterling is really amazing. What was the result of that battle? Yang Kai asked anxiously. It seemed to be a draw. Sect Masterling was very strong, and with the assistance of the 4 elders, the Central Capital's Chiu family masters were all repelled. But since then, Sect Masterling and the others have disappeared. That's good. Yang, Kai couldn't help feeling relieved. Although he knew that his Grand Master wouldn't have any accidents, after all, he hadn't heard any news about him for so long. So he couldn't help feeling a little worried. But because of your High Heaven Pavilion's involvement, our Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall's people were unlucky enough to die. Hume'er glared at young Kai, seemingly angry, but also happy. Her tone didn't contain the slightest trace of blame. What happened? The demon lord came from your High Heaven Pavilion, and the Central Capital's Chiu family also sent people who were repelled by you. Moreover, the Chiu family seems to have lost an important figure who has yet to be heard from. Those people were very overbearing and even put the blame on our Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall. Our two sects were forced to participate in the encirclement of the ash-gray cloud evil land in order to prove our innocence. That's why my sister and I ended up here, Hume'er explained softly. Listening to her, Yang Kai understood why the two sisters had appeared in the ash-gray cloud evil land. They must have been dragged here to fight and ended up separated from the rest of the group. Unfamiliar with this place, the deeper they went, the more they encountered that group of scum from the free and unfettered sect, forcing them to enter the evil cavern. I'm just joking with you. I don't blame your High Heaven Pavilion. Those people were unreasonable. Hume'er saw Yang Kai's silence and thought he was a bit angry, so she couldn't help feeling a bit flustered. And I know, Yang Kai's face was a bit gloomy, quickly changing the subject. What about Su Yan? Have you heard any news about her recently? No. Hume'er obviously didn't know that Su Yan and the others had passed through the Void Corridor and were now 10,000 kilometers away, shaking her head. Your High Heaven Pavilion no longer has anyone. After the Chiu family's important figure went missing, those invading masters burned down the entire High Heaven Pavilion. Now it's a ruin. Taking a deep breath, Kaiyang said in a deep voice, I understand. You don't worry. Hume'er saw Yang Kai's ugly expression and didn't know how to comfort him, instead taking the initiative to take his hand and gently squeeze it. Yang Kai glanced at her in surprise. Hume'er lowered her head and didn't say anything, thinking that maybe she would die soon, but in any case she wouldn't let go. It wasn't like she hadn't been presumptuous in front of him before. In the past, she had been quite bold in seducing him, but after cultivating the twin chi-shared spirit divine art, her temperament had been greatly affected by her sister and was no longer as unrestrained as before. Chapter 346. Time had never passed so slowly. Under the pressure of death, everyone was nervous and their hearts were racing. Everyone's eyes were also constantly focused on the situation of the true Yang Yuan Qi defensive barrier. Every time a layer of the barrier was broken, it seemed to make everyone's heart turn cold. As time passed, the 20 layers of the barrier were completely broken. Yang Kai had quickly condensed a new barrier to protect everyone, making everyone feel extremely grateful. In the surrounding evil spirit spring, there were constantly evil spirits flying around and huge bubbles rising from the bottom. The temperature quickly dropped. The group of people here were all Yuan Qi cultivators, and with Yuan Qi protecting their bodies, the cold could not affect them at all. But now, those with slightly lower strength had their hair covered in white frost and were shivering while hugging their arms. Even the breath they exhaled was a white mist. Even those with higher strength could not resist. Everyone present, except for Yang Kai, who was indifferent to the cold, no one could ignore it. The surrounding evil spirit spring seemed to contain a cold that penetrated deep into the soul, eroding everyone's warmth at this moment. Asterisk dong dong, asterisk the movement from the evil spirit spring continued without stopping, and at this moment it was already quite strong, with each vibration causing the high platform to jump several times. Asterisk pa pa pa, asterisk the surrounding huge bubbles burst one after another, releasing a variety of evil spirits that were both dangerous and gloomy. The true Yang Yuan Qi defensive barrier was still bursting layer after layer, and Yang Kai's expression gradually became heavy. After a while, suddenly A series of muffled sounds like a war drum came from the evil spirit spring. After the sound, all the movement disappeared. Everyone was startled and looked at each other with a blank expression. Before they could figure out what was going on, an extremely cold and dense energy suddenly came from the other side. This cold and gloomy was like the cold wind blowing from a snowy mountain that had not melted for 10,000 years, but also like the ghost wind blowing from the 9 hells of purgatory. Everyone couldn't help but shudder at the thought. Asterisk Kacha, asterisk the true Yang Yuan Qi defensive barrier covering the high platform was covered with a layer of ice, a scene that shocked everyone present. He couldn't help but be incomparably shocked. The cold energy and the evil energy were both grinding away at the true Yang Yuan Qi's defensive barrier, causing it to disappear at twice the speed. No way! Chiang Ying opened his mouth wide, his eyes filled with bitterness. Originally, they were already on tenterhooks, and it was already difficult enough for them to resist. Now that such a change had occurred in their surroundings, it was clear that they were not going to be given a way out. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding evil Qi spring water suddenly rushed towards a certain direction. Even the evil spirits swimming in it were unable to escape. It was as if a huge vortex had appeared over there, swallowing everything in the evil cavern. Countless sharp howls were heard as the numerous evil spirits struggled. Even the people on the high platform were affected by the suction force. Fortunately, they were all inside the defensive barrier and were not sucked in by the evil Qi. He only slightly activated his Yuan Qi. This counteracted the suction force. What happened? Chen Yi frowned as he stared in that direction, only to see that not far from where the evil spirit spring used to be, there was a cold light. This light was not considered bright, but it was able to shine through the ink-like spring water. Evil spirit essence. The evil spirit essence contained in the spring. It was the treasure that the old man had wanted before. Unfortunately, he had died before he could see the evil spirit essence appear. Everything was converging towards the evil spirit origin. It was like a heart, letting out thumping sounds as it absorbed energy and gradually recovered. Slowly, the light disappeared. It seemed to have been blocked by the spring water. Asterisk Pa, asterisk layer after layer of the true Yang defensive barrier quickly broke apart. Yang Kai stared towards the source of the light and was preparing to use another 20 drops of Yang liquid to condense the defensive barrier when Lung Shan suddenly shouted in surprise, "The spring water is receding!" Hearing this, everyone was overjoyed and followed her gaze to the side. Sure enough, they saw some light coming from the side. This was the light that belonged to the evil cavern. The spring water that filled the entire area was quickly flowing towards the spring's mouth, naturally emptying the area. "Haha, the heavens help the worthy." Chen Yi was overjoyed. He had thought that this time it would really be difficult to escape, but at the last moment, the spring water was actually being sucked back in. According to this trend, it wouldn't be long before all the spring water around the high platform disappeared. Yang Kai frowned and quickly said, "Once it's safe, leave immediately. I'm afraid something big is about to happen." "What do you mean?" Lung Shan was startled. "Something big is taking shape." Yang Kai's expression sank as he stared in the direction of the spring's mouth. The others did not have a divine sense and could only feel the huge energy fluctuations coming from the spring's mouth. But Yang Kai could feel them more clearly than anyone else. The nearby spring water, as well as the evil spirits that had not yet died, were all being sucked in and transformed into a kind of evil energy that was slowly condensing. With the evil spirit essence emerging from the spring's mouth as the core, it was slowly forming a body. With such a huge amount of energy gathered, this new thing was likely terrifying to the extreme. A moment later, the surrounding spring water finally receded. "Let's go!" Yang Kai shouted, and everyone immediately leapt off the high platform and flew towards the exit. Finally having a chance to escape, whether it was Ghost King Valley or Treasure Instrument Sect, all of them ran faster than a rabbit, hating that they were born with 2 more legs. Yuan Qi fiercely urged herself to use her movement skills and even some auxiliary artifacts, only wanting to get away from this dangerous place as quickly as possible. Yang Kai's speed was very fast, so he took the lead and flew in front of everyone. Beside him were the two Hu sisters. The two sisters seemed to have used some kind of mysterious technique, but Yuan Qi seemed to be connected to each other as she effortlessly followed behind Yang Kai. After flying for more than 10 kilometers, a loud roar suddenly rang out from behind them. This roar shook the entire evil cavern, as if a long-imprisoned beast had been released and was finally able to see the light of day again. Immediately afterwards, a huge wave of qi hit them from behind. If they hadn't been so far away, they would have been swept away by this wave of qi. Perceiving the terror of this unknown force, everyone paled and increased the force of their feet. This kind of hurrying was naturally extremely fast. Over there, the exit is over there. Cheng Ying had always been in charge of scouting the terrain, so he was more familiar with the terrain of the evil cavern than anyone else. Following the direction he pointed, Yang Kai really saw a ray of light a few kilometers away. Quickly turning around, he led everyone in that direction. Everyone couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief, wishing they could immediately escape from the evil cavern. However, just as they were about 2 kilometers away from the exit, several Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters suddenly flew over. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he secretly became vigilant. These Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters all exuded thick demonic qi and a ghostly aura. Needless to say, they were definitely not good people. With such a big change occurring inside the evil cavern, it wasn't surprising that nearby Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters would be attracted here. But what made Yang Kai depressed was that these masters were actually flying towards him, obviously wanting to investigate the situation inside the evil cavern. The distance between the two sides was rapidly narrowing, but the Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters didn't put Yang Kai's group in their eyes. Before they even arrived, the leader of this group shouted, "You over there, stop for this old master." Hearing this, everyone's heart sank and their faces filled with displeasure. Just as they were about to escape, suddenly being blocked like this, anyone would feel uncomfortable. They're the Demon King's subordinates. Lung Shan's expression changed greatly as she whispered to Yang Kai, "These 4 are all Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th or 8th stage masters. We can't beat them." She was afraid that Yang Kai didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth and would offend these 4 masters, so she hurriedly warned him. Moreover, these 4 were the real evildoers. The evil deeds they had committed were too numerous to be recorded, even in the ash-gray cloud evil land. These 4 were quite loathsome existences. However, the 4 of them were proficient in joint attacks, so even if they were only Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th or 8th stage masters, they could still contend with a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master, so even if they had enemies all over the world, they still lived a comfortable life. What's more, the 4 of them were also the profound Een Ghost King's trusted subordinates. Their tempers were unruly, so if they were displeased, it was possible they could kill everyone here in a single blow. Yang Kai naturally understood the depths of this situation, so when he heard the old man shout, he hurriedly stopped. Although he was extremely anxious in his heart, there was nothing he could do. The 4 old men flew forward side by side. They wore clothes of similar styles, but different colors. The different colors represented their identities. Demon King, green, yellow, and purple. The blue-robed old man stared at Yang Kai's group with a dignified expression and asked, "Who are you? Do you know what's going on here?" Yang Kai frowned and said lightly, "We are from Ghost King Valley and have been here for life experience, so we don't know what's going on." "You don't know?" The blue-robed old man coldly snorted, apparently seeing that Yang Kai was lying. Why bother talking nonsense with him? Just take him and ask him on the way. The green-robed old man frowned. The blue-robed old man nodded, his figure leaping over to Yang Kai's side. The Yuan Qi in Yang Kai's body instinctively reacted. but he quickly suppressed it. Facing an immortal Ascension Boundary 7th or 8th stage master, everyone here couldn't win even if they put their lives on the line, let alone 4 of them. Acting rashly would only make things worse. The blue-robed old man easily lifted Yan Kai up and didn't seal his cultivation. Seemingly very confident in his strength, the blue-robed old man's figure flickered as he rushed inside. "You go first. When I come out, I'll find you." Kai Yang only had time to shout out to the crowd before the blue-robed old man carried him away and disappeared from sight. Yang Kai, the whose sisters' beautiful faces suddenly went pale. They were so close to escaping from the evil cavern. So how could something like this happen here? Chapter 347. The blue-robed old man grabbed Yang Kai and quickly rushed towards the interior of the evil cavern, the other 3 following closely behind. The green-robed old man glanced back with a smile, his eyes full of interest. Suddenly, he waved his hand and 2 green lights flew back like spirit snakes coming out of a cave. The whose sisters had only just shouted when their delicate bodies were hit by these green streaks of light. Immediately after, the 2 sisters simultaneously turned green. This unforeseen event caused them to be stunned on the spot. Hurriedly inspecting themselves, they discovered that they had not suffered any injuries and their true qi circulation was not hindered in any way. Lung Shan's complexion changed greatly as she cried out in alarm, "Tarsal Bone Shadow!" The Ghost King Valley disciples all turned to look at the whose sisters again, their eyes filled with sympathy. "What do you mean? What is that?" Hu Jiao Er asked in a deep voice. Lung Shan's face was extremely ugly, and she was worried. After hesitating for a while, she opened her mouth to explain. "Demons and monsters, one of them is wearing a green robe. This person likes women, so I'm afraid you've been targeted by him. This Tarsus Shadow is his unique skill. Once he hits you, he can sense your location at all times. He can even use this skill to affect your mind and make you surrender and listen to him obediently." The whose sisters' beautiful faces suddenly went pale. "Moreover, the color on your body is also a sign of this skill. As long as you go outside, anyone who sees this color will know you've been hit by the Tarsal Bone Shadow." After a pause, Lung Shan continued, "Right now he's going inside to investigate the situation, so he can't split himself up. That's why he left this Tarsal Bone Shadow technique on you. As soon as he finishes his business inside, he'll definitely come looking for you. Even if he doesn't go in person, someone will capture you and give you to him in order to gain his favor. You're in big trouble." Chen Yi also said solemnly, "Is there any way to break this skill?" Hu Jiao Er asked coldly. "Even an immortal Ascension Boundary 9th stage master may not be able to break this skill, unless we kill him or find someone stronger." Lung Shan bit her lip. Hearing her say this, the whose sisters' hearts suddenly sank to the bottom. Yang Kai didn't know about the whose sisters' situation. However, the 2 beams of green light and the obscene light in the eyes of the green-robed old man were clearly seen by him. The look in Yang Kai's eyes suddenly became much colder. The other 3 people seemed to have become accustomed to this small action of the green-robed old man. Their expressions didn't even change. There was no need to talk about it. The few of them just kept flying inside. The flight speed of an immortal Ascension Boundary Master was extremely fast, so it took Yang Kai a long time to reach the cave entrance, but after a short while he was brought back. After returning to the 2 high platforms not far away, Qi Mei and Wang Liang narrowed their eyes and looked forward with a solemn expression. At this moment, the evil spirit spring water had completely receded, and in its place was a dark, cocoon-like object. On the cocoon, lines that looked like the veins of a human body were crisscrossing, and an indescribable amount of energy was flowing inside them. The entire cocoon was 40 to 50 feet tall. It was incomparably enormous, and its entire body emitted a ghastly and icy cold feeling. The strands of seemingly material evil devil qi seemed to have transformed into numerous tentacles that swam and fluttered outside the cocoon. It was a terrifying sight to behold. Asterisk dong dong, asterisk a strong throbbing sound came from inside the cocoon, accompanied by a powerful wave of energy that could affect one's soul and divine sense, sweeping across the area where Chi Mei and Yan Kai were standing. The blue-robed old man carrying Yan Kai's expression changed slightly as he quickly formed a few hand seals and stretched out his hand in front of him. This time he managed to block the attack. "What is this?" The yellow-robed old man's expression became extremely heavy as he stared at the cocoon, a look of confusion on his face. The four of them had profound strength, were not young, and were quite knowledgeable, although they could feel a huge pressure coming from the cocoon in front of them and knew that the thing inside was definitely not to be trifled with. None of them could recognize what it was. Such a rich, demonic chi was visible to the naked eye. In all their lives, the four of them had only ever seen this from a single person. That was the recently born Demon Lord. A few months ago, when the four of them followed the profound Een Ghost King to see the Demon Lord, they had the privilege of witnessing the Demon Lord's glory. The Demon Lord's demonic chi had already transcended the level of evil. The profound Een Ghost King had said that this was a demon, a real demon. In front of a demon, all demonic chi was just a small matter. "Little brat, I will ask you one last time. Do you know what happened here? If you dare say you don't know, this old master will imprison you here and let you fend for yourself. If you tell me, this old master will let you live." The blue-robed old man put down Yan Kai and looked at him indifferently. Yan Kai's expression was calm as he glanced at the old man before frowning. "This is something hidden in the evil spirit spring." Evil spirit spring? Chi, Mei, Wang, and Liang's expressions changed, and the voice of the green-robed old man suddenly rose by a lot. The four words, evil spirit spring, were undoubtedly very attractive to them. Yes. Yan Kai nodded and didn't conceal anything, quickly recounting what had happened just now. The more the four old men listened, the more excited they became, their eyes blazing, their original fear of the big cocoon slowly replaced by greed, all of them staring towards it with gleaming eyes. After Yan Kai finished speaking, the four old men's breathing became somewhat unstable. "What do we do?" The other three looked nervously and expectantly towards the blue-robed old man, waiting for him to make a decision. The blue-robed old man's heart was obviously also filled with turmoil. The evil spirit spring rarely appeared, but every time it did, it would bring with it a treasure that many immortal ascension boundary masters desperately fought over. But this time the evil spirit spring had actually bred such a treasure, something that far exceeded their knowledge and understanding. The blue-robed old man didn't know if he should gamble his life here. We're not far from breaking through to the immortal ascension boundary 9th stage, but we haven't been able to find a suitable energy source. If we miss this opportunity, who knows how long we'll have to wait. The purple-robed old man obviously wanted to take a risk, his expression eager. The green-robed old man and yellow-robed old man nodded at the same time, agreeing with what the purple-robed old man said. Since all three of them had such intentions, the blue-robed old man couldn't act arbitrarily. What's more, he himself was also inclined to take a risk. It was just that he had some scruples in his heart. After a moment of silence, the blue-robed old man's eyes flashed and his expression became firm, quickly declaring, "Then let's do it!" Saying so, he casually tossed Yan Kai about 1,000 meters away. Before he hit the ground, Yan Kai felt a tyrannical force suddenly erupt from his body. This force was filled with all kinds of sinister malice, and even though Zhenyan Yuan Qi tried to counterattack, he was still unable to offset it. With a few cracking sounds, several of his bones broke, causing him to vomit a mouthful of blood midair. When he finally landed, Yan Kai was completely motionless, his face as white as a sheet of gold. The blue-robed old man suddenly laughed. "Ha ha! This old master is a man of his word. I'll let you live." Yang Kai glared towards the old man with resentment, his eyes filled with hatred and coldness. How could the blue-robed old man let him live? If it weren't for the Zhanyang Yuan Qi in his body being pure and vigorous enough, that sneak attack just now would have been enough to defeat Yang Kai's Dantian, completely crippling his cultivation and reducing him to an ordinary person. For an ordinary person without strength to stay here, there was no other end but death. Fortunately, they were far enough away that the blue-robed old man didn't know that Yang Kai's cultivation hadn't been crippled. If he were to learn of this, with this old man's vicious nature, he would likely immediately kill him. Not daring to show the slightest neglect, Yang Kai quickly sat down cross-legged to meditate, at the same time reaching out and dipping a drop of myriad drug liquid into his mouth to neutralize its medicinal efficacies. A moment later, the sound of a fierce battle rang out. The strength of the Qi Mei and Wang Liang was profound, and when the four of them joined forces, they could be called invincible in the immortal ascension boundary. At this moment, they were fiercely attacking the giant cocoon. A roar came from inside the cocoon, as if something had broken free from its shackles. Immediately, the blue-robed old man's frightened and surprised cry rang out. Sure enough, it's a real demon, a demon spirit! With this shout, the battle became even more intense. It was likely that whatever was inside the cocoon had been forced out by these four people and was now engaged in a fierce battle with them. For a time, the entire evil cavern was filled with gusts of cold wind as the demonic qi churned. The already dim underground cavern was now plunged into darkness, as if it had been immersed in the underworld. Yang Kai was completely focused on healing his wounds. However, under the influence of the rolling demonic qi, Yang Kai clearly felt that there was something in his body that was throbbing incessantly. Even his Yuan Qi was stirring up. Slightly startled, Yang Kai quickly investigated himself, but after understanding what was causing this reaction to the demonic qi, his expression suddenly became strange. After pondering for a long time, Yang Kai slowly diverted a part of his attention to the situation over there. The scene of the battle was extremely fierce, and although Yang Kai could not see what was happening over there, from the sounds coming from the mouths of the demons, he could infer that even though they had taken advantage of the fact that the demon spirit had not fully matured to force it out of the cocoon, the four of them were still unable to gain any advantage and were instead forced to retreat. The strength of the demon spirit was far beyond their imagination. But in a battle between masters, even if they felt something was wrong, they would not be able to escape in a short time, so they could only grit their teeth and hold on, each of them displaying 10 to 20% of their strength. As time passed, Yang Kai's injuries quickly healed. Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar came from the other side. It seemed that Mo Ling had suffered a great loss. At the same time, the other four people exclaimed in unison. Among them, two of them stopped abruptly. It was very short and hurried. Dead. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, his heart filled with joy. Let's go. The green-clothed old man's shout rang out. He was rather flustered and also somewhat exhausted. Immediately afterwards, the sound of two people's robes fluttering could be heard. Obviously, the two people who were still alive were hurriedly fleeing. The demon spirit did not chase after them, just staying in place and letting out an unwilling roar. Yang Kai suddenly got up, his eyes overflowing with light, his mood fluctuating. The thing in his body was still throbbing, more violently than before, as if urging him to hurry. After hesitating for a moment, Yang Kai took large strides and quickly walked in the direction of the demon spirit. Chapter 348. More than a dozen kilometers away, Ghost King Valley, Treasure Instrument Sect, and whose sisters were quickly returning. Why did you all follow us? Hu Jiao asked with a wry smile as she ran with her sister. Then why did you come back? Lung Shan didn't answer. Our relationship with him is different, Hu Jiao replied. But as soon as she spoke, she immediately attracted a lot of attention. Realizing the ambiguity in her words, she quickly added, We've known each other for a long time. Blood Battle Gang and High Heaven Pavilion are close neighbors." Listening to her, everyone understood why Yang Kai seemed so close to them before. It turned out that there was such a relationship between them. "If we go back, it's very likely we'll die." Hu Jiao Er's voice became heavy. Lung Shan curled her lips. "That's you. We're all from Ghost King Valley, under the jurisdiction of the profound Een Ghost King. Those monsters won't necessarily try to kill us." Chen Yi nodded. "That's right, Brother Tao. You shouldn't get involved in this mess." Tao Yang smiled lightly. "We're from Treasure Instrument Sect, so we won't die. As long as those 4 old fogies still have some sense, they'll know our value." "Yoo-ha!" Hu Jiao Er was speechless for a while. How could she not know that this group of people were just finding excuses for themselves? In fact, they just wanted to help. After all, Yang Kai had saved them time and time again. Now that Yang Kai was in trouble, if they just left, they wouldn't be able to get over their conscience. But in the face of those 4 great masters, what was the use of these people? Ants trying to shake a tree. As they were running away, suddenly, an earth-shaking roar came from the other side. Then, the green light on the Hu sisters' bodies suddenly collapsed and disappeared. The group of people hurriedly stopped and stared at them in surprise. "What happened?" Hu Jiao Er looked puzzled. "Didn't you say that unless that old fogey died, the tarsal bone shadow would break?" Everyone was startled, suddenly thinking of something. All of them looked aghast. "How could that be? How long has it been?" Chen Yi couldn't believe it. Less than half an hour had passed. How could that old fogey have died? But if that wasn't the case, why did the tarsal bone shadow on the Hu sisters suddenly disappear? Those 4, after joining forces, were invincible in the immortal ascension boundary. What kind of danger had they encountered? Why did he lose his life in such a short time? Shwa, shwa, 2 silhouettes flew in front of them. Everyone quickly raised their guard and looked up. They saw 2 of the demons and monsters from before quickly approaching them. One was the green-robed old man who had captured Yang Kai, and the other was the purple-robed old man. The yellow-robed old man was no longer among them. Moreover, these 2 people were no longer as arrogant and overbearing as before. At this moment, their faces were pale, and dark red blood flowed out from the corners of their mouths. Many pitch-black auras surrounded their bodies. These auras were like poisonous snakes, coiling around their bodies, making them look exceptionally terrifying. Both of them were severely injured. One of the green-robed old man's arms was dangling by his side, clearly broken. As for the purple-clothed elder's abdomen, there were 5 bloody holes, which looked like they had been caused by someone's fingers. As he ran, bright red blood flowed out, sprinkling all the way. Not seeing any trace of Yang Kai, everyone's heart sank. These 2 looked panicked. They passed over everyone's heads like a whirlwind, not even sparing them a glance. It was as if they had been greatly frightened. The 2 fleeing and panicked expressions of these 2 made everyone's hearts feel even more gloomy. For people had gone in, and within half an hour, 2 had died while the other 2 had fled with serious injuries. The danger over, there was not something this group of young people could touch. If they continued to go deeper, they were afraid they would die without a doubt. Moreover, whether Yang Kai was still alive was unknown. It was very likely that Yang Kai had already died. "Elder sister," Hu Mei Er softly called out, looking towards the inside with a firm expression. Hu Jiao Er nodded with a cold expression, not saying a word, and together with her younger sister, the 2 of them rushed in like bolts of lightning. The Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument Sect disciples glanced at each other before following without hesitation. Yang Kai condensed his yuan qi, his pace neither fast nor slow, cautiously and boldly approaching the battlefield. Not long after, the bodies of the green-robed old man and the yellow-robed old man came into view. Seeing their state of death, Yang Kai couldn't help narrowing his eyes. Although these two people's individual strength wasn't top-notch, only Immortal Ascension Boundary's 7th or 8th stage, Lung Shan had said that the four of them together were very powerful. The so-called demon spirit being able to break through their joint attack in a short time and kill two of them in one fell swoop showed how powerful it was. The green-robed old man and the yellow-robed old man's deaths were extremely miserable. One of them had half of his body missing and died with his eyes wide open, while the other was a bloody mess. Looking at their injuries, it was clear that they had been killed by the demon spirit in a single blow, not even giving them time to react. Not far away, Yang Kai heard a panting sound and quickly looked up. More than 100 feet away, an extremely burly, naked, and wild-looking man was nailed to the ground by a long spear that was more than 10 feet long. The demon spirit. This was the demon spirit that had been bred from the giant cocoon and was the result of all the evil spirit spring water and the essence of hundreds of evil spirits. Unlike the demon spirit, this demon spirit had a complete body with 4 limbs and facial features, looking no different from a real person. Only streams of pitch-black aura danced around his body. Every single one of those streams of aura contained extremely terrifying energy. Perceiving the arrival of Yang Kai, the demon spirit just glanced at him faintly, the look in his eyes clearly not taking Yang Kai seriously. At the same time, the several black auras around his body directly swept towards Yang Kai. As the demonic qi surged forward, Yang Kai calmly stretched out his hand in front of him and condensed a layer of true Yang Yuan qi into a defensive barrier in front of him. Asterisk pu piu piu. Asterisk the demonic qi collided with the barrier and only pushed Yang Kai back a few steps, unable to break through it. The demon spirit glanced at Yang Kai with some surprise, seemingly not having expected him to have such a skill. After being stunned for a moment, he actually grinned at Yang Kai. Immediately after, he extended a strong and powerful hand and grasped the spear that was stuck in his abdomen. As he roared, he slowly pulled the spear out of his abdomen. This spear should be the artifact of the 4 evil spirits. By relying on the power of this artifact, they had nailed the demon spirit to the ground, allowing the 2 who were still alive a chance to escape. As the spear was pulled out inch by inch, the demon spirit not only showed no expression of discomfort, but instead wore a ferocious expression of excitement. Blood flowed out of the demon spirit's mouth, but instead of being red, it was a strange purple color. Before the demon spirit could fully pull out the spear, Yang Kai had already acted. With the sound of a chain being swung, an artifact suddenly flew out from Yang Kai's body, exuding a hot and pure energy that radiated in all directions. Affected by this energy, the demon spirit's body involuntarily trembled, and the black aura wriggling around his body also shrank back. Asterisk Walala. Asterisk the sound of the chain in the air became clearer and clearer, and there seemed to be a mysterious power hidden within it, causing the demon spirit to feel great dread. In an instant, the chain completely unfolded, less than a meter long, with a collar at the top. The shape was simple, somewhat like a dog chain. Demon sealing chain. The artifact that Yang Kai had obtained from the bottom of the coiling dragon stream had been nourished with his true Yang Yuan qi in the Dantian until now. It had never had any effect, but this time it actually reacted on its own initiative. If it weren't for the existence of the demon sealing chain, Yang Kai would not have rushed here. The demon sealing chain was an artifact left behind by High Heaven Pavilion's ancestral founder. It was able to seal the demonic qi of the demon spirit at the bottom of the coiling dragon stream, so it was not necessarily impossible for it to seal this demon spirit. When the demon sealing chain completely appeared, the demon spirit, who had never taken Yang Kai seriously, finally panicked, his expression suddenly changing as he cried out in alarm. Pure Yang Supreme Artifact, Demonic Qi Nemesis! While speaking, the demon spirit's hand that was holding the spear suddenly pulled it out and, ignoring his own injuries, used all his strength to throw the spear towards the demon sealing chain. With a sharp sound, The spear broke through the barrier of space almost instantly and strangely appeared in front of the demon's sealing chain. However, this blow, which was powerful enough to destroy the heavens and earth, actually hit thin air. The demon's sealing chain suddenly became golden, and the spear penetrated it without any hindrance. The next moment, with a flash of golden light, the demon's sealing chain appeared around the demon spirit's neck, wrapping around it. With a sizzling sound, the demon spirit seemed to have been doused with boiling water, his body constantly emitting white smoke. The dark, demonic chi around his body was also quickly suppressed into his body. Screams rang out as the demon spirit's huge body rampaged, both hands holding the demon's sealing chain, trying to break it open. But no matter how hard he tried, he could not shake it in the slightest. Instead, his hands were scorched, white smoke, and he screamed again and again. The demon sealing chain flickered and flickered. The dark, demonic chi around the demon spirit's body was also sometimes visible and sometimes suppressed. The two were obviously in a desperate struggle. Yang Kai's face was calm as he quickly retreated, a look of surprise on his face. He did not expect this demon spirit to be able to speak. He had witnessed the formation of this demon spirit with his own eyes. It was formed from the essence of the evil spirit, Spring, by gathering the essence of the spring water and hundreds of evil spirits. A demon spirit like this should not have any cognition. It could be said that his mind should be blank, only instincts. But he could see at a glance that the demon's sealing chain was the nemesis of the demonic chi. This situation was obviously not right. Yang Kai's expression flickered, not knowing how to explain everything in front of him. The battle between the demon spirit and the demon's sealing chain did not last long. In less than an incense stick's worth of time, the winner was decided between the two. The demon sealing chain completely suppressed the demon spirit's demonic chi, and the demon spirit no longer resisted, allowing his body to emit white smoke. He sat cross-legged on the ground, looking at Yang Kai with a grin. There was not the slightest panic or fear of dying, but instead a strong interest and a strange light in his eyes. "Boy, I am the demon General Mungo. You dared to hurt a strand of my soul. This king will remember you. If there is a chance in the future, this king will personally capture you and make you beg for death." He. Chapter 349. After the New Year's Eve, the outside world was bustling with noise and excitement. When the Hu sisters rushed over, all they saw was a scene of devastation. There were traces of a fierce battle, and on the ground, the corpses of the old men in green and yellow robes were strewn about. Her beautiful eyes darted around nervously as she saw Yang Kai standing not far away. He seemed to be holding a chain in his hand as he stood there motionless, exuding a cold and frightening energy, fluctuation from his body. Asterisk schwa, schwa schwa. Asterisk the people from Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument Sect also arrived one after another, and after noticing the strangeness of Yang Kai's body, all of their expressions changed, wondering what had happened to him. However, the current situation was much better than everyone had feared. At the very least, Yang Kai didn't have any obvious injuries on his body and was still exuding a strong aura of vitality. Obviously, he wasn't dead. After noticing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Kai also felt the arrival of these people, but he was still thinking about the words the demon spirit had said before he died. It was just one sentence, but it contained a lot of information. Demon General Mengu. This was the name the demon spirit had given him. From this name, it wasn't difficult to infer that he wasn't a newly born demon spirit, but rather someone with a long history. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such a name and status. Moreover, this demon spirit seemed to be formed from a wisp of his soul. The four masters of Qi, Mei, Wang, and Liang had joined forces and fought with him for less than an incense stick worth of time. 2 of them had been killed, the other 2 had fled with serious injuries, and he had been nailed to the ground by a long spear artifact. After that, he had pulled out the spear as if nothing had happened. If a wisp of his soul was so powerful, how terrifying would it have been if his true body had come here? This person's true strength was far beyond his knowledge and understanding. Yang Kai's heart surged. Fortunately, he was a true demon, and the demon sealing chain only reacted to true demons. If not for this, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to do anything to him even after a few dozen years. After Demon, General Meng, "Go," said those words. Seemingly knowing that he didn't have much time left, he directly collapsed without hesitation. All that was left behind was a large mass of cold and surging source qi. This mass of source qi, it was the treasure hidden in the evil spirit spring. At this moment, it had been sucked into Yang Kai's meridians. The demon sealing chain in his hand seemed to have lost its spirituality in this battle. Its entire body was dim and lusterless, no different from a piece of junk. However, Yang Kai could still sense a little bit of life force hidden within it. As long as it was nurtured properly, it would definitely be able to recover in time. After all, this was a treasure left behind by High Heaven Pavilion's founder. Although it had been there for a long time, it wouldn't be so easily damaged. Faintly sighing, Yang Kai's heart was suddenly filled with boundless lofty sentiments. Today he had witnessed Demon General Meng Ji's elegant demeanor, and his desire to pursue the peak of martial arts was once again aroused. Gritting his teeth, Yang Kai's expression was solemn, but his eyes were still firm. Yang Kai, seeing that he didn't speak for a long time, the Hu sisters didn't know what was going on, so they could only call out softly, "I'm fine." Yang Kai took a deep breath and put the demon sealing chain back into his body. He turned to the crowd and said, "I want to find a place to go into seclusion. I know a suitable location. It's not far from here." Ching-Ying quickly said, "Take me there." Inside a cave in the evil cavern, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged and began to refine the energy contained in the evil spirit essence. This place was discovered by Chang-Ying by accident, and it was indeed very well hidden. Moreover, after the evil cavern went through such an unforeseen event, it had become a very dangerous place. After the evil cavern had experienced this time, there were basically no evil spirits around. The Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument sect disciples all knew that Yang Kai must have obtained some kind of harvest, so none of them were in a hurry to leave. Taking advantage of this free time, everyone also began to refine the evil spirit essences they had obtained. Both Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument sect had each obtained 2 purifying spirit essences, a total of 40 of them, evenly divided between each of them. The amount was not small. The Hu sisters had even more, the 2 of them obtaining 5 bottles each. The 2 sisters were both very kind-hearted and originally wanted to share 1 purifying spirit bottle with each of the Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument sect disciples, but they were all politely refused. Both of them were very satisfied with their harvest this time, so how could they still covet the Hu sisters? After all, this was something that Yang Kai had given them. In desperation, Hu Jiao Er and Hu Mei Er no longer tried to be polite. The 2 sisters began to circulate their twin chi shared spirit divine art, allowing them to refine the evil spirit essence several times faster than others. Although they couldn't compare to Yang Kai's speed, it was still beyond the reach of ordinary people. While everyone was refining the evil spirit essences above the cave, Yang Kai was also doing the same. However, the evil spirit essences that Yang Kai was refining were somewhat different from the others. Even the essence left behind by the soul evil spirit could not be compared to this one. During the refining process, the unyielding golden skeleton pulsed rhythmically, resonating with the energy contained in the evil spirit essence. True Yang Yuan Qi completely retreated back into the Dantian while Yang Kai's whole body was wrapped in black Qi, just like Demon General Meng Ji's state before. However, there were still some differences between the 2. Meng Go was obviously able to control his own strength and restrain his demonic Qi, but Yang Kai couldn't. His whole body was wrapped in black Qi, and only when he opened his eyes would they shine with light. A cold and demonic aura spread out, causing a series of cracking sounds to echo throughout the cave. Soon, the walls of the cave were covered in white frost, condensing into ice. The people guarding outside quickly realized that something was wrong. This cold aura had already penetrated the ground and was pushing towards them at an extremely fast speed. With a cry of alarm, everyone quickly fled 1,000 meters away before glancing back with lingering fear, only to see that on the other side of the cave, the entire world had been wrapped in a layer of ice. The moisture in the air had condensed into ice, spreading out layer by layer. It was as if this place had been frozen since ancient times. Even though they were so far away, some of the weaker ones were still shivering. Every time they recalled the cold aura that penetrated deep into their souls, they couldn't help but feel horrified. What's going on? Chun-Yi was puzzled. Why do I feel that this cold aura is so similar to the one from the evil spirit spring? Previously, when they were defending the high platform, everyone had also felt this cold aura once before, but it was far from as clear and terrifying as this one. Will Yang Kai be okay? Hu Mei Air whispered to her elder sister. Hu Jiao Air calmly shook her head. This should be the movement he made. As long as the movement is still there, nothing will happen. In fact, she herself wasn't sure, but she could only comfort her sister like this. Lang Shan nodded in agreement. Good people don't live long, but scourges live for thousands of years. I also think he will be fine. TSK, TSK. Chun-Yi smacked his lips. He looked at her mischievously. Junior sister, why do I feel that your words are so sour? Will you die if you don't speak? Lang Shan glared at him. Haha. Chun-Yi suddenly laughed dryly. Inside the cave, Yang Kai's expression was indifferent, not affected by the cold aura at all. This kind of cold aura seemed to be very suitable for his current state. Not only did it not make him feel uncomfortable, but it also made him happy. In the past, when Yang Kai used the energy of the unyielding golden skeleton, the feeling he gave off was evil, but now it was both evil and cold. The two complementing each other and increasing each other's tyrannical strength. Outside, the sun rose and the moon disappeared, but inside the cave, no one knew the passage of time. When the last strand of origin energy was refined, the energy contained within the origin energy seemed to have become a key. It unlocked the mysteries of the unyielding golden skeleton that had been sealed for many years. At that moment, the shackles of the unyielding golden skeleton were completely opened. A violent evil chi swarmed out. An entire cave was instantly shrouded in darkness as the evil chi tumbled. Like a flood dragon, the roar of the evil chi never stopped. Yang Kai opened his eyes, and the scarlet in his eyes quickly receded, becoming black and white. At the same time, the various mysteries of the unyielding golden skeleton were thoroughly understood by Yang Kai. He understood everything clearly. Wrapped in the evil chi, Yang Kai's eyes shone brightly. Slightly narrowing his eyes, Yang Kai stretched out a finger and slowly touched his forehead, whispering softly like a dream, "Become the demon race." In an instant his body became a bottomless pit, crazily sucking in the dark evil chi from outside. All of the demonic chi was quite orderly, turning into visible streaks of energy that enveloped Yang Kai's body. In just a breath's time, all the dark evil chi disappeared, and in its place, Yang Kai's body was covered in black lines. These lines were densely packed, and in a strange and inexplicable way, they occupied 90% of Yang Kai's skin, except for his face. Slowly getting up, Yang Kai's expression was calm, without joy or sorrow, and his eyes were cold as ice. However, he could clearly feel that his current state was very different from before. Unlike before, when he was wrapped in black evil chi, even his face couldn't be seen clearly. Now, if Yang Kai didn't take off his clothes, he would look no different from normal. But now, the combat strength he could display was much more tyrannical than before. His realm was still the same, without the slightest improvement. That huge mass of evil spirit essence seemed to be the key to opening the unyielding golden skeleton. As Yang Kai stood up, the whole world seemed to tremble, and a constant buzzing sound rang out, giving people the illusion that the world was about to collapse. Moreover, the incomparable demonic qi radiated outwards, and everyone 1,000 meters away from the cave clearly felt it, their eyes trembling violently as they panicked. Gently clenching his fist, a crisp sound rang out. This fist seemed to contain the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. Yang Kai had never felt such a sense of self-confidence, as if even if an immortal ascension boundary master stood in front of him, he would still be able to destroy them. With a wave of his hand, a jet of dark, evil qi flew out like a spirit snake, directly drilling into the frozen cave wall in front of him. Under the perception of Yang Kai's divine sense, this evil qi broke through several dozen meters before slowly disappearing. Not bad, Yang Kai grinned, a somewhat ferocious look on his face. In addition, Yang Kai felt that the vitality contained in his body was unprecedentedly vigorous. Compared to normal, it was at least 4 or 5 times more vigorous. The most obvious feature of a vigorous vitality was its powerful recovery ability. Strength and speed were also linked to the strength of one's vitality. After becoming the demon race, all the vitality in his body seemed to have been activated and even magnified. Chapter 350. Above the cave, Ghost King Valley, Treasure Instrument Sect, and whose sisters all wore anxious and worried expressions as they waited silently. Half a month had passed since Yang Kai had entered retreat, but even now he had yet to appear. On the contrary, the several dozen meters around the cave where he had secluded himself was now completely covered in thick ice. Why hasn't Brother Yang come out yet? Could there have been some kind of accident? Chang Ying paced back and forth, his big mouth unable to remain silent. As soon as his words fell, he noticed 3 cold gazes directed towards him, causing him to shrink his head back and chuckle awkwardly. Chun Yi helplessly smiled. Unfortunately, none of us have reached the immortal ascension boundary. If someone had cultivated their divine sense, we could have investigated the situation. Tao Yang shook his head. No, even if we had our divine sense, we wouldn't be able to investigate. I'm afraid this ice can even freeze our divine sense. Listening to him say this, everyone was shocked. All of them became more and more worried. After a long time, a cracking sound was suddenly emitted from the ice layer that covered a radius of 100 feet. Immediately, the mysterious ice, which seemed to have never melted for tens of thousands of years, burst apart like flour. A figure shot out from the crystal powder that permeated the sky and flew over. Everyone's expression brightened as they quickly greeted him. You finally came out. If you hadn't come out, I'm afraid we would have had to fight our way in to see what was going on. Chun Yi saw Yang Kai land and immediately laughed. Yang Kai simply smiled back. Glancing around at the crowd, he nodded. I've made you worry. Since we've come out, let's leave this place first. The evil cavern is currently not peaceful. Lung Shan said somewhat anxiously. Tao Yang also nodded slightly. The evil cavern had released such a strong energy fluctuation, and even 2 of the Ghost King's demons had died inside. News of the appearance of the demon spirit had also spread. While Yang Kai had been in retreat, many immortal ascension boundary masters had rushed inside to investigate the situation. If they stayed here any longer, they would definitely be in trouble. About 30 kilometers away from the evil cavern, the group of people stopped. Chen Yi curiously asked, Brother Yang, I saw that the Ghost King's demons had suffered heavy casualties. So how come you're safe and sound? Looking at your expression, it seems you've gained a lot. Oh, hearing his question, everyone cast their gazes over. They were also quite curious about this matter. Yang Kai smiled and nodded. Just a small harvest. Those 4 old fogies fought with the thing that came out of the evil spirit spring water. Both sides suffered heavy losses, and I was able to take advantage of it. I was just lucky. This. Qin-Yi was stunned. He smiled bitterly and said, "It is indeed the Tao of good luck. There is actually such a good thing in the world." Tao Yang chuckled and said, "Looks like Qi Mei and Wang Liang has given you an opportunity by capturing you. Those few old fellows have really tried to steal a chicken, only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. Haha. Why didn't I run into him?" Ching Ying muttered. Envy was written all over his face. Lang Shan sneered, "Unless it's Yang Kai, all of us here will die. Do you think it's easy to take advantage of others?" Cheng Ying laughed awkwardly. "I was just saying, how could everyone not know that taking advantage of Qi Mei and Wang Liang and Wang Liang and Wang Liang was more difficult than ascending to the heavens?" Although Yang Kai didn't explain in detail, there were definitely some unknown dangers involved. Only he could survive a battle with Qi Mei and Wang Liang and Wang Liang. During this time together, all of them had witnessed Yang Kai's strength countless times and knew that they couldn't treat him like an ordinary Yuan Qi cultivator, no matter what. Chun Yi's expression became serious as he patted Yang Kai's shoulder affectionately. "This time in the evil cavern, my Ghost King Valley owes you many lives. In the future, if Brother Yang needs anything, just say the word. I can't guarantee anything else, but all of us here will do our best to help, even if we have to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of fire, even if we have to die 10,000 deaths." All the Ghost King Valley disciples nodded. Tao Yang smiled. "Us brothers and sisters are the same. Although we may not be good at fighting, when it comes to refining artifacts, haha, if Brother Yang wants to refine some kind of artifact in the future, just come to my treasure instrument sect and find me." "Good." Yang Kai nodded. "This place isn't far from Ghost King Valley. Brother Yang, if it's convenient, why don't you come to my sect and play for a few days?" Chen-Yi enthusiastically invited. "He shouldn't go," Lung Shan said indifferently. "Junior sister, you're being too unreasonable." Chen-Yi's face suddenly became bitter. He wanted to communicate more with Yang Kai, but he hadn't expected Lung Shan to not give him any face. "I'm doing this for his own good. What do you know?" Lung Shan glared at him. "Honored master knows him. If he goes to Ghost King Valley, I'm afraid he won't live to see tomorrow's sun." Chen-Yi was shocked, only now remembering that his honored Master Gui Li seemed to have a great grievance with High Heaven Pavilion's sect master. Not daring to mention it again, he turned to Tao Yang and asked, "What about you?" Tao Yang smiled and said, "Even if Brother Qin didn't ask, we still wanted to go with you. I'm quite curious about Ghost King Valley's ghost breeding ground. I wonder if we can go and see it." "That's exactly what I was looking for." Chen-Yi laughed heartily. "Then we'll part here. Take care of yourselves." Lung Shan looked at Yang Kai and said. Yang Kai smiled and nodded. "Let's go, Brother Yang. 2 young ladies, farewell." Chen-Yi called out to everyone, cupping his fists towards Yang Kai and the Hu sisters. "Take care." Yang Kai returned the gesture, watching the Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument sect people leave together. So the people from the heretical schools aren't that bad after all. When there were only 3 people left, when the 3 of them were alone, Hu Mei Er suddenly said, "Those people from Ghost King Valley are all very good." Hu Jiao Er nodded and said earnestly, "Good and bad are only relative." Yang Kai stared at her with a dumbfounded smile. Hu Jiao Er blushed and glared at him. "Smelly brat. I haven't settled accounts with you yet." "What accounts?" Yang Kai looked confused. Glaring at him hatefully, Hu Jiao Er didn't have the nerve to bring up the previous matter, shaking her head and saying nothing. "Where do you want to go now?" Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a bit confused, thinking for a while, but he didn't know where to go. Looking at his empty and confused eyes, Hu Mei Er couldn't help but wonder. For some reason, the Hu sisters' hearts ached. The powerful and strange man in front of them was no longer as confident and spirited as he had been in the evil cavern. He was like a child who had lost his way, not knowing where to go, not knowing where to go home. Affected by his confusion, Hu Jiao Air and Hu Mei Air couldn't help feeling sad. Let's leave the ash-gray cloud, evil land first. Hu Jiao Air quickly changed the subject. Really couldn't bear to see him lose his soul. Good. Yang Kai's eyes quickly regained their clarity and firmness. Although he didn't know where to go, the only thing he was certain of was that he had to constantly become stronger. The goal of the martial Tao had always been so clear, he would not be affected by anything. After a pause, asking, "Where do you want to go? Back to Blood Battle Gang?" "No." Hu Jiao Air smiled bitterly. "We can't go back until this war is over. Otherwise, we'll become a target of gossip." Their Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall were implicated because of High Heaven Pavilion and were forced to participate in this war by those great forces. If they went back at this time, it would only bring trouble to Blood Battle Gang. "Then let's go find the others in the gang." Hu Mei Air proposed. "This time there are 50 people from the gang. They should still be fighting in that area." "What do you think?" Hu Jiao Air looked at Yang Kai. "I'll follow you." Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. He also wanted to find a place with a lot of people to inquire about the situation of High Heaven Pavilion, especially the whereabouts of Ling Tai Su and Su Yan. Looking at the Hu sisters, he suddenly smiled. "But before that, you'll have to disguise yourselves." "What do you mean?" Hu Jiao Air frowned. "How did you end up being targeted by free and unfettered sect? Haven't you learned your lesson yet?" Hu Jiao Air suddenly woke up and coldly said, "It's not our fault that we're beautiful. If it weren't for the fact that there are so many lechers like you in this world, how could we be so troubled? We didn't provoke anyone, but wherever we go, there will be people thinking about us. It's so annoying." Although they said so, Hu Jiao Air and Hu Mei Air had no choice but to listen to Yang Kai's advice. After all, this was the ash-gray cloud evil land. Lechers were more unscrupulous than outside. After dressing up, the two women's stunning faces were finally covered up. They didn't have the right tools on hand, so they couldn't do a good job, but at least they wouldn't attract unwanted attention. The older sister's face was now covered in dust, and her hair was a mess, making her look extremely sloppy, while the younger sister's face was full of pockmarks, making her look completely unappetizing. After dressing up, the two sisters glanced at each other and couldn't bear it any longer. Although her face was slightly covered up, her enchanting and exquisite figure could not be hidden no matter what. The three of them traveled together, cautiously avoiding contact with others in the ash-gray cloud evil land. Yang Kai's spiritual energy played a huge role at this moment. Releasing his divine sense, the situation within a 30-kilometer radius was clear at a glance, allowing him to always be able to predict the enemy's movements and take the Hu sisters into hiding before any danger arrived. Without him, the Hu sisters wouldn't have been able to escape from the ash-gray cloud evil land. A month later, the travel-worn trio crossed a few thousand kilometers and finally left the ash-gray cloud evil land. After a month of hiding and fighting, whether it was Yang Kai or the Hu sisters, both of them were physically and mentally exhausted. Fortunately, along the way, there were only scares but no real dangers. The most dangerous encounter was when they encountered an immortal ascension boundary 4th stage master who was caught off guard by Yang Kai's soul skill and was forced to flee. In that battle, Yang Kai was also seriously injured, but under the careful care of the two sisters and the effect of the myriad drug liquid, it only took him 2 to 3 days to fully recover. During this month, the Hu sisters gradually became dependent on Yang Kai and trusted him even more. No matter what Yang Kai said, they wouldn't refute him. Even the aggressive Hu Jiao Air no longer dared to treat Yang Kai as the little brat from 2 years ago. Many times she and her sister had witnessed Yang Kai's magical abilities, enough to change their perception of Yang Kai. If not for his protection, Hu Jiao Air didn't know what she and her sister would be like now. Chapter 351. Tai Fong Mountain was a mountain ridge that stretched from north to south. In this vast land, it wasn't too big, but it wasn't too small either. Originally, this mountain ridge could be considered a beautiful place. The trees on the mountain swayed in the wind, verdant and lush, and the birds chirped and the flowers were fragrant. But at this moment, this entire mountain range had become a battlefield. The south side of the mountain was where the ash-gray cloud evil land's forces gathered, while the north side was where the forces surrounding the ash-gray cloud evil land gathered. The two forces looked at each other from across the mountain range, using the entire mountain ridge as a battlefield. Over the past few months, Taifong Mountain had been severely damaged, and there were traces of blood and corpses everywhere. It was unknown how many cultivators had fallen here. This kind of confrontation between the two sides was not uncommon in other places. Taifong Mountain was just a small part of the entire front line. Since leaving the ash-gray cloud evil land, the Hu sisters had rushed here because their blood battle gang members had been sent here to fight. It was here that they had been chased down by a master and unable to return, forcing them to take refuge in the ash-gray cloud evil land. Along the way, Yang Kai had also learned a lot of useful information from them. The battle at the Taifong Mountain wasn't that important, so there weren't many experts gathered here. In addition to the blood group, there were also people from the Storm House, as well as several elites from other second-class forces. All of them were under the command of a first-class family. Xiang family was the surname of this family. Because the people here had come from all over the world, most of them were from second- or third-class forces, so the Xiang family had absolute leadership. Even if some people disagreed, they had no choice but to obey the orders of the Xiang family. After all, the Xiang family's heritage was truly rich. At the foot of Taifong Mountain was a place that was easy to defend but difficult to attack. There were many simple residences built here, and this was where the cultivator encircling the ash-gray cloud evil land rested. On this day, a man and two women had just arrived from outside, looking travel-worn. Before the three of them had even approached, they were stopped by a few people in bright clothes who asked them about their identities. These people saw that Yang Kai and the Hu sisters weren't very strong, so they didn't take them seriously. Therefore, he did not take them to heart. Stopping them for questioning was just a matter of routine. However, those few pairs of eyes were constantly looking at the beautiful figures of the Hu sisters. But when they saw their honor, they immediately lost their appetite, and their eyes revealed disgust. Yang Kai looked indifferent. He didn't say a word. On the other hand, Hu Jiao Er and Hu Mei Er hurriedly wiped off the disguise on their faces, revealing their original appearances. After wiping her face, although it was still dark, she finally had the grace of a beauty. The few people who were blocking the way stared blankly for a moment before suddenly asking, "Are you the young ladies of the blood group's Hu clan?" "Yes," Hu Jiao Er replied indifferently. "So it's you." The leader of the group revealed a joyful expression and said excitedly, "It's great that the two ladies are fine. Please come in." As he spoke, he stepped aside and said humbly, "We are just doing our job. Please don't take it to heart." Hu Jiao Er furrowed her brows. With a lukewarm expression, he was about to pass through with his sister and Yang Kai. The group of people looked at Yang Kai suspiciously, and the leader of the group asked cautiously, "Dare I ask these two young ladies, this is my friend?" "Oh, since he is the young lady's friend, then it's fine," the leader said with a smile. He didn't question them and let them pass. When the three people entered and disappeared, the leader said with a dignified expression, "Go and tell the young master that the Hu sisters have returned safely. Go quickly." Oh, one of the people immediately flew out. Yang Kai followed behind the Hu sisters, shuttling through the area, and soon arrived at the depths. "Over there," Hu Mei Er suddenly shouted in surprise and pointed in a direction. Looking in the direction she pointed, Yang Kai saw a group of people gathered there, but he didn't know what they were talking about. "It's Uncle Lu." Hu Jiao Er also smiled and hurriedly walked over. The group of people on the other side sensed that someone was coming, and all of them glanced over. The next moment, a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 50s or 60s stood up shakily and stared at the Hu sisters in a daze, his old eyes full of joy. Guan Chi Lu was an Immortal Ascension Boundary 4th Stage Master and a master of Blood Battle Gang. During the battle with Meng Wuya, he had participated in it. However, unlike Long Zhaitian, Guan Chi Lu was extremely loyal to the Blood Battle Gang, as well as a member of the Hu family. He had watched the Hu sisters grow up, so in the Blood Battle Gang, his relationship with the Hu sisters was quite good. "Is it the two young ladies?" Guan Chi Lu asked hesitantly. "It's us, Uncle Lu." Hu Jiao Air smiled. "You really came back safe and sound." Guan Chi Li's old eyes suddenly burst into tears. The group of people around him also looked at the Hu sisters in pleasant surprise. The two sisters had disappeared for 2 to 3 months, and the last time anyone saw them was when they were being chased on Tai Fong Mountain. Everyone thought that it would be impossible for them to escape, but who would have thought that after 2 months they would return to this place in perfect condition? Since the people here had gathered together, they must have a good relationship with each other. Seeing the Hu sisters return, of course they would be happy. There weren't many people in this group, only a dozen or so, but when Yang Kai swept his eyes over them, he recognized all of them. They were either from Blood Battle Gang or from Storm Hall. What's more, Yang Kai even saw Fong Ziki among them. This extremely patriarchal guy had actually been dragged here to fight. The disciples of the two sects came from the same place and had been forced to participate in this war, so it wasn't surprising that they would gather together. "It's good that you're back. Sect Master can rest assured." Guan Chi Lu quickly adjusted his expression and nodded with relief. But after his eyes fell on Yang Kai, he couldn't help but frown and ask suspiciously, "Where have I seen this little brother before?" The Hu sisters suddenly didn't know how to explain. If it was just this group of people who knew Yang Kai's identity, it wouldn't be a big deal. But the key point was that there were other cultivator forces nearby. If they were to learn that Yang Kai was from High Heaven Pavilion, things wouldn't end well for them. Fong Ziki gave Yang Kai a meaningful look before quickly stepping forward and lightly coughing, wearing a strange smile, cupping his fists and saying, "Storm Hall's Fong Ziki. This friend looks very much like an old friend of mine. May I ask this friend's name?" "Yang Kai." Yang Kai laughed in his heart, but his face remained serious. "So, it's Brother Yang, nice to meet you. Not only does this friend look like an old friend of mine, but his name is also very similar. Haha, don't you think so?" Fong Ziki patted the shoulder of the junior brother next to him. "Yes, it's..." The junior brother nodded helplessly. "Is there a need to be so secretive?" The others also instantly understood the meaning of Fong Ziki's words, each of them wearing strange expressions. Guan Chi Lu was an old and experienced man, so after hearing Yang Kai's name, he suddenly realized why this young man looked so familiar. It was him. The group of people had a tacit understanding, but none of them pointed it out. The scene was joyous and harmonious, but Yang Kai was keenly aware that under the smiles and comforts of this Immortal Ascension Boundary Master from Blood Battle Gang, there was a trace of worry and anxiety. Just as they were talking, Fong Ziki's expression suddenly became cold, his eyes flashing, his mouth curling into a casual grin as he said, "Xiang Chu is here." As he spoke, he stared at the Hu sisters with a burning gaze. The group of people suddenly fell silent. Guan Chi Li's face sank, his expression suddenly becoming unpleasant. Looking back, Yang Kai saw that not far away, a handsome young man in bright robes was accompanied by 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. This young man strode towards them. His clothes were neat and tidy, and on his face was a refreshing smile. On top of that, his appearance was quite good. One could say he was handsome and elegant. Looking at his appearance, he was probably only 26 or 27 years old. Xiang Chu, the Xiang family's young lord. The Xiang family was a first-class family, so Xiang Chu's identity and status were naturally not low. Just like Bai Yunfeng and Dong Qinghan, they were both leaders of the younger generation. During this past month, Yang Kai had also heard Xiang Chu's name from the Hu sisters several times, but every time he was mentioned, the two sisters would quickly change the subject, not wanting to say too much. Now that he saw him in person and the look in his eyes, Yang Kai finally understood why the Hu sisters didn't like to talk about him. Not only the Hu sisters, but everyone from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall also didn't seem to have a good impression of this young man. Only Xiang Chu still wore a gentle smile as he strode over. Standing in front of them, his eyes flashed a gratified light as he called out softly, "Jiao Mayor, you've come a long way. You must have worked hard." Guan Qi Li's old eyes narrowed, immediately causing the two immortal Ascension Boundary Masters behind Xiang Chu to stare at him. Hu Jiao Er's brow furrowed as she calmly said, "Young Lord Xiang, Jiao and Mei are not names you can call. Do you need me to remind you again?" Xiang Chu's expression froze for a moment before he seemed to remember something, letting out a dry laugh and cupping his fists. "Two young ladies, please forgive me." Reuniting after such a long time, this one was a bit emotional and spoke without thinking. "I hope there won't be a next time." Hu Jiao snorted. Sure, I promise there won't be a next time." Xiang Chu nodded repeatedly before letting out a long sigh. His brow furrowed as he said, "But this one must first apologize to the two young ladies." "Oh!" Hu Jiao brow furrowed slightly as she stared at him faintly. Xiang Chu smiled wryly. During that battle, the two young ladies fell into deep trouble. This one should have gone to rescue you. But unfortunately my skills were lacking and my strength was too low, so I could only watch as the two young ladies were chased and captured. The two young ladies were gone for 2 to 3 months. Every time this one thought about it, it felt as if a knife had been twisted in his heart, making him unable to sleep at night. "I wished I could sprout a pair of wings and fly to your side to ensure your safety." Suddenly, Xiang Chu smiled brilliantly. "Fortunately, the two young ladies have returned today. This one can rest assured." His smile was extremely sincere, as if the clouds had parted to reveal the light of the moon. However, the Hu sisters remained indifferent. Xiang Chu didn't seem to care, cupping his fists and saying, "Two young ladies have just returned from such a long journey. You must be tired. You should rest early, and we'll talk some other time. If the two young ladies have any needs, please don't hesitate to tell this one, as long as it is within this one's ability. This one will definitely help." Finished speaking, Xiang Chu smiled and left. Chapter 352. Looking at Xiang Chu's back, Yang Kai was stunned for a moment. Originally, when he saw that this group of people didn't like him, Kai Yang thought that this person was some kind of playboy. The Xiang family was a first-class family, so it was normal for a young lord from such a big family to be somewhat domineering. But now, seeing him behaving appropriately and generously, Yang Kai couldn't help marveling at his gentlemanly temperament and his free and easy demeanor. Yang Kai could clearly see this young man's love for the Hu sisters, and he had no intention of concealing it. However, even though Hu Jiao treated him so coldly, he didn't show any annoyance, nor did he continue to harass her. He could be considered a true man. Yang Kai didn't know why the Hu sisters and everyone else here didn't like him very much. However, there was always a cause for everything. Yang Kai also knew that people's hearts were unpredictable, so he intuitively felt that this Xiang Chu must have a side to him that others didn't know. After Xiang Chu's back disappeared, Fang Ziji leaned over to Yang Kai and chuckled. "Yang Kai, don't be fooled by that guy. He may look kind, but in fact his mouth is filled with honey and his heart is filled with swords. He is a shrewd schemer, otherwise he wouldn't have been the one to command this place." "I know." Yang Kai nodded lightly. He didn't mean to underestimate Xiang Chu. Bai Yunfeng, for example, was domineering and arrogant, treating people with kindness and evil written all over his face. He didn't have the slightest bit of scheming, so he wouldn't pose any threat to Yang Kai. Instead, it was people like Xiang Chu who needed to be wary. He's in charge of this place? Hu Jiao on the other hand, heard something unusual and looked at Fang Ziji in surprise. "What's going on?" "He's just a member of the younger generation. How can he be in charge of this place? Isn't there an elder of the Xiang family in charge? Fang Ziki was stunned for a moment before letting out a hollow laugh and turning his eyes to Guan Qi Lu. The two young ladies must be tired from the long journey. You should rest first. I'll tell you later tonight. Guan Qi Lu hesitated for a moment before saying, All right. Hu Jiao didn't press him. First of all, she had already noticed that something was not quite right. Second of all, she and her sister really did need to clean themselves up. After all, she had been hiding with Yang Kai for a whole month. She couldn't bear the filth on her body anymore. Women always preferred cleanliness. Yang Kai, come with me. Fang Ziki greeted him warmly. Smiling faintly, Kaiyang followed him. At night, a bonfire was lit outside. The people from Blood Group and Storm House were all gathered here. The bonfire flickered as Yang Kai and Fang Ziki roasted the game over the fire. Crackling sounds of explosions could be heard, followed by complete silence. After a long time, Hu Jiao asked, Uncle Lu, what's going on here? The number of experts had suddenly decreased by a lot. Where are the high-level members of my Blood Group and Storm House? Before they left 2 or 3 months ago, there were still many Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters here, but now that they had returned, there were less than 10 of them. However, Yang Kai soon discovered that there were less than 10 people left. Besides the 2 who were guarding Xiang Chu, the rest of the Immortal Ascension Boundary cultivators weren't very strong. Although this location wasn't very important on the entire front line, it was still a small matter. But with so few masters here, it was simply too trivial. If the people on the other side of the mountain attacked, everyone here would likely be wiped out. Guan Qi Lu sighed and said faintly, It's like this. A month ago, we received an order from the central capital's 8 great families to mobilize all the masters who participated in the encirclement of the ash-gray cloud evil land. It seems that the 8 great families and the Demon Lord are preparing for a final battle. A final battle? Hu Jiao exclaimed. Guan Qi Lu nodded slightly. After all, this isn't a military battle. We're all just people who want to settle our grudges. After fighting for so long, everyone wants to end it quickly. It's probably because the 2 sides have reached some kind of consensus that most of the masters here have been transferred away, including your father. Father also went. Hu Mei murmured. Although Hu Man was an Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage Master and was one of the strongest masters in the world, when compared to the rest of the world, he was nothing. Being pulled away to participate in the final battle, the slightest carelessness could result in his death. How could the Hu sisters not be worried? Our Storm Hall is also the same. Our master and elders have all left, and most of the masters on the other side of the mountain have also left. Fang Ziki smiled bitterly. His master was the Storm Hall's sect master, Sharuahan. If it weren't for sect master's request, this old master wouldn't have been able to stay. Guan Qi Li's expression suddenly became gloomy. Sect master said that the 2 young ladies would definitely come back to find him one day, so he asked me to stay. First, to take care of these young people, and second, to wait for the 2 young ladies to return. Now it seems that sect master's decision was extremely wise. Speaking of this, Fang Ziki became extremely resentful and bitterly said, If it weren't for Senior Guan's repeated protection, your blood battle gang and my Storm Hall would have already died. What happened? Hu Jiao face sank. It's just like that. Fang Ziki sneered. Because our 2 sects are next to High Heaven Pavilion, everyone here doesn't like us very much. When the 2 of you were here, Xiang Chu still had to show off in front of you to gain more points. But when you disappeared, Xiang Chu simply no longer paid attention to you. Whenever there was any danger, our 2 sects' disciples would always be the ones to face it. With a cold expression, Fang Ziki said, When we came here, there were more than 100 people, but now there are only a dozen left. Having witnessed the tragic deaths of so many of his junior brothers and sisters, the pain in Feng Ziki's heart could be imagined. After a pause, Feng Ziki suddenly remembered something and looked at Yang Kai awkwardly. "Don't mind me, I didn't mean anything else." "I know." Yang Kai nodded lightly. Although Feng Ziki said this because he didn't want him to misunderstand, Yang Kai also knew that because of his relationship with High Heaven Pavilion, Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall were now in deep water. In this regard, it was indeed High Heaven Pavilion that had implicated their two sects. However, it was also those outside forces that were looking for trouble. Just because the Demon Lord was from a sect, High Heaven Pavilion was burned down, and even Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall couldn't escape. This was a bit too unreasonable. After listening to Guan Chi Li's explanation, Hu Jiao Er thoughtfully said, "If that's the case, then the battle here is even less important, right?" Guan Chi Li nodded slightly. Indeed. At the earliest, 3 to 5 days, and at the latest, half a month, the decisive battle will begin. The battle on the other side will determine the outcome of the battle. Therefore, whether it is us or the forces on the other side of the mountain, we don't care much about each other. All we need to do now is wait for the result, and we probably won't fight with the other side. Oh, Hu Jiao Er nodded slightly. So that's why the Xiang family is relieved to hand over the power here to Xiang Chu. Feng Ziki chuckled. They probably want to take advantage of this rare opportunity to temper him. Such an opportunity was rare. There were at least 5 or 6 forces gathered here, and with so many people gathered together, there was bound to be disputes. If Xiang Chu could handle the matters here, then he would definitely be able to handle the matters of the Xiang family and become the Xiang family's patriarch in the future. The Xiang clan was nurturing him as their future successor. After understanding these things, the Hu sisters immediately relaxed, but they were still worried about Hu Man's safety. The roasted game exuded a meaty aroma, and Yang Kai chewed without any scruples. The Hu sisters also couldn't resist the temptation and ate in a refined manner. This past month of following Yang Kai had been very difficult. As they ate and chatted, the atmosphere became harmonious and cheerful, especially when the remaining people thought that they would soon be able to return to the sect. Feng Ziki somehow managed to get some wine and started drinking with Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't fear him and started to fight with him on the spot. While they were enjoying themselves, a group of people casually approached them from the darkness. Leading the group was a man and a woman. Both of them didn't look very old. The man was handsome and the woman was beautiful. This was especially so for that woman. Her figure was enchanting, and her tight clothes outlined her exquisite waist. Her top had no sleeves, and her 2 snow-white jade arms were exposed. Even in the dark of the night, one could clearly see the tender whiteness of her snow-white skin. The 2 people walked towards them with a strange smile on their face, followed by many people. When they were about 10 feet away, the man suddenly staggered and almost fell to the ground. Along with his movement, a large amount of sand flew out, covering the faces of the people from Blood Group and Stormhouse. Ouch! The man cried out in an exaggerated manner, as if he was in a hurry to stabilize his pace. The people from Blood Group and Stormhouse were laughing and eating, but who would have thought that such an unforeseen event would occur? Realizing that something was wrong, Guan Chi casually waved his hand, but was unable to block all the sand. Surprisingly, there was some true essence hidden in the sand. Pooh, pooh, pooh! Everyone was hit by the sand. Many of them felt a burning pain on their faces. Even the wine and barbecued meat on the bonfire became dirty. Suddenly, most of the people from Blood Group and Stormhouse stood up, looking at the newcomer with unkind eyes. The man pretended to twist his waist, and with a frightened expression he said, "I almost fell." The woman giggled and said, "Brother Xiarong, how could you be so careless?" Xiarong said, "Junior sister Li Fu doesn't know, but brother was watching the monkey play and was careless and distracted." Li Fu covered her mouth and chuckled. Looking around with an innocent face, she said, "Brother really knows how to joke this late at night. Where did this monkey come from? How come Junior's sister didn't see it? Xia Rong laughed. Junior sister, your eyes are not good. This monkey not only knows how to play, but also knows how to eat meat and drink wine. Don't you think it strange? Li Fu was surprised. Really, there is such a clever monkey under the heavens. Junior's sister really wants to see it. Where is it? Where is it? As she said this, her beautiful eyes looked towards the bonfire, a trace of contempt and disdain on her charming face. The two people were pointing at the mulberry tree and cursing the locust tree. How could the people from Blood Group and Storm House not understand? Their faces immediately became gloomy. Chapter 353. The people from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall had not been doing well these days. Not only were they often assigned to the most dangerous positions in the battle against the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land, but even when they rested in this camp, they were often ridiculed. There were 5 or 6 forces gathered here, and with the exception of the Xiang family, which was a first-class family, the others were all second- or third-class sects. These forces, in terms of combat strength and manpower, were almost the same as Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall. Some were even slightly inferior, but they still dared to throw stones at them. When they were in a good mood, they would mock them, but when they were in a bad mood, they would curse them. It was as if the people from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall owed them something. When Human and Xiao Ruohan were still here, there were still some people who acted as deterrents, but now that they were gone, only the younger generation of disciples remained. Among them, the people from Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court were the worst. These days, the people from Wind and Rain Road and Blood Battle Gang had been provoked and cursed at more than 2 or 3 times, but because many of their disciples had died, only a dozen or so had survived, they could only endure. Fang Ziki and his group were in the eye of the storm, so naturally they weren't willing to provoke any trouble. Enduring and retreating time and time again made the people from Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court think they were easy to bully. Today, seeing them lighting a bonfire, drinking and eating meat, how could they be willing to let go of such an opportunity? In any case, there was no war here, so if they didn't have some fun, how could they pass the long night? The dozen or so people from Storm Hall and Blood Battle Gang didn't affect Xierong and Li Fu in the slightest, both of them still wearing calm and disdainful smiles. It was as if they didn't put these people in their eyes at all, but the look in their eyes was also intriguing. Sit down. Guan Qi Li's old face was gloomy as he rolled his eyes and ordered everyone. The dozen or so younger generation, disciples gritted their teeth and clenched their fists, but they had no choice but to swallow their anger and slowly sit down. Although they were young and full of vigor, they also knew that if they really had a conflict with the other side, the ones who would suffer in the end would still be their group. Not to mention whether or not they could win in a real fight. Even if they won, they would be pursued by the Xiang family afterwards. At that time, the situation of the two sects would be even worse. The dozen or so people sat down one by one. Fang Ziki was the last to sit down. The smile on his face was rather sinister, and the flesh on his face was trembling. Even if his heart was filled with unhappiness, he had to endure it. Yang Kai's expression was calm. He shook off a few grains of dust from the barbecued meat on his hand and looked at the newcomer calmly. Some of these people were at the Yuan Qi realm, but many of them were at the Separation and Reunion realm. Their strength was not very high. However, Yang Kai's sharp senses told him that several strands of divine sense were currently covering the entire area. 2 of them were vigilant and hostile. It should be Xierong and Li Fu's elders who were monitoring the situation here to prevent Guan Qi Lu from harming them. In addition, there were 2 other divine senses that were much more powerful. They were the divine senses of the 2 masters around Xiangchu. Noticing this, Yang Kai grinned and laughed silently. In the past, the members of Stormhouse and Blood Group had endured. Xierong and the others would not continue to provoke them, but today they were obviously not willing to give up. After the group of people sat back down, Xiaorong and Li Fu not only didn't leave, but instead took 2 steps forward. Li Fu covered her mouth and smiled towards the Hu sisters. Opening her mouth, she asked, "Two little sisters, I trust you have been well since we last met. I heard that the 2 of you managed to escape from the ash-gray cloud evil land. Elder sister is very curious. The ash-gray cloud evil land is filled with evil demons, and the 2 of you are so beautiful, attracting so much attention. How did you manage to escape?" Hu Jiao'er's brow furrowed slightly as she stared at Li Fu with some displeasure, asking lightly, "What do you want to say?" Li Fu giggled and said in a tender voice, "Elder sister is very curious about how 2 little sisters came back safely. If it is convenient, can you tell elder sister about it? For example, what kind of people did you meet along the way? What did you encounter, and how many times did you have to sell your bodies to be able to survive in the hands of those demons?" When Hu Jiao'er and Hu Mei-er heard this, their faces suddenly became gloomy. "Sorry, elder sister said the wrong thing." Li Fu chuckled. Although she apologized, her expression did not show the slightest hint of regret. The men behind her were now looking at the Hu sisters with strange gazes. It was as if they were looking at 2 pairs of broken shoes. Their gazes were filled with disdain, as well as unconcealable greed. "I'm also very curious." Xia Rong grinned. "Not only are we curious, everyone here is curious about what kind of method the 2 of you used to come back alive from that place." Hu Jiao'er's face was gloomy, her chest heaving up and down, but suddenly she smiled and said, "What does this have to do with you?" "Naturally, it has to do with us." Li Fu chuckled. "If the 2 of you didn't rely on selling your body to escape safely from that place, then you must have colluded with the evil demons there. Otherwise, why would they let you go? Perhaps you are the eyes of those evil demons here. If you are spies of the ash-gray cloud evil land, then there must be someone monitoring you." "That's right." Xia Rong's expression suddenly became cold, his eyes suddenly turning to Yang Kai, staring at him fiercely. "This friend looks unfamiliar. Where did you come from?" Yang Kai, who was eating, couldn't help but furrow his brow when he heard this question. Only then did he realize that this group of people had come for him. The previous provocation was all just a setup. "It's not convenient to say." Shaking his head, Yang Kai said indifferently, "Is it because you don't dare, or is it not convenient to say?" Li Fu also asked with a sneer. Xia Rong calmly stared at the Hu sisters. "He was brought here by the 2 of you. You should be clear about his origins, right?" "I don't know, we met on the road." Hu Jiao'er shook her head. How could they casually talk about Yang Kai's origin? Storm Hall's Blood Battle Gang had suffered a great disaster just because they were next door to High Heaven Pavilion. If they told them about Yang Kai's master, there was no telling what kind of chaos would ensue. Casually fabricating a background would be even more unreliable, and they would likely be exposed on the spot. "Sure enough, there's a problem," Xia Rong shouted, waving his hand. "Capture them!" "Who dares?" Fong Ziki shouted, standing up as a majestic yuan qi erupted from his body. As soon as he moved, the others immediately moved, all of them staring vigilantly at the people from Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court. The latter naturally wouldn't back down, drawing their weapons and secretly urging their yuan qi. In an instant, the atmosphere was tense. "Ha!" Xia Rong grinned. "You dare to shelter someone from the ash-gray cloud evil land? You're all dead." Xia Rong's smile was quite strange, as if his plan had succeeded. But his smile soon faded, and he quickly shouted, "Begin!" As soon as his voice fell, the 2 divine senses entrenched in the ground suddenly transformed into sharp attacks filled with killing intent that rushed straight towards Yang Kai's mind. Realizing the situation was bad, Guan Chi Li's complexion changed greatly as he shouted, "Be careful!" The 2 silent attacks broke into Yang Kai's mind, but before they could penetrate, they lost their bearings. Yang Kai's expression sank as his eyes became cold. He had thought that this group of people was just trying to provoke him, But now it seemed that was obviously not the case. Following the direction of the two attacking divine senses, a purple light flashed across the night sky. A bone-piercing chill suddenly spread out before disappearing without a trace, causing everyone present to wonder if they had experienced some kind of illusion. Two muffled sounds rang out not far away, and the two immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court both paled, their eyes instantly becoming bloodshot as they nearly fell to the ground. At that moment, both of them were simultaneously attacked by a strange soul skill. This strange soul skill was mixed with a large amount of evil and frigid coldness, almost freezing their knowledge seas. Fortunately, they sensed something was wrong and immediately counterattacked. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Quickly recovering, the two of them glanced at each other and saw the horror and panic in each other's eyes. Outside, Yang Kai had already moved. After using his soul skill to counterattack the two immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, Yang Kai's figure flashed like a gust of wind, instantly arriving in front of Xia Rong. Xia Rong's expression hadn't yet disappeared when a big hand grabbed his neck and sent out a wave of hot true yang yuan qi, causing Xia Rong's neck to burn painfully. Just as Xia Rong let out a pitiful cry, a fist smashed into his eyes, instantly causing him to become dizzy and unable to see anything. Ah! Li Fu's pretty face paled, never having expected that Yang Kai would actually be able to survive the attack of two immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. Before she had time to react, Yang Kai's other hand also grabbed her slender neck. Both hands simultaneously pushed towards the middle. Xia Rong and Li Fu slammed into each other, and under the tremendous force and speed, both of them felt half of their bodies go numb. The yuan qi they had hurriedly circulated was also forced back by this collision. Both of them were elites from their respective sects, but at this moment, in front of Yang Kai, they were as fragile as two children, unable to resist at all. Asterisk pung pung. Asterisk, both of them were thrown to the ground like meteors, leaving two human-shaped craters in the ground as the sound of bones breaking rang out, followed by a series of pitiful screams. It wasn't until this moment that everyone present finally recovered. Asterisk schwa, schwa, schwa. Asterisk, the disciples of Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court all stared vigilantly at Yang Kai, each of them preparing their own moves. Who dares move? Yang Kai stomped his foot on Li Fu's beautiful face, pressing half of her face into the dirt, this violent and barbaric action causing everyone's eyelids to twitch. In his other hand, yuan qi condensed into a solid yuan qi, like a dagger, and pressed against Xia Rong's chest. Under the darkness of the night, the flickering bonfire illuminated Yang Kai's gloomy face, making him look extremely terrifying. The people from Storm Hall and Blood Battle Gang were all dumbfounded, standing in place, their faces filled with disbelief. Who dares move? Fang Ziki was the first to recover, angrily shouting as he threw a jug of wine onto the bonfire. With a loud crash, under the influence of alcohol, the bonfire was like a fire dragon, soaring several meters into the sky, making the scene even more intense. Chapter 354. As the bonfire flickered and crackled, countless pairs of eyes focused on Yang Kai. Worry, surprise, shock, horror, humiliation, anger, all kinds of emotions were revealed. Among the Thunderlight Sect's people, a young man stepped forward and stared at Yang Kai with an ugly expression. This friend, if you have something to say, can we talk it out? Can you release her first? The people from Soaring Rainbow Court also immediately responded, someone shouting, Release Senior's sister, Li Fu. She was a proud daughter of the heavens within her own sect, a figure that was looked up to and admired by countless fellow disciples. At this moment, her face that was like a flower was actually being stepped on by someone with a smelly foot. How could those young people from the Soaring Rainbow Court be able to endure this? This was blasphemy. This was an insult. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes, a cold light flashing across his eyes as he grinned. What do you say? We didn't do anything to you, friend. Don't you think you've gone too far? The young man from Thunderlight sect replied humbly. Interesting. Yang Kai grinned, tilting his head and looking towards Guan Chi Lu. Senior, what do you think? Of all the people present, except for Guan Chi Lu, who was an Immortal Ascension Boundary Master, none of them had reached the Immortal Ascension boundary, so naturally they weren't aware of the danger just now. The two soul skill attacks from the Thunderlight sect and Soaring Rainbow Quartz Masters had been silent. If it weren't for Yang Kai having cultivated his divine sense and also having a defensive soul skill, he would likely have died by now. In the eyes of others, just because Xia Rong had shouted, Yang Kai had taken the initiative to attack, and his approach was quite barbaric and overbearing. But the actual situation was only clear to Yang Kai and Guan Chi Lu. Guan Chi Lu was also slightly stunned, not understanding how Yang Kai was able to remain unscathed. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Guan Chi Lu quickly stood up, his expression no longer as casual as before as he stared at Yang Kai with a dignified expression. Narrowing his eyes and pondering for a moment, Guan Chi Lu sneered, "This is intolerable." Haha, what Senior said is right. Yang Kai laughed. The foot that was stepping on Li Fu's face increased in strength. "You, how dare you treat me like this?" Li Fu screamed. As soon as the words left her mouth, she immediately ate a mouthful of sand. Her pretty face was devoid of color, and her eyes were filled with humiliation and unwillingness. Her strength was not very high, and her aptitude was also not very good. However, in a second-class sect like Soaring Rainbow Court, her status was already considered quite good. Coupled with her beautiful appearance, naturally she could get wind and rain whenever she wanted. She was also quite proud and arrogant. Except for Xiang Chu, she had never put any other man in her eyes. When had she ever suffered such humiliation? Feeling the sand in her mouth and imagining herself being stepped on, Li Fu almost fainted. "Shut up!" Yang Kai glanced at her indifferently. "Fuck you." Xia Rong was obviously unwilling to be controlled by others. The moment he opened his mouth, he started cursing. Before he could even utter a single word, he opened his mouth wide and welcomed Yang Kai's fist. With a bang, the second half of Xia Rong's sentence was swallowed back into his stomach. 5 or 6 teeth fell out of his mouth, and in an instant his mouth was full of blood. A look of panic filled his face. He no longer dared to speak. "Stop!" It wasn't until this moment that the two Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court rushed over. After the two of them were attacked by Yang Kai's soul skill, they immediately realized that the situation was not good and quickly rushed over, but still failed to arrive in time. Asterisk schwa, schwa, asterisk, the two of them appeared 10 meters in front of Yang Kai at the same time, staring at him coldly and vigilantly. Guan Chi Lu quietly moved his body, placing himself in the middle of the room. Yang Kai raised his eyes and calmly stared at the two newcomers. The strength of these two wasn't very high, even lower than Guan Chi Lu, only Immortal Ascension Boundary second stage masters. After all, the real masters had already been transferred away. The ones who remained were only there to look after the younger generation. There was no need for them to be too strong. The three of them stared at each other, the atmosphere heavy and awkward. After a long time, the two of them glanced over at Xia Rong, whose mouth was covered in blood, and Li Fu, whose face was half buried in the dirt. Their old faces couldn't help blushing slightly. Their juniors being bullied like this was a loss of face for them. What's more, this was a situation where the two of them had launched a sneak attack first, making them seem even more incompetent. "Thank you for your advice," the Immortal Ascension Boundary Master from Thunderlight Sect said. "Same here," Yang Kai replied in a lukewarm manner. The Immortal Ascension Boundary Master from Soaring Rainbow Court coughed dryly and hesitantly said, "Young man, let them go first. It's not good to see them like this." "That's your business. It has nothing to do with me." The man's face sank slightly. "Why do you have to be like this?" The immortal Ascension Boundary Master from Thunder Light Sect also wore a disgruntled expression, coldly saying, "Young man, for what happened just now, these two old masters will apologize to you. How about you let them go first? You need to know when to leave a line for others in the future." His words were ambiguous, so the others thought he was apologizing because of Xierong and Li Fu's rudeness, but Yang Kai knew he was referring to the sneak attack on him. Grinning widely, Yang Kai replied, "There are some things that can't be solved by apologizing. What do you want?" The Thunder Light Sect Master's face suddenly sank. Although he knew Yang Kai wasn't simple, there was no need for him to fear him. Right now, because Xierong and Li Fu's lives were in the hands of this young man, he had no choice but to lower his pride. For him, this was already his limit. "I don't want to do anything." Yang Kai sneered, the yuan qi in his hand pulsing like a poisonous snake. Extremely dangerous. What he wanted to figure out the most right now was why these two people wanted to kill him. He had just returned here with the Hu sisters today, so there was no reason for him to suddenly attract such murderous intent. Directly asking them would definitely not give him an answer, but Yang Kai vaguely felt that this matter was a bit strange. Perhaps it was because someone was competing with him for his affection. "This old master advises you to release them quickly. Otherwise you will regret it for the rest of your life." The Thunder Light Sect Master was too proud to continue arguing with Yang Kai. As he spoke, his yuan qi began to fluctuate, as if it would immediately attack Yang Kai if he didn't release them. "Are you threatening me?" Yang Kai frowned, a trace of hostility appearing on his face. "You can think of it that way." The Thunder Light Sect Master replied coldly, "What about you?" Yang Kai turned his gaze to the soaring Rainbow Court Master, his eyes flashing dangerously. The man simply snorted. He didn't say anything. Obviously he had the same intention. "Good." Yang Kai nodded slightly, his expression suddenly becoming ferocious. The yuan qi in his hands instantly pulsing as he attacked Xierong and Li Fu's shoulders. Accompanied by two crisp sounds, Xierong and Li Fu's faces suddenly paled, and then screams came from their mouths. Both of them had their arms broken. "You." The faces of the Thunder Light Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court's masters changed greatly as they stared at Yang Kai in horror and disbelief, never having expected him to be so crazy. Guan Qi also looked at him like he was a madman. His expression was strange. All the young men were the same. Yang Kai's expression was cold as he glanced at the two men. His eyes filled with contempt and disdain. Coldly snorting, he said, "Next time, I will hit them in the chest. You dare." The Thunder Light Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court Masters were furious. If they really were hit in the chest, how could Xierong and Li Fu survive? "You can try." Yang Kai smiled contemptuously. The two couldn't help feeling slightly stunned. They didn't see the slightest hesitation or fear on Yang Kai's face, nor did they hear any threat or joke in his tone. What he said was the truth. Only now did the two understand that this young man in front of them was not afraid of them at all. Otherwise, he wouldn't have acted so decisively. Moreover, with his personality, he was someone who could be persuaded by reason, but not cowed by force. So the threats of the two had obviously angered him. "Tell us, what will it take for you to give up?" The Soaring Rainbow Court's Immortal Ascension Boundary Master took a deep breath and asked, "You can't give me the answer I want." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully, his eyes shifting slightly as he stared towards a certain spot in the darkness. In that direction, Xiang Chu couldn't help pinching his nose. His elegant face suddenly showed an interesting grin. "Young master." The Immortal Ascension Boundary Master behind him couldn't help frowning. "Is he looking at you?" Xiang Chu nodded gently. "He knows I'm here. How did he know?" "This young man's intuition is too sharp." "Perhaps." Xiang Chu also had a strange feeling in his heart, but he didn't have a better explanation. So he thought about it for a moment. Smiling freely, he took the lead and walked out. A moment later, he arrived at the scene of the incident and called out to Chu Yang. What happened? Why did I hear the sound of fighting? It seemed that the person in charge had appeared, so the tense atmosphere between the two sides suddenly eased a lot. However, the disciples from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall couldn't help feeling worried, while the disciples from Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court were gloating. They all felt that Yang Kai's blatant attack on Xierong and Li Fu would definitely result in him being held accountable and punished. Young Master Xiang. The three Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters present quickly saluted Xiang Chu. Xiang Chu just nodded faintly and smiled gently towards the Hu sisters. Xierong and Li Fu also scrambled to shout, "Young Master Xiang, help us! This person wants to kill us." Before they could finish their words, Yang Kai swung his hand and sent out 2 slaps. The 2 slaps were loud and harsh in the dark night. Xiang Chu couldn't help but frown slightly as he stared at Yang Kai from a distance of more than a dozen meters. There was a faint displeasure in his eyes, but he quickly concealed it. "Young Master Xiang, the situation is like this." The Thunderlight Sect's master quickly stepped forward and reported what had just happened. Xiang Chu, on the other hand, raised his hand and swept his eyes over the crowd before finally settling on Hu Mei. "Mei, tell me what happened." Hu Mei was so concerned about Yang Kai that she didn't care about the way Xiang Chu called her and immediately explained what had just happened. "Is that so?" After listening to her, Xiang Chu turned to the people from Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court and asked. These people hesitated for a moment, not knowing how to answer, only able to turn their eyes to their respective elders. Xiang Chu sneered, "What's wrong? This young lord's question, is no one going to answer?" Everyone quickly lowered their heads and replied in unison, "Yes." Xiang Chu smiled and said, "Since that's the case, then Xierong and Li Fu were in the wrong. Although we are all from different sects, since we are all here, we are all part of the resistance against the ash-gray cloud evil land, so we should help each other. You provoked others first, so it is only natural for this friend to teach you a lesson. You can't blame anyone for being inferior, so why don't you hurry up and apologize to Storm Hall and Blood Battle Gang?" Chapter 355. Apologize. When the Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court heard this, they couldn't help but be stunned. The other juniors were also stunned and stared at Xiang Chu in confusion. Yang Kai's eyes flashed as an inexplicable smile appeared on his face. "Young Master Xiang." Xia Rong had lost several of his teeth, so when he spoke, he couldn't help but shout out in humiliation. He had hoped that Xiang Chu would stand up for him and uphold justice. But as soon as he saw the fierce look in Xiang Chu's eyes, he quickly swallowed his words back down. Smiling warmly, Xiang Chu turned to Yang Kai and cupped his fists. This Yang Chu has failed in his management, causing Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall to suffer such grievances. Now that you've vented your anger, this Xiang Chu will act as a mediator. Friends, where possible, let's be lenient. I'm really sorry, but Xiang Chu can guarantee that something like this will never happen again. While smiling, Xiang Chu cupped his fists and apologized, his words sincere, expression sincere, and attitude friendly, as if he really was the one who had made a mistake. Xiang Chu's sudden humility surprised everyone present. The younger generation of Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall suddenly felt proud and elated, their hearts filled with joy. They didn't know that Yang Kai had just encountered a moment ago, and only thought that this was just an ordinary fight. Xia Rong and Li Fu, who had always ridiculed them, had now suffered a big loss, and now Xiang Chu was siding with them. How could they not be satisfied? Only Fang Ziki and the Hu sisters stared at Yang Kai thoughtfully, faintly feeling that something was wrong. Separated by a few dozen meters, Yang Kai stared at Xiang Chu with a scorching gaze. It wasn't until this moment that he truly understood what it meant to be extremely shrewd. What happened just now had been monitored by the two masters behind Xiang Chu with their divine senses. Xiang Chu himself had also seen everything clearly from a short distance away, but he still pretended not to know anything and walked over to ask. This person really was a hypocrite with a silver tongue. Is there anything this friend is not satisfied with? If you have any requests, don't hesitate to apologize, Xiang Chu said with a smile. Young Lord Xiang upholding justice. Naturally I am satisfied. Yang Kai grinned. That's good. Xiang Chu said with a relieved expression as he laughed happily. Let's turn big things into small ones. We're all fellow Taoists, so there's no need to keep targeting each other. You should know that our enemy is the ash-gray cloud evil land. Friend, please release these people first. They really are an eyesore. Okay. Yang Kai nodded and threw out his feet. With two bangs, Xierong and Li Fu flew back to their respective camps like ragged sacks. Their respective elders caught them and threw them out. He broke a few more of their ribs. Xiang Chu's eyes couldn't help narrowing, but Yang Kai simply smiled back at him, not showing any signs of fear. Little brat. Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court's Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters angrily shouted. Apologize. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at them. His eyes were as cold as the cold wind, and his tone was unquestionable. Their faces were filled with anger. Glaring furiously, Yang Kai turned his gaze toward Xiang Chu, causing the latter's face to twitch slightly before he nodded. Seeing Xiang Chu's gesture, even if the two were unwilling in their hearts, they had no choice but to swallow their pride. In a muffled voice, Xiang Chu said, For what happened just now, I apologize to the Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall brothers. This old master will strictly discipline his disciples and won't allow them to provoke us again. Scram! Yang Kai sneered. Let's go. The Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court Masters each carried Xierong and Li Fu, leading a group of extremely sullen young disciples away. After they left, Xiang Chu turned to the Hu sisters and smiled gently before politely withdrawing. Around the bonfire, after a long silence, the disciples of Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall burst into laughter and stared at Yang Kai in awe, all of them regarding him as a hero. Although the people here belonged to the three great sects, since they had come here, there was no difference between sects. Everyone had worked together and had long since been twisted into a rope. Yang Kai's strong display of strength had caused all of them to feel excited. Only Guan Chi Lu had a frown on his face, looking somewhat worried. The Hu sisters quietly stepped forward, and Hu Jiao Air whispered, What happened just now? It's nothing. Yang Kai shook his head gently. What happened just now, those who knew would have a tacit understanding. There was no need to expose it. Fang Ziki also came up, and although he had some doubts in his heart, he didn't ask much and just said, Shall we continue drinking? Come. Yang Kai smiled. Inside Xiang Chu's house, the masters of Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court had already settled the injured Xierong and Li Fu and arrived. The door opened, and Xiang Chu Feng walked in with great haste. He sat down on a chair, and the two guardians behind him stood silently on either side of him. Greetings, young Master Xiang. The masters of Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court hurriedly saluted, their expressions filled with anger. Xiang Chu glanced at them faintly and asked with a chuckle, Tell me, what happened just now? Why is that little brat still alive and kicking? The masters of Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court glanced at each other and explained what had just happened. After listening to their explanation, Xiang Chu narrowed his eyes and asked, You mean to say that not only was your soul skill blocked by him, but you were also injured by his soul skill? The two men's faces turned red as they braced themselves and nodded. The master of Thunderlight Sect quickly added, I know this reason is a bit far-fetched, but this is the truth. Please understand, young Master Xiang. I know, I don't doubt you. Xiang Chu nodded lightly before suddenly turning to the two masters behind him and asking, "What do you think?" One of them said, "If that's the case, that young man must have a high-grade, soul-type artifact on him." The other said, "It's also possible that he has two, one for defense and one for attack. Otherwise, with his current realm, it would have been impossible for him to use his soul skill." And Xiang Chu nodded slightly. "I think so too." Suddenly, he smiled brilliantly. "Interesting, he actually has a soul-type artifact on him. That's not something an ordinary person can possess." The eyes of the Thunderlight Sect's master became cold, quietly asking, "Young Master Xiang, do you have the ability?" Xiang Chu coldly snorted. "As long as we can entangle Guan Qi Lu, we have full confidence we can take that little brat's head." "No need. We've already alerted the enemy." Xiang Chu slowly shook his head, his expression somewhat unpleasant. "Yes, right. How are Xia Rong and Li Fu's injuries?" Xiang Chu asked with concern. The Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court gratefully replied, "That little brat's attack was very heavy, but at least he left them some leeway and didn't take their lives. They should be able to recover after a few days of rest." Xiang Chu nodded. Then he motioned to the guardians behind him. One of them casually tossed a bottle to the two masters from Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court. Xiang Chu said, "This is a special healing pill from my Xiang family. After you return, give it to them with warm water. They should be able to recover in 10 days or so." "Many thanks, young Lord Xiang." The two masters were overjoyed and repeatedly thanked him. "Go back." Xiang Chu waved his hand, and the two quickly withdrew. "Young Master." After the masters from Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court left, one of the old men behind Xiang Chu hesitated for a moment before asking, "Why were you so polite to that young man? That little brat really isn't simple, but he's not worth you swallowing such humiliation." Xiang Chu smiled lightly and slowly got up. "The first time I saw him, I knew he was very strong. Didn't you notice that he was completely fearless today? Even when the two of you appeared, his momentum was still fierce. With such an indifferent expression, that little brat is obviously not an ordinary person. I can't see through him. So, for the time being, I don't want to make a move on him. But in a few days, once the decisive battle is over, we should return. We should go back now. Young Master, aren't you determined to get the Hu sisters?" Xiang Chu smiled and nodded. "And so before we return, we must resolve this matter, otherwise it will be difficult for us to meet again in the future." Today's matter. It was also because the Hu sisters were quite close to Yang Kai that Xiang Chu wanted to get rid of Yang Kai. So he had sent Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court to provoke him. After killing Yang Kai, he would punish Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court, so the Hu sisters would naturally feel grateful. Unexpectedly, things didn't go as planned, and Yang Kai turned out to be so tyrannical. Stretching his waist, Xiang Chu said, "That's all for now. This young lord is going to rest first." The two guardians glanced at each other, neither of them understanding what their young master was thinking. Tonight's action had been so urgent, but now he seemed indifferent. They really didn't know what he was planning to do. For the next 10 days, everything was peaceful. Although the confrontation with the ash-gray cloud evil land continued. Whether it was on one side or the other, everyone's mind was focused on the final battle, so it was impossible to fight. After Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court suffered a big loss that night, they didn't dare to provoke anyone again. Even the people from the other forces, when they saw Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall at this moment, would take a detour. Yang Kai had been in retreat all this time. It was rare for him to have such a quiet cultivation environment where he wouldn't be disturbed by external affairs. So naturally he wouldn't slack off. After half a month of cultivation, his Yuan Qi 6th-stage cultivation had been consolidated again and again, and he wasn't far from breaking through to the Yuan Qi 7th stage. Half a month later, Hu Jiao Air and Hu Mei Air rushed into Kai Yang's secluded retreat. "What's wrong?" Yang Kai looked at the two sisters and asked. "We have to go out for a while." Hu Jiao Air smiled sweetly. "Xiang Chu said that this is our last mission and that after we complete it, we can go home." When it came to going home, the two sisters were quite excited. "I'll go with you," Yang Kai said and stood up. Hu Jiao Air's expression darkened as she quickly said, "You can't go." "Huh," Hu Mei Air said. "Your identity is unknown. If you go with us, it will only make others suspicious." Hu Jiao Air nodded slightly. "Thanks to Xierong, many people now suspect that you are a spy from the ash-gray cloud, evil land." Yang Kai's brow wrinkled slightly as he looked at them thoughtfully. "How many people will go out this time?" "All of them will go. Only a few people will stay behind to guard this place. You will also stay here and wait for us to come back. If it's short, it will be half a day. If it's long, it will be 2 to 3 days." Hu Jiao Air laughed. "When this mission is completed, elder sister will take you home." Chapter 356. Tai Fong Mountain atop a ridge. More than 100 cultivators were scattered around, vigilantly and carefully lying in ambush. According to Xiang Chu, the spies on the other side of Tai Fong Mountain had sent back accurate information that a group of ash-gray cloud, evil land cultivator would arrive today to launch a final sneak attack. Therefore, he had ordered his people to lie in ambush here and prepare to intercept the enemy forces. Originally, the people from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall were skeptical about this news. After all, both sides had been at peace for so long, so why would the ash-gray cloud, evil land suddenly attack at the last moment? However, as time passed, and a group of cultivators really sneaked in, their doubts were dispelled. There weren't many people, only about 60 to 70 of them. Among them, the number of Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters was quite small. Under Xiang Chu's effective arrangement and command, the ash-gray cloud evil land invaders were forced to throw away their helmets and flee in panic, suffering heavy casualties. This battle didn't last long, only about half a day's worth of time. When the people from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall returned victorious and gathered, they found that many cultivators were missing from the crowd. Taking a closer look, they found that the missing people were all from Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court. Everyone realized that something was wrong. Xiang Chu. Hu Jiao Air went straight to the Xiang family's young lord and calmly asked, "Where are Xierong and Li Fu?" Xiang Chu was slightly startled and suspiciously asked, "Didn't they go with you to hunt down the enemy?" "No." Hu Jiao Air's face went cold. "I haven't seen them since the beginning of the battle." "What?" Xiang Chu's expression also changed. Frowning for a moment, staring at Hu Jiao Air in horror, he said, "That means we're in trouble. Quickly return." As he spoke, he hastily led a group of people back. Hu Jiao Air stared at his back and grit her teeth, but there was nothing she could do, so she and her sister could only increase their speed to the limit. They madly retreated. The people from Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court suddenly disappeared. Their whereabouts were obvious. It wasn't that Hu Jiao Air wasn't worried that these two families would find trouble with Yang Kai, but because this time everyone had participated in this operation. Moreover, the two families' forces were under her nose, and she could monitor their movements at any time. So Hu Jiao Air wasn't too worried. Who knew that they would disappear after the battle started? By the time he realized it, it was already too late. Now it seems. Today's mission was most likely a premeditated trap. Anxious, Hu Jiao Air and Hu Mei Air both activated their twin-chi shared spirit divine art, and their speed suddenly doubled. Two beautiful figures flew past Xiang Chu like two meteors. Xiang Chu's eyes couldn't help narrowing slightly as he stared at the Hu sisters with some surprise, seemingly not having expected them to be so strong. In the camp, Yang Kai sat cross-legged on his bed, circulating his true Yang secret art as if he was silently waiting for something. He did not have to wait long. After the Hu sisters left, in less than a day and night, the divine sense that was spread out detected an abnormal movement. She opened her eyes, which were shining brightly. A cold smile appeared on her face as she softly muttered to herself, "Have they come?" Ever since he found out that Hu Jiao Air and the others were going out to carry out a mission, he had been extremely worried. Yang Kai realized that someone had come to deal with him. Among the people here, except for the two masters from the Xiang family, Yang Kai was not afraid of anyone. It was impossible for the two masters from the Xiang family to make a move. They had to follow Xiang Chu at all times to prevent any accidents. So even if Yang Kai understood the current situation, he had no intention of leaving. Asterisk schwa, schwa, schwa. Asterisk the sound of clothes fluttering could be heard all around. The people who had come had no intention of hiding, so they openly surrounded the place where Yang Kai was. After a while, everything returned to calm, and only a faint murderous intent and hostility could be felt. "Since you've come, there's no need to hide." Yang Kai shouted loudly, standing up and waving his fists in all directions. Fist shadows filled the sky, and the house he was in collapsed with a loud boom. Dust flew everywhere and smoke filled the air. After the dust had settled, the figures of the people around him entered his eyes. Xie Rong from Thunderlight Sect and Li Fu from Soaring Rainbow Court stared at Yang Kai with eyes filled with deep hatred. That night, both of them had suffered a big loss at Yang Kai's hands and had been severely humiliated. Even now, Xie Rong didn't dare to open his mouth, lest others see his ugly appearance with broken teeth. There were a total of 30 to 40 people from the two factions, and except for the two Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters he had met that night, the rest were all disciples of the younger generation. A triumphant laugh sounded as Xie Rong shouted, "Little brat, let's see if you die this time." Li Fu also sneered, "I'll make you pay the price. No one has ever treated me like this before." The two of them had been seriously injured, but with the help of the pills given by their elders and Xiang Chu, they had basically fully recovered after half a month. Knowing that this time they could come to Yang Kai without any worries, the two of them naturally couldn't wait to take revenge. "You're not good. Too weak." Yang Kai sneered contemptuously, the disdain on his face obvious. Xie Rong and Li Fu both blushed at the same time, unable to help recalling the scene when they were completely powerless against Yang Kai that night, their self-confidence suddenly taking a hit. "Young man, you're too arrogant." The Thunderlight Sect's master coldly snorted and stepped forward, staring at Yang Kai indifferently. "With these two old masters here, do you think you can still get away scot-free today?" Yang Kai chuckled, tilting his head as he looked at these two, and asked casually, "All of this was instigated by Xiang Chu, right? Including that night's events." The two Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters both sneered but didn't answer. Yang Kai already had a plan in mind, nodding casually. "What benefits did he give you that you want to offend me like this?" The Thunderlight Sect's master sneered. "Who do you think you are? After today you'll be nothing but a pile of bones, so what if we offend you?" Yang Kai's eyes flashed a cold light as he grinned. "The price of offending me. I'm afraid you won't be able to afford it." As soon as his voice fell, a purple light suddenly rushed out from his mind. "Soul skill. Scatter." The Soaring Rainbow Court's master roared. At the same time, he released his divine sense in an attempt to intercept Yang Kai's attack. That night he had suffered a small loss, so he naturally knew the strangeness of this move, so he had used his full strength in this attack. However, this time, his soul skill seemed to be somewhat different from last time. After the purple light rushed to the side, it suddenly exploded. A ripple visible to the naked eye swept out, and all the young disciples who were swept by it painfully clutched their heads. Miserable howls rang out one after another. The two Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters' eyes bulged, not having expected Yang Kai's soul skill to have such a change. They were caught off guard. They simply couldn't stop it. While he was in a daze, the purple lights rushed out one after another. It was like a calm lake that had a stone thrown into it, causing ripples to appear one after another. In the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 ripples spread out. All the young disciples who were swept by these ripples suddenly went silent, all of their eyes bloodshot, blood flowing from their ears and nostrils as they collapsed to the ground. In an instant, 7 or 8 people died at the same time. These people's strength wasn't high, and they didn't have artifacts to defend against soul skills. How could they withstand such destruction? Junior, you court death. The 2 masters from Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court flew into a rage, simultaneously attacking Yong-kai from left and right. Laughing loudly, Yong-kai once again displayed his soul skill, attacking the 2 masters at the same time. Pushing out his palms, Yong-kai activated his white tiger and divine ox eels as he stepped into the void, his figure flickering as he flew towards the Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court disciples, using the Burning Sun's 3-layer bursts one after another, like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. The group of young disciples were simply unable to cope with Kai Yang's onslaught. The weaker ones were instantly killed, their chests caved in, while the stronger ones were unable to withstand Kai Yang's one strike. As soon as they came into contact with Kai Yang's attack, they were severely injured and unable to get up. Only Xierong and Li Fu, desperately working together, managed to block Yong-kai, but they were still sent flying several dozen meters before falling to the ground, unable to get up for a long time. The 2 immortal Ascension Boundary Masters had just torn apart the White Tiger and Divine Oxbee souls when they saw Yong-kai slaughtering their way through the crowd of disciples. In just a short time, another 5 or 6 people had been killed, causing them to bristle with anger as they roared, "Little brat, you dare!" "Whether I dare or not, I've already done it." Yong-kai grinned, wringing the neck of a Thunderlight Sect disciple with one hand before tossing him aside, his body tumbling 5 or 6 times before coming to a stop, a miserable death. The 2 immortal Ascension Boundary Masters' hearts were practically dripping blood. Today, the 2 of them had led a team to find trouble with Yong-kai, fully confident that they would be able to capture him easily, but they hadn't expected that after only a few moments of fighting, more than a dozen of their own people would die, while the other side would remain unscathed. Hurriedly chasing after Yong-kai, they managed to stop him from continuing his slaughter. "Everyone get away!" the Soaring Rainbow Court Master roared. Hearing this shout, the remaining survivors all fled several dozen meters away with ugly expressions, their eyes trembling as they stared towards the center of the field. Not needing to worry about the casualties of their young disciples, the 2 immortal Ascension Boundary Masters gradually let loose, attacking from the left and right. Their attacks were fierce, their yuan qi dispersed like a fog, enveloping Yong-kai, each of them ruthlessly attacking, not leaving him any room to maneuver. The 2 immortal Ascension Boundary Masters were also quite sullen. When an immortal Ascension Boundary Master faced an yuan qi master, their greatest advantage was their soul skills, but in front of Yong-kai, not only did they not dare to use them, they also had to guard against his soul attacks, so the depression in their hearts could be imagined. The battle between the 3 was exceptionally fierce. Although Kai Yang was at an absolute disadvantage, being completely suppressed by the 2 masters, a single true element boundary cultivator being able to withstand the attacks of 2 immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. Just this point alone was shocking enough. Xierong and Li Fu watched on with pale faces, suddenly realizing that they had been captured by Yong-kai that night not because they had been careless or negligent, but because the other party really did have the ability to do so. Even if they were vigilant now, they would never be able to escape Yong-kai's attacks. What kind of freak is this? How could he be so powerful? Xierong's mouth was filled with bitterness, his face filled with disbelief. Li Fu's face was pale, and she had completely lost the ability to speak, her beautiful eyes trembling violently as she regretted provoking such a person. His strength and terror had already exceeded Li Fu's imagination. Even her original desire for revenge had been diluted by quite a bit in an instant. Now, Li Fu could only hope that the 2 elders could severely injure or even kill Yong-kai on the spot, Otherwise, she would never be able to live in peace. Chapter 357. With a wave of heat rolling around him, Yang Kai's true Yang Yuan Qi had been pushed to the extreme, and he had also displayed his full strength, but he was still unable to fight against two immortal ascension boundary masters at the same time. With a bang, his chest was struck by the two immortal ascension boundary masters at the same time. Yang Kai's face paled slightly as he was sent flying backwards, his back slamming into a nearby tree, breaking it in half before he finally landed. Good. Xierong was extremely nervous and couldn't help shouting, as if he had contributed to Yang Kai's injury. The masters from Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court flew down and stood a few dozen meters in front of Yang Kai, their expressions gloomy as they stared at him. Although Yang Kai had been injured by them, both of them knew that this kind of injury was nothing to him. The Yuan Qi in this young man's body was incredibly pure and strong, enough to resist and resolve at least 80% of their attacks. But in any case, both of them were satisfied with this result. Two immortal ascension boundary masters joining forces to bully a single Yuan Qi master. If they couldn't win, then they would really lose face. Little brat, show this old master your arrogance. The Thunderlight Sect master shouted with a gloomy expression. The Soaring Rainbow Court master also glared at Yang Kai coldly and shouted, "You killed so many of our two sect's disciples. Today we'll make you pay this debt in blood." Ha ha ha. Yang Kai slowly stood up, and although his appearance was a bit miserable and isolated, he still grinned as he reached out and wiped the blood from his mouth, raising his eyes to stare at the two immortal ascension boundary masters in front of him, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. Immortal ascension boundary. Really extraordinary. Yang Kai's voice was slightly low, but his tone was calm and steady. The two people opposite him frowned slightly. They didn't understand why he still looked so calm and unafraid at this time. With a cold expression, the Thunderlight Sect master said, "Little brat, even though you've killed so many of our two sect's disciples, but this old master doesn't want to take your life. If you cripple your own cultivation, we can spare your life." Yang Kai grinned. "If you kill me, Xiang Chu won't have any bargaining chips to use, right?" The two immortal ascension boundary masters narrowed their eyes at the same time. They were secretly surprised that Yang Kai's perception was so keen. Yang Kai had killed so many of their disciples. If they could decide, how could they spare Yang Kai's life? But Xiang Chu's order was to cripple Kai Yang. Of course, Yang Kai. Of course, he had a use for Yang's life. Yang Kai, Yang, and Yang Kai of Yang of the Great of Rainbow Court? Yang of Yang's, Yang Kai's sect and Soaring Rainbow Courts. Yang of Heaven's. Soaring Rainbow Court's expert also shouted coldly, "Why aren't you making a move yet?" Good. Yang Kai nodded firmly, his white fangs flashing as he glared at the two immortal ascension boundary masters. "You're willing to be Xiang Chu's dogs. You can only blame yourselves for that. Little beast, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." The Thunderlight Sect master roared. "Do you really think two immortal ascension boundary second stage masters can eat me?" Yang Kai's expression suddenly became cold as he slowly raised his hand. Accompanied by this action, the Yuan Qi which had been surrounding him suddenly disappeared. The two immortal ascension boundary masters didn't know what he was doing, but they faintly felt that something was wrong. Hurriedly glancing at each other, they didn't want to waste any more time and quickly rushed forward. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed slightly as he gently tapped his forehead with his middle finger and whispered in a dreamy voice. This light voice seemed to contain a kind of magical power, like the clear sound of a drum that rang out between the heavens and earth. "Become the demon race." Kong. The entire world seemed to tremble. The earth trembled, and the sky began to spin as an incomparable demonic chi suddenly spread out in all directions. This demonic aura was so pure and tyrannical that wherever it swept, a chill rose from the bottom of everyone's heart. The ruthlessness hidden in everyone's heart seemed to be drawn by this aura, and all kinds of evil surged into their hearts. The wind and clouds changed, and the heavens and earth trembled. At this moment, Yang Kai seemed to have undergone some kind of change. Before the two masters from Thunder Light Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court had even reached him, their faces suddenly changed dramatically as they let out a strange cry and simultaneously flew backwards. Asterisk dang, 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 dang. Asterisk, after retreating a dozen steps, the two Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters hurriedly regained their footing and stared at Yang Kai in horror, their expressions extremely dignified. The young man in front of them looked no different from before, almost exactly the same, but his temperament and aura were completely different, and the degree of vitality he exuded was also very different. If the previous Yang Kai had made them feel troubled, then the current Yang Kai made them feel a sense of danger. Fatal danger. Both of them were Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters and had keen senses. Although they didn't know how a person could undergo such a big change in an instant, their subconscious kept warning them that if they fought with this young man at this time, they would most likely die. Wild beasts had their own instincts and intuition. There were also masters who were more accurate than wild beasts. As soon as this thought popped up in their minds, both of them were startled. Why would a trivial Yuan Qi, 6th-stage cultivator, give them such an uneasy feeling? Moreover, this demonic Qi was something that even the 6 great evil kings of the Ash-Gray Cloud evil land did not possess. Before the two Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters could calm down, a series of crackling sounds rang out. Looking around, they saw that with Yang Kai as the center, a layer of ice Qi visible to the naked eye was rapidly spreading outwards. Wherever this ice Qi passed, the earth was instantly frozen. In just a few breaths of time, the ground within a radius of several dozen meters had been completely frozen. The two Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters retreated again and again, their faces filled with panic. This kind of ice Qi was not ordinary. It seemed to be able to freeze even their Yuan Qi. So how could they dare to touch it? The eyes of the younger generation, disciples, trembled violently as they watched all this happen in horror. The second time he had become the demon race, the feeling was still as wonderful as ever. Yang Kai shook his neck and arms. A series of popping sounds rang out. In addition to his face, Yang Kai's entire body was covered in black lines. These lines were complex and mysterious, showing a mysterious pattern that was invisible to others. Little brat, you really are from the Ash-Gray Cloud evil land. Lei Guang's Immortal Ascension Boundary Master seemed to have discovered some kind of secret. He shouted in horror and excitement, "Whatever you say." Yang Kai was in high spirits as he slowly raised his hand and pointed it towards the two Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. Suddenly he pressed his hand down. Obviously nothing had happened, but when the two Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters were pressed down, they felt a mountain-like pressure descend from the sky. Under this pressure, the two Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters' strength seemed to be shrouded, and their Yuan Qi circulation was no longer as fast as before, their movements also becoming much slower. Asterisk shio, shio, shio. Asterisk, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. The two Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters looked forward and were immediately shocked to the core. They saw Yang Kai shoot out a series of jet black Qi towards them. Those attacks were like serpents of flesh and blood that suddenly opened their ferocious mouths in midair. Shaking their heads and tails, baring their fangs, they moved at an extremely fast speed. Asterisk kacha, asterisk wherever these attacks passed, the strong winds brought about by them plowed out one clearly visible gully after another on the ground, causing dirt and debris to fly everywhere. The scene was chaotic. The incomparably ferocious attack contained an ice-cold and sharp energy. It was invincible, and it almost destroyed everything in its path as it attacked the two people in front of it. The two Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters were shocked and panicked, their expressions becoming extremely ugly as they desperately tried to dodge. "Do you think you can escape?" Yang Kai laughed towards the sky. Waving his hands, all the demonic chi that flew out scattered to the sides and chased after the two Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. Not only that, the White Tiger and Divine Ox Seals were also pushed out again. Two jet black beast phantoms appeared, but instead of attacking the two Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, they attacked the scattered young disciples. These two beast phantoms seemed to be much stronger than the previous two. The two beast phantoms leapt forward and almost instantly arrived in front of a stunned, soaring Rainbow Court disciple. This young disciple was only a separation and reunion boundary 8th stage cultivator. So before he could recover from his shock, he was directly dismembered by the two beast phantoms, not even having time to scream. "Run, run. If this father can't kill you, then I'll kill all your disciples." Yang Kai shouted ruthlessly. Hearing his shout, the young disciples were suddenly dumbfounded, a chill running down their spines. Despicable. The faces of the masters from Thunder Light Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court changed dramatically as they cursed. Seeing the two beast phantoms rush towards another young disciple, the two Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters no longer dared to escape and simultaneously attacked the two beast phantoms, finally saving the young disciple. Not running anymore? Yang Kai had been waiting for this moment for a long time and sneered. A cluster of black light flew out from his body and once again transformed into a series of sharp attacks that shot towards the two Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. The masters from Thunder Light Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court were unable to escape. With attacks coming from all directions, they hurriedly pushed their Yuan Qi and each took out an artifact to protect themselves, but in the next moment they were wrapped in darkness. A series of rumbling sounds came from the darkness. Everyone's eyes stared nervously towards the direction of the darkness, not knowing what the fate of the two Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters would be. The darkness suddenly collapsed, and two figures fell from midair, one after the other. Both of them looked distressed and were on the verge of collapse, seemingly having suffered heavy injuries. Not only that, but at this moment, both of their eyes were red and flashed with all kinds of evil light, their bodies wrapped in a faint black chi. This black light was the purest form of demonic chi, which contained the power condensed by Yang Kai, killing any ordinary person who came into contact with it. Yang Kai could ignore this demonic chi, but others could not. At this moment, the two Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters had been affected by the demonic chi, leading to the dark side of their hearts. If they could not resolve this demonic chi in time, sooner or later they would become the demon race and lose their minds. But how could it be so simple to get rid of this demonic chi? Even a master like Ling Tai Su was affected by this demonic chi and was unable to resolve it, let alone these two from Thunder Light Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court. To some extent, the demonic chi possessed by Yang Kai was even purer than the demon lords. "You're ruthless." The master from Thunder Light Sect glared at Yang Kai with resentment and muttered curses. "I told you, the price of offending me is not something you can afford." Yang Kai coldly snorted, his expression cold. Chapter 358. This was Yang Kai's first battle after becoming the demon race. Although he had long known that in this state he was much stronger than in his normal state, the final result still surprised Yang Kai. Without using the power of the unyielding golden skeleton, with his current strength, at best he could fight an Immortal Ascension Boundary 2nd stage master to a draw. Now, however, he was completely suppressing them without even using his full strength. This kind of feeling of power was very pleasurable, but even though Yang Kai was enjoying it, he didn't lose himself. Shio, asterisk from the ground. A series of attacks drilled through the earth like earthworms towards the masters from Thunder Light Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court. The two masters were frightened, their faces pale, and without even thinking about it, they hurriedly tried to escape. Yang Kai sneered, his mind moving at will, controlling the dark demonic chi around him and sending it into the sky, causing the two masters to become more and more distressed. Having learned their lesson, the two masters no longer dared to run away recklessly, stopping from time to time to jointly resist these attacks, so as not to provoke Yang Kai into killing these young disciples who had no power to resist. However, these attacks were simply too numerous, and the two masters had been affected by the demonic chi before. So at this moment they couldn't exert their full strength, so in a moment of carelessness they were both wrapped up by these serpent-like black chi. At the same time, a rich black demonic chi suddenly burst out from Yang Kai's body. A loud dragon roar resounded throughout the world. Everyone turned their heads towards the source of this sound and was immediately dumbstruck. What they saw was a huge dragon head appear above Yang Kai's head, one that was almost tangible. The two dragon horns on this head were extremely sharp, exuding a dark and cold light as its large eyes stared ruthlessly towards the two immortal ascension boundary masters in the sky. Being stared at by this pair of eyes, the masters from Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court immediately smelled the aura of death. Asterisk hoo-hoo. Asterisk the dragon head swayed back and forth, drawing out a large amount of demonic chi from Yang Kai's body, condensing it into a body that flew up into the sky. This was a black flood dragon, full of evil and violence. Its 200 or 300-meter long body gave off an inexplicable pressure. The flood dragon was the dragon-shaped tattoo on Yang Kai's back. It was formed by absorbing demonic energy. Yang Kai had a dragon tattoo, while Su Yan had an ice phoenix tattoo. This was supposed to be the tattoo of the art of yin-yang union of joy, but for some reason it was able to manifest itself. Yang Kai only felt that his back was a little itchy, so he tried it casually. He didn't expect to succeed. Wherever the flood dragon passed, the snake-like black demon chi followed closely behind, setting it off in the middle like a myriad of stars surrounding the moon. The experts of Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court were tied up in the air and were currently struggling to break free. Before they could escape, the huge dragon's mouth had already opened, and a mouthful of fangs could be faintly seen. With a crunch, the immortal ascension boundary cultivator from Thunderlight Sect was instantly bitten in half. Blood spurted out. The flood dragon calmly soared to a height of more than 300 meters. It then turned around and swooped down. Its two eyes were fixed on the experts of Soaring Rainbow Court, seeing one of their companions die in front of them and being bitten in half in a single bite at that. The immortal ascension boundary master from Soaring Rainbow Court was so scared that his soul almost left his body. Under the huge pressure, he almost didn't have the strength to move a finger. Suddenly, this man seemed to have found his saviors and shouted in a certain direction, "Old man Fong, old man Su, help!" Yang Kai's expression became cold as he turned his head and saw two streaks of light rapidly approaching. They were Xiang Chu's two guardians. Both of them were immortal ascension boundary 7th-stage masters, far stronger than the masters from Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court. As they flew forward, they immediately launched attacks towards the flood dragon, causing Old Man Fong to angrily shout, "Who are you? How dare you hurt us?" Yang Kai coldly snorted and flew in front of the Soaring Rainbow Court master, waving his hand and summoning the Azura sword. Asterisk Kyung, asterisk countless sword cries rang out, accompanied by a wave of the Shura sword, and an earth-shattering amount of sword chi flew towards Fong Lao and Su Lao to welcome their attacks. Asterisk Hong, asterisk a series of violent shock waves burst out midair, and Yang Kai was pushed back a few steps, but he managed to block the other party's attack. The flood dragon swooped down from the sky, and when Old Man Fong and Old Man Su were less than 500 meters away, it bit down on the head of the Soaring Rainbow Court master. Asterisk Kacha, asterisk the expert from Soaring Rainbow Court immediately turned into a headless corpse. Blood spurted out from his neck like a fountain, a spectacular sight. Fong Lao and Su Lao could only watch all of this happen helplessly, but they were powerless to help. Suddenly, their eyes went bloodshot as they attacked without mercy. One of them transformed into a cloud of smoke, while the other emitted a golden light, using all kinds of martial skills to attack Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression became cold, no longer as calm as before. These two were both Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th Stage Masters, not something the two pieces of trash from before could compare to. Not bothering to hide his attacks, thousands of blood-red petals suddenly flew out, accompanied by a refreshing floral fragrance, each of these sharp petals transforming into a sharp attack. Sword waves raged as sword chi flew out. The white tiger and divine ox seals struck out one after another. The three of them had only fought for 10 breaths of time, but Yang Kai was already in a difficult situation. Even if he used 2 heaven-grade artifacts, he was unable to compete with them. Just as he was considering whether or not to retreat, 2 beautiful figures had already rushed over anxiously. Hu Jiao and Hu Mei. Both of their beautiful eyes were filled with anxiety, but after seeing that Yang Kai was unscathed, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But when they saw Old Man Fong and Old Man Su attacking Yang Kai, their faces filled with anger. Without any hesitation, the 2 of them joined forces and attacked one of them. The twin chi shared spirit divine art shone brilliantly at this moment. Both of them were only Yuan Chi 4th stage cultivators, but after pushing their secret art to its limit, their Yuan Chi was incomparably vigorous, not much worse than a peak Yuan Chi cultivator. Their dual swords were enough to compete with an ordinary Immortal Ascension Boundary Master. If Old Man Fong and Old Man Su didn't care about the consequences, they could have easily taken them down, but these 2 were women that Xiang Chu liked, so they didn't dare act too presumptuously. For a moment, their hands and feet were tied, and their moves were sluggish, not daring to use too much strength. On the other hand, Yang Kai, with the help of the Hu sisters and the Flood Dragon, was more than enough to protect himself. 2 young ladies. Old Man Fong's expression became serious as he shouted, "This man is a demon!" Hu Jiao shouted, "I don't know what a demon is. I only know that he is my friend." 2 young ladies, quickly retreat. Don't misunderstand others and end up harming yourself. Old Man Su also tried to persuade them. If you want to kill him, you'll have to kill us as well. Hu Mei seemed to be more delicate than her elder sister, but at this moment, her voice was resolute and decisive. He has killed so many people from Soaring Rainbow Court and Thunderlight Sect, so he has fallen into the demonic path. He is no longer the person you know. Now he has no consciousness, so he doesn't recognize you at all. Quickly get away from him, Old Man Fong said anxiously. Yang Kai grinned at him, and with a loud dragon roar, the black flood dragon viciously bit towards him. You overestimate yourself. Fong Lao roared angrily. The profound light in his hand turned and hit the flood dragon's head. The giant flood dragon was knocked back, but it didn't hurt him at all. However, Old Man Fong was also forced back a step as he stared in horror at the 200 to 300 meter long flood dragon, his heart filled with a bitter taste. Everyone stop! An angry shout came from afar. Hearing this shout, Old Man Fong and Old Man Su hesitated for a moment before glaring hatefully at Yang Kai before hurriedly jumping out of the battle. Hu Jiao and Hu Mei also hurried over to Yang Kai's side and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head as he continued to stare forward. After killing so many people from Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court, his purpose had been achieved. Now that Yang Kai was protected by the Flood Dragon, even Old Man Fong and Old Man Su couldn't stop him. The current Yang Kai was truly fearless. As far as the eye could see, Xiang Chu walked over with a heavy expression on his face. Even in such a situation, he still displayed the self-restraint and calmness that a young master from a great family should have. Looking at the blood and broken corpses on the ground, Xiangchu's eyes showed a clear trace of pain. Asterisk schwa, schwa schwa. Asterisk, a large group of people appeared behind Xiangchu. The people from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall all looked around in amazement and quickly rushed over to Yang Kai's side. Guanqi Li's pair of old eyes narrowed as his heart trembled. When he saw the two corpses from Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court, his eyes couldn't help trembling. In the field, the two sides were clearly divided. Except for the people from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall who stood on Yang Kai's side, everyone else stood on Xiangchu's side. Old Man Fong and Old Man Su also wore their Yuan Qi, vigilantly guarding against Yang Kai. Xiangchu glanced at Yang Kai faintly and felt the murderous aura coming from his body. He couldn't help raising his brow, a look of surprise appearing on his face. Seeing the black flood dragon floating midair, his expression couldn't help but change. He could feel the powerful combat strength of this flood dragon, so naturally he had some greedy and possessive thoughts. However, this flood dragon was obviously formed from pure Yuan Qi, so Xiangchu had no choice but to dispel these thoughts. Looking around, Xiangchu's face filled with grief as he asked, "What happened?" Old Man Fong quickly explained, "Young master, when Old Man Su and I rushed back, we saw this little brat become the demon race and kill Soaring Rainbow Court's Chengming. These two old masters were incompetent and were unable to save Chengming from his grasp. Chengming is dead." Xiangchu showed a trace of genuine surprise. "Yes." Old Man Fong nodded, pointing to a nearby corpse. "His head has been severed." "What about the Immortal Ascension Boundary Master from Thunderlight Sect?" Xiangchu asked anxiously. "Before we arrived, he was already dead." Xiangchu couldn't help feeling shocked. He had overestimated Yang Kai's combat strength as much as possible, but he had never imagined that his overestimation of Yang Kai's strength would prove to be far too low. Two Immortal Ascension Boundary, second stage masters had actually been killed by him. Just how strong was he? "Young master, that young man has become the demon race and doesn't even recognize his own family. Young master, please allow these two old masters to kill him and avenge Chengming." Old Man Fong grit his teeth and said. Xiangchu's brow furrowed, seemingly hesitating. Hu Jiao Er quickly interjected, "Old man who said he became the demon race." Chapter 359. Today, I'm going out to buy some New Year goods. It's almost the New Year, so everyone at home is quite busy, so I have to help. Hu Jiao Er had always been more domineering than her younger sister. Normally, when she met Fong Lao, she would respectfully address him as senior, but at this moment, seeing him actually want to kill Yang Kai, she couldn't help but curse him. Fong Lao's face was livid with anger, but due to the identity of this woman, he couldn't act on the spot, so he just calmly said, "With his current appearance, don't tell me he hasn't become the demon race?" Hu Jiao Er sneered. "If he had become the demon race, would we still be able to stand safely by his side? Are you blind?" Fong Lao and Su Lao both froze at the same time, thinking about it for a moment and also feeling a little confused. Yang Kai's current state was completely beyond their scope of understanding. Under the influence of that kind of murderous aura, it was impossible for him to have any semblance of sanity. But looking at his eyes, they were clearly calm and steady, without the slightest trace of malevolence that should have become the demon race. Besides, you only saw him kill Chengming. Have you ever thought about what that old man did to him?" Hu Jiao Er asked. Fong Lao's mouth twitched for a moment before he finally said, "This old man only believes what he sees." Hu Jiao Er sneered again and again. Half a month ago, Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court suffered a big loss at his hands, and today they left the front line ahead of time and returned here. I think you can guess what their purpose is. Even if Yang Kai really killed them, it was out of self-defense. These people who died can only blame themselves. What does it have to do with him? Is it possible that when someone comes to kill you, you have to stretch out your neck for them to cut off? You're not allowed to resist? Guan Chi Lu also nodded. Young lady is right. Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court not only disobeyed orders, but also returned here ahead of time and attempted to kill fellow Taoists. I ask young Lord Xiang to uphold justice. I ask young Lord Xiang to uphold justice. Fong Ziqi's mouth curled into a smile. He also raised his voice and shouted. Xiang Chu smiled lightly and said, If this is really the case, then this Xiang will naturally not shirk his responsibility and will severely punish the people from Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court as a warning to others. Pausing for a moment, Xiang Chu continued, But this is only your guess. You came back with me, so this Xiang didn't see how things developed. Naturally, you didn't see it. How about this? Let the two parties involved in the conflict tell us what happened. What do you think? I have no objection. Yang Kai chuckled. It's good that this friend understands, Xiang Chu nodded, turning his head and saying, Old man Fong, Old man Su, bring those who are still alive here. Yes, the two Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters flew out. Not long after, all the survivors were brought back. Many of these people were seriously injured. Falling to the ground, Xierong and Li Fu were not in such a sorry state, but their bodies could not help but sway. She stole a glance at Yang Kai. The two of them retracted their gazes in panic. The other young disciples didn't even dare to look at Yang Kai. The battle just now had scared them out of their wits. Even their own elders had been killed by Yang Kai in a single blow. How could these young people have the ability to resist? Xierong, Li Fu, Xiang Chu called out softly. Yes, yes, yes. Xierong was trembling like a sieve, replying quite stutteringly, while Li Fu could only mutter a soft N. Xiang Chu's brow furrowed slightly before he suddenly asked, You two should have seen everything just now, right? Yes, yes. Then tell the truth, no matter how big or small. If there is even the slightest bit of falsehood or concealment, you know the consequences. Xiang Chu chuckled. Xierong and Li Fu glanced at each other, neither of them daring to speak. Hu Jiao sneered, a guilty conscience. Xiang Chu rubbed his forehead and smiled bitterly. Jiao before the matter is settled, don't say such things. Hu Jiao coldly snorted. Young Lord Xiang, I don't want to remind you again. Please don't call me that, okay? My apologies, my tongue slipped. Xiang Chu didn't show the slightest embarrassment and cupped his fists repeatedly before turning to Xierong and Li Fu and saying, If you don't dare speak, then this young lord will consider you guilty and kill you right now. Xierong and Li Fu couldn't help trembling as they stared at Xiang Chu in horror. Xiang Chu then continued, But if you have any grievances, this young lord can also uphold justice for you. Hearing this sentence, everyone from Storm Hall and Blood Battle Gang couldn't help but frown. Xiang Chu's words didn't sound like there was anything wrong with them, but after carefully pondering over them, they actually had a profound meaning. Sure enough, Xierong and Li Fu glanced at each other, and their panicked emotions gradually stabilized, as if they had found a backer. Li Fu nodded. Xierong, you speak. Xierong swallowed hard, grit his teeth, and nodded. Good. Taking a deep breath, not daring to look at Yang Kai, Xierong said in a low and sorrowful voice, Today our two sects were fighting on Taifang Mountain and chased down a group of ash-gray cloud evil land cultivator. After killing them, we discovered that we were not far from the camp. So instead of meeting up with young Lord Xiang, we simply returned directly. Nonsense. Hu Jiao couldn't help but shout. Since the beginning of the battle, I haven't seen any of you. How could you have chased down a group of ash-gray cloud evil land cultivator? It was clearly premeditated, and you simply returned directly. We didn't. Young Lord Xiang, everything I said is true. If you don't believe me, you can go to the western foot of the mountain and investigate. There should still be some corpses left there. Xiang Chu nodded slightly. I'll investigate. For now, I'll just assume you chased after the enemy. But not being able to return in time is also the fault of your two sects. I'll punish you severely for this. Do you have any complaints? No. Xierong and Li Fu shook their heads at the same time. The Hu sisters were so angry that their chests heaved up and down. Xiang Chu seemed to have handled this matter well. But for him to so casually dismiss it, it was obvious he was siding with the people from Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court. Continue. Xiang Chu motioned. After we returned here with our respective elders, we were preparing to wait for young Lord Xiang's return before reporting. But while we were resting, we suddenly felt a towering evil aura. A towering evil aura. Xiang Chu raised his brow. And we have never felt this kind of evil aura before. The elders of our two sects thought it was some kind of powerful demon and led us to meet it. However, when we followed this aura to its source, we were shocked to discover that this demon was actually what? It was actually that person. Which person? Xiang Chu asked. The person the Hu sisters brought back a few days ago. Xierong grit his teeth and replied in a deep voice. Xiang Chu glanced over at Yang Kai, only to see the latter smile back at him. Yang Kai's smile was flat and his expression was calm, causing Xiang Chu to be stunned. And then Xiang Chu turned his eyes and asked, "Then that person attacked us like a madman. The elders of our two sects were unable to stop him and countless disciples were killed or injured. In the end, 2 elders sacrificed their lives. Only then were we able to save our lives." Xierong paused for a moment before pounding his chest and stamping his feet in grief. "I ask young Lord Xiang to seek justice for our two sects and avenge our dead brothers, sisters, and elders." Li Fu also burst into tears, wiping the corners of her eyes. Choking with sobs, she said, "I ask young Lord Xiang to seek justice. If I do not avenge this grievance, I am not a man." Listening to their pleas, the people from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall gnashed their teeth in anger. Their hearts were filled with hatred. Xiang Chu was silent for a moment before saying, "Get up! If young Lord Xiang cannot seek justice for us and kill that demon, we will never kneel again. We will kneel and never get up." Xierong and Li Fu kowtowed. Xiang Chu showed a displeased expression and said, "The situation is not clear yet. These are only your side's words. If you wish to kneel, then kneel here." Xiang Chu raised his eyes. Looking at Yang Kai with a smile, he said, "This friend, what do you want to say? This Xiang is not the kind of person who cannot distinguish between black and white. If you have something to say, this Xiang is willing to listen." The Hu sisters immediately turned to look at Yang Kai nervously. Yang Kai shrugged and said indifferently, "No." Yang Kai, Hu Jiao Er's beautiful face suddenly paled as she nervously grabbed his arm. Xiang Chu was also quite surprised and stared at him in surprise, seemingly not having expected him to not defend himself. Looking at his calm expression, Xiang Chu faintly felt a bad premonition. Daring to not defend himself, and not showing any signs of nervousness, obviously he was not afraid of anything happening to him. Was this person arrogant or confident? Yang Kai, say a few words. They are slandering you. How can you not say anything? Hu Mei Er also became anxious. Yang Kai smiled faintly. If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. The Hu sisters' expression froze for a moment before they suddenly remembered that even if Yang Kai tried to defend himself, it would be useless. His current state was enough for everyone here to classify him as an evil demon. Now that everyone was at war with the ash-gray cloud evil land, what did the appearance of an evil demon here mean? Anyone could kill him, so even if it was Thunder Light Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court who attacked first, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to justify himself. Defending himself would only be a waste of saliva. His face gradually sinking, Yang Kai sneered, "Whether I am a human or a demon, it is not up to outsiders to judge." Xiang Chu's eyes couldn't help narrowing as he stared at Yang Kai. After a long time, he finally said, "Does this friend mean that this Xiang is not qualified to judge you? Are you worthy?" Yang Kai looked at him indifferently. "Impudence!" Fong Lao angrily shouted. "The Xiang family is a first-class family, and the young lord is the one in charge of this place. Who do you think you are to dare speak to the young lord in such a manner? A first-class family, what great prestige!" Yang Kai laughed. "Today, this young lord will let you see the prestige of a first-class family." Xiang Chu was also angered by Yang Kai's words and coldly snorted. "Fong Lao, Su Lao, capture this evil demon." Yes, the two immortal Ascension Boundary Masters immediately responded. "You dare!" The Hu sisters immediately stepped forward, their delicate bodies blocking in front of Yang Kai. Xiang Chu's expression sank as his eyes flashed a gloomy light. Taking a deep breath and saying, "Two young ladies, if you don't want to be hurt, stand back. If you insist on remaining stubborn, this young lord will be able to accuse your two families of colluding with evil demons and arrest you as well." "What a big hat!" Guan Chi stepped forward and sneered. "Young Lord Xiang, is this how your Xiang family handles matters?" Xiang Chu's expression became gloomy. "This is how I, Xiang Chu, handle things. If evil demons are not dealt with, people will not be at ease." Chapter 360. The people from Thunder Light Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court were originally in a miserable state, but when they heard this, they immediately cheered up. Xierong and Li Fu also stared at Yang Kai with a smug and hateful expression, as if they could already see him at the end of his road. "Well said." A burst of laughter came from not far away. Everyone was shocked and quickly turned their heads to look in that direction. 100 zhang away, a few cloud-treading foals were galloping towards them like the wind, their feet not touching the ground. Cloud-treading colts, third-order monster beast. Although they weren't very strong, they had great endurance and speed. On top of that, their temperament was docile, making them the most suitable mounts. Each cloud-treading colt could travel a few thousand kilometers in a day, and a good one could easily travel 10,000 kilometers in a day. This kind of speed was even faster than some immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, and didn't require Yuan Qi to fly. Therefore, the great families would generally domesticate cloud-treading colts as a means of transportation. However, this kind of monster beast was very rare, and each one was worth hundreds of thousands of silvers. Apart from first-class forces, no other force could afford to raise one. To some extent, cloud-treading colts represented strength and identity. 3 cloud-treading colts had arrived. The leader of this group looked about the same age as Xiang Chu and was also quite handsome. Behind him were 2 immortal Ascension Boundary 7th or 8th stage masters. The distance of 1,000 meters was covered in an instant. "After not seeing you for a few months, Brother Xiang's temper seems to have grown." The leading young man laughed. Arriving in front of everyone, this young man didn't dismount and instead just sat atop his cloud-treading colt, looking down at everyone. However, when that pair of eyes looked towards Yang Kai, there was a slightly dignified and surprised look in them. This kind of demonic aura was something he naturally couldn't ignore. The 2 immortal Ascension Boundary Masters behind him also frequently glanced at Yang Kai. Secretly circulating their Yuan Qi, they prepared themselves for the unexpected. "This guy is called Nansheng." Fong Ziki knew that Yang Kai was somewhat ignorant and quickly explained. "He is the young lord of the first-class Nan family. His status is equal to Xiang Chu." The Nan family and the Xiang family had been married for several generations, so the relationship between the 2 families had always been very good. "Be careful of him. He's much more overbearing than Xiang Chu, and he's also very difficult to deal with." "Yes." Yang Kai nodded slightly. Xiang Chu should be the kind of insidious person who would say one thing on the surface and another behind his back, while this Nansheng should be a straightforward person. Xiang Chu's livid expression finally eased a lot when he saw this person. smiling as he cupped his fists and said, "Big Brother Nan, why are you here? Weren't you on the battlefront a few hundred miles away?" The Xiang clan was in charge of Tai Fong Mountain's battlefront, while the Nan clan was in charge of another battlefront a few hundred li away. They were both first-class families, so they both had the qualifications to do so. Nan Xing grinned. He jumped off the cloud-treading mare and said, "Didn't the final battle end 2 days ago? The central capital's 8 great families said that we can go back now. When we passed by here, we felt an unusual aura, so we came over to take a look. I didn't expect there to be such a good show. Why haven't you left yet?" While speaking, Nan Sheng swept his eyes over Yang Kai. Xiang Chu's expression became slightly awkward as he said, "Today was the last day of our mission. I wanted to tell everyone the good news after returning. But something unexpected happened here, so I didn't have time to tell everyone. The people from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall were all startled. The final battle had ended 2 days ago. If they hadn't inadvertently overheard this from Nansheng, they would likely still be in the dark. How could the ash-gray cloud Evil Land's cultivator attack their camp 2 days after the final battle? What kind of commander would do such a thing?" However, at this critical moment, Yang Kai's camp had encountered a problem. There was clearly something fishy going on here. In an instant, everyone understood many key points. An accident. Nan Sheng nodded slightly, frowning as he stared towards Yang Kai, casually pointing towards him. "Is it him?" Xiang Chu nodded. "Demon Lord. Haha, interesting." Nan Sheng pinched his chin with one hand as he stared at Yang Kai like he was sizing up a commodity. Such a young demon actually has such a rich evil chi. It seems the secret art he cultivates is not simple. "It's not simple," Xiang Chu said solemnly. Nan Sheng was slightly stunned. He had rarely seen Xiang Chu so dignified, so he couldn't help asking curiously, "What's wrong?" 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary, 2nd Stage Masters, were killed by him. What? Nan Sheng paled. The 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters behind him were also shocked. "Brother Xiang, you're not joking, right?" Nan Sheng froze for a moment before shaking his head and smiling bitterly, his face filled with disbelief. He seems to only be a Yuan Qi Boundary 6th-stage cultivator. How could he possibly kill 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters? "The corpses are right here. How could I be joking with you? All the corpses here were his handiwork." Xiang Chu smiled bitterly. One of the Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters behind Nansheng also stepped forward and whispered, "Young Master, this person cannot be underestimated. His vitality is extremely strong, and that black dragon beside him is also very strange." Seeing his family's Immortal Ascension Boundary Master act so solemnly, Nansheng quickly put away his frivolous expression and asked softly, "If I were to face him, what are my chances of winning?" The Immortal Ascension Boundary Master pursed his lips, not knowing what to say. "Tell me the truth. No chance of winning." The Immortal Ascension Boundary Master braced himself and said. Nansheng sucked in a cold breath and finally re-examined Yang Kai. Even against the younger generation of the Central Capital's 8 great families, there were only a few people who could give him no chance of winning. But now there was a young demon lord with such attainments. Didn't that mean his aptitude and strength were extraordinary? How could he compare to the Central Capital's 8 great masters? Narrowing his eyes slightly, Nansheng quickly said, "Such a dangerous person, we should just kill him. Leaving him alive will only cause us endless trouble in the future." Xiang Chu nodded. "I also think so." "Then what are you hesitating for?" Nansheng asked, puzzled. Xiang Chu smiled wryly. Nansheng glanced at his expression, then turned his head and asked, "Are these people trying to interfere?" I'm not doing my job properly." Xiang Chu nodded helplessly. "Who dares interfere? Kill them all." Nansheng coldly snorted, daring to ally with this demon lord at this time. "Even if we kill them all, no one will dare say anything." The people from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall all paled. All of them stared vigilantly at Nan Sheng. Originally, the two immortal Ascension Boundary Masters on Xiang Chu's side were more than enough to wipe them out. But now Nan Sheng had brought 2 more masters with him. If they really fought, no one here would survive. Brother Xiang, are you still going to show mercy at this time? Nan Sheng tilted his head toward Xiang Chu, a sneer forming on his face. Xiang Chu smiled wryly. There are some people I can't bear to kill. As he spoke, he looked towards the Hu sisters with a burning gaze. His eyes were filled with undisguised affection. The Xiang and Nan families had been allied through marriage for several generations. Xiang Chu and Nan Sheng had played together since childhood and were as close as brothers. How could Nan Sheng not know what Xiang Chu was thinking? Nan Sheng also knew Xiang Chu's personality and methods. Thinking about it for a moment, Nan Sheng understood a lot of things. There were some things that were inconvenient for Xiang Chu to say, but Nan Sheng could. However, just passing by, he actually wanted to help this little brat. This little brat had several wives at home. Yet, he still wasn't satisfied. Nan Sheng felt a burst of depression in his heart. However, this pair of twins was quite interesting. No wonder he was tempted. Thinking so, Nan Sheng didn't try to stay out of this matter, casually pointing to the Hu sisters and asking, 2 girls, do you want to die or live? Hu Jiao Air sneered, If you can live, who would want to die? Good. Come out. This matter has nothing to do with you. Brother Xiang only wants to kill that little brat. Nan Sheng nodded slightly and immediately made the decision. The Hu sisters shook their heads and stood firmly beside Yang Kai. Nan Sheng was stunned and couldn't help cursing in his heart. The 2 women that bastard Xiang Chu liked already had sweethearts? No wonder it was so difficult to deal with. So that's how it is. At this moment, Nan Sheng understood everything. It turned out that the real deal was hidden here. Straightening his face, Nan Sheng asked, Do you want to save his life? The Hu sisters' faces were filled with displeasure, but after a long time, they nodded slightly. That's even better. Nan Sheng laughed. You too, marry my brother Xiang and I, Nan Sheng, will protect his life for you. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Xiang Chu waved his hand again and again. Big brother Nan, this won't do. I am indeed interested in these 2 girls, but killing a demon is a big matter. How can we mix it up? Nan Sheng's expression became serious as he said, Why not? You can decide things here, and I can decide things for you. Let's do as you say. Turning his face, he looked at the Hu sisters and asked, What do the 2 girls think? Wishful thinking. Hu Jiao Air quickly and decisively refused. Nan Sheng's face sank, a trace of arrogance and disdain flashing across his eyes as he said, You 2 seem to be just disciples of second-class sects, right? My brother Xiang comes from a first-class family. He has both power and influence, and he is also handsome. Do you think marrying him would be wrong for you 2? You're just 2 trivial women. What's the point of pretending to be virtuous? Sooner or later you'll have to marry. If you don't want to marry a first-class family's young lord, who do you want to marry? My brother Xiang taking a fancy to you is your luck. Hearing Nan Sheng's harsh words, the Hu sisters were immediately enraged. So be it, either he dies or you 2 marry my brother Xiang, and I will protect his life. As for which choice to make, you decide for yourself. Nan Sheng was extremely overbearing and did not give the Hu sisters any room to maneuver, sneering as he said, You only have a stick of incense worth of time. When the time is up, even if you beg me, it will be useless. If anyone else dares to interfere and cause trouble, they will all be killed without mercy. Finished speaking, Nan Sheng lowered his head and stood aside, watching coldly. From the beginning to the end, Xiang Chu had only said 1 sentence, and after that, there was no further movement. Now that things had developed to this point, even if the Hu sisters were stupid, they would still be able to understand. So, your purpose was this. Hu Jiao Er looked at Xiang Chu contemptuously. Everything you did was to target Yang Kai and then wait for an opportunity to blackmail us, right? Xiang Chu's expression remained indifferent as he said, Jiao Er, if you think so, then you've misunderstood me. Nan Shen couldn't help but roll his eyes, thinking that this bastard was still so pretentious. If it were him, he would have already forced himself on her, a woman from a second-class sect. So what if he did? What could he do? Misunderstanding or not, you know clearly in your heart. Hu Jiao Er sneered. Chapter 361. Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall had gone through thick and thin together for the past few months. So of the original 100 or so disciples, only a dozen or so remained. The remaining dozen or so were of one mind. Seeing Nan Sheng and Xiang Chu oppressing the Hu sisters like this, how could they not be angry? Fong Ziki sneered as he stared at Nan Sheng. Young Lord Nan, young Lord Xiang, can a first-class family decide the life and death of a second-class sect's disciple at will? What do you have to say? Nan Sheng snorted as he stared at Fong Ziki with a smile, not putting him in his eyes at all. If that's the case, then I have nothing to say. Then shut your mouth. Nan Sheng flicked the dust off his sleeves, his expression indifferent. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not having a good background. Why do you think this world's sects are divided into 3 grades and 9 grades? It's because people like you clearly recognize the difference between your status and mine. If you were from a first-class force, this young lord wouldn't be able to bully you, right? Nan Sheng chuckled as he spoke, as if he didn't feel there was anything wrong with his words, a sense of superiority arising from his noble background. Continuing, he continued, if you were from a super force, hey, this young lord wouldn't even have time to curry favor with you. Humph. The weak are prey to the strong. This is the truth. It's funny you can't see it clearly. Wait until one day you have the strength and status to bully me. If you dare to bully me, I promise I won't complain. Such a day will come. Fong Ziki said with a gloomy expression. Nan Shen curled his lips disdainfully. Yang Kai, who had been watching from the sidelines, didn't speak. He didn't take any action, just quietly watching the two sides quarrel. Even now, he didn't express any opinion, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. However, the 4 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from the Nan and Xiang families were constantly on guard against him. Of all the young men, only Yang Kai was unfathomable. Although he was only a Yuan Qi Boundary 6th-stage cultivator, his vitality and Yuan Qi were extremely strange, so they couldn't really fight him. It was impossible for them to figure out his true strength. Yang Kai had been observing for so long because he wanted to see how many people here he could make friends with and how many of them were true to themselves. As the saying goes, a long road tests a horse's strength. Time doesn't necessarily reveal one's true feelings, but one's heart and mind. It was difficult to see a person's true character and temperament unless it was the most difficult time. If at this time Blood Battle Gang and Storm House chose to remain silent and not meddle in his affairs, Yang Kai wouldn't be surprised at all. Playing it safe, this was the way to deal with things. At present, the Xiang clan and the Nan clan held the absolute advantage. The Blood Group and the Storm House were simply no match for them. If they continued to act tough, they were afraid that only destruction awaited them. What made Kai Yang feel gratified was that there were 3 people he cared about. The Hu sisters and Fong Ziji didn't have the slightest intention of retreating because of the other party's strength. They still firmly stood in front of him, feeling warmth in his heart. Yang Kai's face bloomed into a smile as he slowly walked forward and placed his hand on the Hu sisters' shoulders. His eyes swept over the 4 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters in front of him. Looking at Xiang Chu and Nan Sheng, Yang Kai grinned and whispered to the Hu sisters, "Don't worry about me. If I want to leave, no one can stop me." Hu Jiao Er and Hu Mei Er's pretty faces lit up slightly, although they didn't know where Yang Kai's confidence came from. But hearing him speak so firmly, they didn't have the slightest doubt. On the other hand, Nan Sheng and Xiang Chu's expressions couldn't help sinking. Fong Lao sneered. "Little brat, with the four of us here, you dare say such big words? Do you want to try?" Yang Kai looked at him provocatively. Fong Lao's eyes flashed as he stared at Yang Kai, but to his disappointment, he didn't see the slightest panic in Yang Kai's eyes. It seemed that this young man really did have the strength to escape safely. "Surround him," Nansheng shouted. Yang Kai's impudence and arrogance had completely angered him. Never before had a disciple from a second-class sect dared to look at him with such disdainful eyes. This kind of gaze was like a needle that pierced into his heart. As the young lord of a first-class family, he naturally had his own pride and self-satisfaction. As soon as Nansheng's words fell, the two immortal ascension boundary masters behind him flew out and surrounded Yang Kai, forming a triangle with the two Xiang family masters. Even though he was surrounded by four immortal ascension boundary 7th or 8th stage masters, Yang Kai still wore a calm expression, but his eyes were slightly more dignified than before. In his current state, he could safely escape from two immortal ascension boundary masters, but if there were four of them, he would have to pay a heavy price. This was just Yang Kai's estimation. If he actually did it, there would be some discrepancies. However, as long as he wasn't killed in a single blow, Yang Kai was confident he could escape. "You want to run? Father wants to see how you run." Nansheng stared at Yang Kai fiercely and shouted. "For old men, if any of these second-class sect disciples don't know what's good for them, just kill them. There's no need to worry." Yes, the four immortal ascension boundary masters from the Xiang family and Nan family responded in unison. A loud and clear dragon roar rang out as the black flood dragon that had been hovering above Yang Kai's head slowly began to move, its gong-sized eyes exuding a cold light. Nansheng glanced over at the Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall Masters and sneered, "I'll give you 10 breaths to leave this demon's side. Otherwise, when we start fighting, ha-ha!" Xiang Chu frowned and quickly said, "Two young ladies, don't be so obstinate. It's you who have gone too far." Hu Jiao Air shouted. Xiang Chu's expression couldn't help becoming cold. He really did have feelings for the Hu sisters, but it wasn't the kind of love that would last until death. As the young lord of a first-class family, what kind of stunning beauty had he not seen? Beautiful women were just a kind of entertainment for him. What he enjoyed was the process of pursuing and conquering them. But at this moment, Xiang Chu suddenly realized that he would never be able to conquer this pair of beautiful sisters, and couldn't help feeling annoyed. His anger quickly turned into resentment, and after coldly snorting, he no longer said anything. 10 breaths have passed. Nansheng calmly shouted, his eyes sweeping over the crowd, casually saying, "Begin." The four immortal ascension boundary masters gathered nearby suddenly felt their yuan qi surge as they glared at the crowd. At that moment, suddenly an extremely loud and clear cry of an eagle came from the sky. This eagle cry was extremely sharp and seemed to contain some kind of inexplicable power. Even the immortal ascension boundary masters who heard it couldn't help but frown and hurriedly look up. High up in the sky, they couldn't tell how many thousands of meters high, a golden light was shining brightly. This golden light was incomparably pure, and the reflection was so dazzling that it was difficult to open one's eyes. This golden light hovered in the sky above everyone's heads. It continued to hover while emitting an eagle cry. Yang Kai's expression suddenly became strange. Staring at this golden light, Yang Kai's expression constantly changed. The battle that was on the verge of breaking out had suddenly been disrupted by the sudden appearance of this golden eagle. What a handsome eagle! Nansheng's eyes flashed brilliantly as he couldn't help but praise. Although this golden eagle was several thousand meters in the sky, none of the people present had ordinary eyesight, so naturally they could see it clearly. A golden eagle. Su Lao of the Xiang family suddenly frowned, vaguely thinking of something. "Haha, this young lord has decided to capture it and raise it." Nansheng laughed. Such a handsome eagle, if he could raise one, he would gain a lot of face. In the future, when he went out, he would take it with him and train it. Perhaps it would come in handy in the future. Hearing him say this, Yang Kai couldn't help smiling contemptuously and sarcastically said, "You can't raise it." Nan Shan glanced over at him casually and sneered, not bothering to say anything, simply asking, "Have you ever seen such a strange beast?" Su Lao pondered for a moment. Su Lao frowned and said, "I seem to have heard of it." "Where did you hear it from?" Xiang Chu was also excited and quickly asked. Su Lao frowned and racked his brains, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't remember. High up in the sky, the golden eagle's cries suddenly became more intense, as if it had found something. Immediately, it swooped down, leaving a trail of golden light behind it as it rushed straight towards the place where everyone was gathered. Nan Sheng, who had been wondering how to catch this eagle, was overjoyed upon seeing this and grinned. Interesting. Did this strange beast find this young Lord Familiar at first sight and deliberately come here to seek shelter? Xiang Chu also smiled slightly and said, "Since Big Brother Nan is so refined, this little brother won't compete with you." Nan Sheng smiled and glanced over at Yang Kai. "Boy, I'll let you live a little longer. Wait for this young lord to catch this eagle." "As you wish." Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders and assumed a posture of watching from the sidelines. "Yang Kai, take this opportunity to run," Hu Mei Er quietly whispered. Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. "What are you still doing here?" Hu Jiao Er looked at him anxiously and worriedly said, "Once they catch that eagle, they'll immediately come to deal with you. They won't have a chance." Yang Kai chuckled, his expression relaxed. The Hu sisters were suspicious, not knowing what Yang Kai was trying to do. A moment later, the golden eagle descended, and when it was only a few dozen meters above the crowd, Nan Sheng suddenly soared up into the sky, his face filled with relief and excitement as he stretched out his hand and sent a palm strike towards the eagle. Unexpectedly, not only was the eagle handsome and powerful, its strength was also not low. With a flap of its wings, a golden light shot towards Nan Sheng. Nan Sheng's expression changed, and he hurriedly dodged, immediately shouting excitedly, "Fifth Order monster beast! Second Elder, help me!" A Fifth Order flying monster beast. This was a real treasure. An ordinary Fifth Order monster beast probably wouldn't be of much use, but one that could fly was a different story. Whether it was used to investigate the enemy or to track them, it would be a great asset and could even be used in battle. If they could catch this monster beast, Nan Sheng's strength would also soar. After witnessing the eagle's ability, Xiang Chu couldn't help feeling a little moved, secretly regretting that he had been too generous just now. Such an eagle was much more precious than many precious treasures, but what was said couldn't be undone. Even if Xiang Chu regretted it, he couldn't snatch it away, so he could only watch helplessly. Chapter 362. The golden eagle's wings were more than 10 meters long, and its claws were as hard as steel. Compared to ordinary artifacts, these claws were not inferior at all. On top of that, it seemed to be innately capable of using some kind of beast skill. The golden light it shot out was also quite extraordinary. Although Nan Sheng was also one of the best masters in the Yuan-Chi realm, facing such a flying monster beast, he wasn't completely confident he could capture it. So after witnessing its abilities, he immediately asked the two masters he had brought with him for help. The two Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters didn't hesitate and immediately acted. 2 streaks of light shot towards the golden eagle. Although they weren't powerful, they were more than enough to prevent the golden eagle from spreading its wings. "You can't." The Xiang family Immortal Ascension Boundary Master, Su Lao's expression suddenly changed as he finally remembered where this golden eagle had come from and hurriedly called out. Nan Sheng and the 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from the Nan family couldn't help frowning, not knowing what had just happened. Although they were confused, their hands didn't stop moving. With 2 loud bangs, the golden eagle was struck by the 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters' attacks, and its huge body was sent tumbling through the air several times before nearly falling to the ground. Although it was a fifth-order monster beast, it was still only equivalent to an Yuan Qi realm cultivator. So how could it possibly block the attack of two Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters? After being delayed like this, Nanshan couldn't help but see hope of capturing it alive. Letting out a hearty laugh, he shot towards the golden eagle like a bolt of lightning and stretched out his hand to grab it. The Xiang family's Su Lao hurriedly rushed in front of Nanshan and shouted, "Young Lord Nan, you can't!" As he shouted, he lightly patted Nanshan's shoulder, pushing him back. The golden eagle's clear cry sounded again, but this time it seemed to be a bit angry and hurried. The golden eagle's figure shot straight up into the sky, and in the blink of an eye flew a few thousand meters into the air. What the hell? Nanshan could have easily captured the golden eagle alive, but at the last moment his plan had been foiled by Su Lao, causing him to fly into a rage as he gloomily glared at Su Lao. Turning to Xiang Chu, he asked, "Brother Xiang, shouldn't you give me an explanation?" Xiang Chu also frowned, not understanding why this Immortal Ascension Boundary Master from his family had suddenly gone mad. He frowned and asked, "Elder Su, what happened?" Cold sweat dripped down Elder Su's forehead as he raised his head to look at the eagle in the sky. He cupped his fists and said, "Mr. Nan, I'm sorry to offend you." "Humph!" Nanshan coldly snorted. His face was filled with displeasure as he said, "Tell me, why did you stop me?" Su Lao wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, "This eagle has an owner." "He's taken?" Nanshan was startled for a moment before he suddenly sneered. "It's even better to have a master. My Nan family and Brother Xiang family are both first-class families. Could it be that he couldn't get an eagle that he had set his eyes on? Tell me, whose eagle is this? Why don't they just offer it to me?" Su Lao's face turned pale, and his expression became more and more frightened. Xiang Chu seemed to have noticed something and took a deep breath. "Old man Su, do you know something about this?" Su Lao's expression was as if he had just lost his parents. His eyes swept over the disciples of Blood Group and Stormhouse, but this time he didn't look at them with the same disdain as before. Instead, he looked at them with a serious and frightened expression. Turning his head, Su Lao stared at the other three Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters and said bitterly, "Fifth Order Monster Beast, Golden Profound Eagle, don't you remember anything?" When the three Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters heard him say this, they couldn't help feeling a bit confused. Su Lao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Should I say you're all ignorant, or have you forgotten? Nearly 20 years ago, within the territory of the Great Han Dynasty, there were also several such eagles. Nearly 20 years ago, in the minds of the three Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, they couldn't help recalling what had happened in the past. Suddenly, their expressions changed. One of the Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from the Nan family blurted out, 'Silver Blood Golden Feather Eagle?' Silver Blood Golden Feather Eagle." As soon as this name came out, all the Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters present felt a chill run down their spines. Fong Lao was even more stunned as he muttered, "The Yang family's Silver Blood Golden Feather Eagle?" Su Lao nodded heavily, quickly replying, "And it should be the Yang family's Silver Blood Golden Feather Eagle. But how could it appear now? Isn't there still a few years before it appears? I'm afraid something happened to the Yang family, so the Silver Blood Golden Feather Eagle appeared ahead of time." Su Lao boldly speculated. The three Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters didn't conceal anything when they spoke of this, nor did they deliberately lower their voices. So no matter who it was, everyone present could clearly hear what they were saying. The young disciples of the second-class sects were confused, but Xiang Chu and Nanshan understood. Glancing at each other, both of them feeling their scalps go numb. "What are they talking about?" Fong Ziki frowned and asked softly, "Uncle Lu, do you know?" Hu Jiao Air looked at Guan Qi Lu curiously. "Guan, Qi Lu glanced over at Yang Kai thoughtfully and couldn't help smiling bitterly, nodding. The older generation should be able to understand. Tell us more about it. Hu Jiao didn't understand why a trivial fifth-order monster beast would cause the Xiang family and Nan family's people to treat it so seriously. Even if a peak immortal ascension boundary master appeared, they wouldn't be so surprised, right? Good. Guan Qi knew that it was impossible for them to fight now. The appearance of this eagle meant that in the near future, the entire Great Han dynasty would be in turmoil. So his expression relaxed a lot as he asked, "Do you know the central capital's Yang family?" Everyone nodded. The Yang family was the head of the 8 great families. Who hadn't heard of them? The Yang family has a rule, that is, when their younger generation is still young, they will all be sent out to experience the outside world for a period of 10 years. During this time, all the Yang family's disciples are not allowed to borrow any of the Yang family's strength, nor are they allowed to reveal their identities. The Yang family also allows them to temper themselves outside. After 10 years, these Yang family's disciples will all be summoned back to compete for the position of the next Yang family patriarch. In 10 years, a person's change is very great, especially for the younger generation. The Yang family's young lords have been out for 10 years without any news, so it is very troublesome to find them. So the Yang family came up with a very special method to find and recall these scattered Yang family's disciples. What method? That method is to use the monster beast. Guan Qi pointed his finger to the sky. The Yang family's silver blood golden feather eagle. This flying monster beast has been raised with the Yang family's blood essence since childhood, so it is very sensitive to the Yang family's bloodline. As long as there is a Yang family disciple within a certain range, it can accurately find them. Oh, hearing this, everyone couldn't help feeling slightly moved. The Yang family's silver blood golden feather eagle had appeared here. Didn't this mean that one of the Yang family's disciples was here? Who could this person be? Guan Qi gave Yang Kai a meaningful look before continuing. There are only a dozen or so silver blood golden feather eagles in this world, and all of them belong to the Yang family. The Yang family regards these exotic beasts as precious treasures, and except for when they are searching for important members of their family, they never release them. However, once a silver blood golden feather eagle appears, it means that the Yang family is recalling its scattered disciples, which also means the Yang family's inheritance war is about to begin. The Yang family's inheritance war? Fang Ziki raised his brow, seemingly quite interested in this topic. And the Yang family's young lords rely on their 10 years of experience outside to gather helpers and allies to compete for the position of the Yang family's next patriarch. The last Yang family inheritance war had taken place 18 years ago, and many of its members had died, but many more had become famous in that war. The Yang family's inheritance war is a great reshuffle of the world's great forces. So many people will participate. If you're interested and think you have the strength, you can also participate. When Guan Qi said this, the people from the Xiang family and Nan family didn't interrupt. The other disciples from the second-class forces who had gathered here also listened attentively. This kind of important secret wasn't something they could hear casually. After Guan Qi finished speaking, the large crowd fell silent for a long time, no one making a sound. Nan Sheng's face was even more ashen. Just now, he had shamelessly boasted that he wanted the owner of the golden feather eagle to hand it over. But after learning that this was a strange beast raised by the Yang family, how could he dare be greedy? No wonder Su Lao had been so anxious to stop him. It turned out that he had remembered something from the past. Nan Sheng secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, he and his 2 elders hadn't injured the golden feather eagle just now. Otherwise, if the Yang family had seen this, it was hard to say what would have happened. This strange beast was rare and precious, and the Yang family was domineering and overbearing. If they had really injured it, they wouldn't have been able to settle the matter with just compensation. After a moment, Su Lao turned to Guan Qi and cupped his fists. This friend's explanation is very detailed, There are many details that even this old master doesn't understand. Guan Chi sneered. What happened many years ago? Who doesn't know? With such an incident happening, Su Lao also intended to ease the tension between the two sides, so he had only offered a few words of praise. If Guan Chi knew about this matter, how could he not? However, Guan Chi didn't accept his kindness at all, coldly spitting back at him, causing Su Lao to roll his eyes. Xiang Chu asked suspiciously, "It's just that I remember that the Yang family dismissed the current generation of direct descendants 5 or 6 years ago. Isn't it less than 10 years? It was precisely because it hadn't been 10 years that no one thought that this eagle was the Yang family's silver blood golden feather eagle. If a few more years had passed, when the whole world was paying attention to the Yang family's movements, the appearance of this golden feather eagle would definitely have been recognized." Nan Shang also nodded slightly. "I've also heard about this matter. Could this be some other monster beast that's just similar to the golden feather eagle?" Su Lao sighed. "That's why I said that the Yang family must have encountered some kind of accident that caused them to recall their direct descendants so early. There's no need to doubt. This is the Yang family's golden feather eagle." Then, Xiang Chu's eyes swept over the crowd. But when his gaze swept over Yang Kai, he couldn't help narrowing his eyes slightly, quickly turning back, pinching his nose as he asked, "In other words, there is a young Master Yang here?" Countless people were immediately on tenterhooks as they scanned their surroundings. The two groups of people were in conflict and were about to fight to the death. But at such a tense and important juncture, they suddenly learned that among this group of friends and foes, there was a character that they couldn't afford to offend. If this young Master Yang was a friend, then it would naturally be fine, but if he was an enemy... Chapter 363. Thinking so, no one could remain calm. The young lord of the central capital's Yang family. What kind of noble identity was this? The so-called first-class families were nothing in front of the central capital's 8 great families. Not to mention, the Yang family was the leader of the 8 great families. Its status was even more respected. Perhaps the Yang family young lord here might become the future patriarch of the Yang family. Now that he was weak, if they tried to make friends with him, they would naturally gain many benefits in the future. Who would dare to offend him? Unconsciously, both Xiang Chu and Nan Shang restrained their domineering auras and scanned the crowd with dignified eyes. It was as if they had suddenly become much smaller than they were before. On the other hand, the people from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall all stared at Yang Kai expectantly. They all knew Yang Kai's name, so at this moment they naturally associated him with the identity of the Yang family young lord, but it was not convenient for them to ask directly, so all of them were looking forward to seeing some clues from his expression. Yang Kai's expression was calm, and there was nothing unusual about him, making them even more suspicious. Xiang Chu smiled wryly, cupped his fists, and asked, "Who is young Lord Yang?" It wasn't that he didn't know Yang Kai's name. It was just that he subconsciously didn't dare to associate him with the Yang family young lord. Xiang Chu now only hoped that the hidden Yang family young lord was in his camp. No one answered his question. Yang Kai let out a strange laugh. Asterisk schwa, schwa, schwa. Asterisk, countless eyes gathered on him, and under everyone's watchful eyes, the black flood dragon that had been hovering above his head suddenly swooped down. In the blink of an eye, the 20 to 30 meter long flood dragon drilled into Yang Kai's body and disappeared. At the same time, the towering evil chi also receded, and what appeared before everyone's eyes was only an ordinary Yuan Chi 6th stage cultivator. The expressions of the Xiang and Nan family people became gloomy. Yang Kai having lost his last hope at this time, they couldn't help but think. Looking up at the sky, the silver blood golden feather eagle was still circling. It let out a sharp cry. Yang Kai put his fingers into his mouth and whistled loudly. As if it had received some kind of order, the circling silver blood golden feather eagle responded cheerfully. It spread its wings and swooped down from a height of several thousand feet. In an instant, it arrived above the crowd. That pair of bright eagle eyes stared vigilantly and hatefully at the three people of the Nan family, and slowly landed on Yang Kai's shoulder. Folding its wings, the silver blood golden feather eagle screeched at the three Nan family members in a threatening manner. The faces of the Nan family and Xiang family members suddenly paled, Xiang Chu's face twitching slightly as he stared at Yang Kai, seemingly unable to believe his own eyes. The unique silver blood golden feather eagle of the Yang family had now landed on Yang Kai's shoulder. There was no need to think too much about Yang Kai's true identity. The Hu sisters stared at Yang Kai without blinking, as if they had just met him. Their beautiful eyes were filled with splendor. The bodies of Xierong and Li Fu of Soaring Rainbow Court went limp. He fell limply to the ground. Their two sects had racked their brains to curry favor with Xiang Chu, aiding him in his evil deeds and slandering Yang Kai. Never had they expected to pick up a sesame seed and throw away a watermelon, offending a person even Xiang Chu didn't dare to offend. This was the true definition of having eyes but failing to see, short-sighted. Both of their sects had suffered heavy casualties, and each of them had lost an immortal ascension boundary elder to Yang Kai, so they had hoped that Xiang Chu would avenge them. While they were at it, they could also hug the big tree that was the Xiang family, but now everything had been in vain. Forget about revenge. Now that they had offended the Yang family's young lord, whether they could survive was another matter altogether. No wonder he said the price of offending him was not something their sects could afford. They really couldn't afford it. Young Master Yang. Xiang Chu looked at Yang Kai awkwardly, his palms wet with sweat, but he had no choice but to brace himself and ask. Nan Sheng opened his mouth, his heart filled with regret. This time he had really been caught in an unexpected disaster. He had just passed by this place on his way back to the Nan family and had not expected to cause such a big trouble. If he had known this would happen, why would he have come here to watch the fun? He could have just ridden his cloud-treading colt back to the Nan family. Faced with Xiang Chu's inquiry, Yang Kai just glanced at him faintly before concentrating on combing the feathers of the silver blood golden feather eagle perched on his shoulder. This fifth-order flying monster beast was quite special. Its feathers seemed to be made of pure gold, and after being raised by the Yang family for so many years, it had been taken care of very well. Each of its feathers was as sharp as a knife, and its hardness and sharpness were not inferior to an ordinary earth-grade, mid-rank artifact. Coupled with its hook-like beak and sharp claws, an average Yuan Qi realm cultivator may not be its opponent. Only a cultivator at the 6th or 7th stage of Yuan Qi or above would be able to defeat it. Yang Kai did not speak, so even though Xiang Chu was full of grievances and resentment, he did not dare show the slightest bit of it. Cupping his fists, he stood there with a cautious expression on his face. Nan Sheng's face turned red as he thickened his face and said, "Young Master Yang, this Nan had eyes but failed to see. What happened just now was this Nan's fault. I hope young Master Yang will not take it to heart." Hu Jiao Er couldn't help but smile contemptuously. Just now, Nan Sheng had been so overbearing and arrogant, facing more than a dozen second-class sect disciples and not allowing them to resist. But now, in front of the young lord of a superforce, his performance was so humble that he almost knelt down and kowtowed to Yang Kai. It was as if he was a completely different person, and the difference in attitude was so great that it made people raise their eyebrows. When the laughter reached Nan Sheng's ears, it made him feel even more uncomfortable. His expression also changed as he forced a smile and said, "Young lady, please don't take offense. This Nan apologizes to you." "Humph." Hu Jiao Er sneered and turned her face away, not wanting to look at this realistic face. The 4 immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from the Nan and Xiang family also had no choice but to put down their faces and cup their fists. "Young Master Yang, please forgive us for our rudeness just now." Yang Kai let out a light breath and glanced over at them indifferently, chuckling lightly. "It's not your fault you didn't know." Hearing him say this, the Xiong clan and Nan clan members were all delighted. As long as Yang Kai didn't pursue today's matter, everything would be fine. On top of that, the Yang family's inheritance war was about to begin, so Yang Kai, as the Yang family's young lord, naturally needed to gather support and gather his supporters in order to win the position of the next patriarch. The Xiong and Nan families were both first-class families, with such powerful support. As long as Yang Kai wanted to win in the inheritance war, he would definitely try to win them over. As the saying goes, those who achieve great things don't bother with trifles. Yang Kai hadn't suffered any losses from today's events, so naturally he was willing to let it go. Perhaps today he would even be able to form a good relationship with the Yang family young lord, creating a story of friendship without discord. Thinking about all kinds of possibilities, Xiang Chu and Nan Xing both wore joyful and expectant expressions. Just as they were celebrating, though, the silver, blood, golden feather eagle on Yang Kai's shoulder suddenly let out a shrill cry, as if it had been injured, flapping its wings and flying high into the sky. What happened? Xiang Chu asked eagerly, but as soon as the words left his mouth, he stared blankly at Yang Kai, a look of confusion filling his face. The same was true for everyone else. What they saw was Yang Kai holding 2 golden feathers in his hand. These 2 feathers gleamed with a golden light, as if they were finely ground blades, the same length and shape. Obviously, they had been plucked from the silver blood golden feather eagle. No wonder the eagle had suddenly flown up in fright. After plucking the feathers, Yang Kai didn't even bother to look at them and simply threw them to the ground. Young Master Yang, what is the meaning of this? Nan Sheng was confused as he frowned at Yang Kai. This silver, blood, golden feather eagle was extremely handsome and had an excellent appearance. On top of that, it was a rare and precious exotic beast, and was the one who had found Yang Kai. Even if Yang Kai didn't like it, he wouldn't suddenly attack it. What is he doing? Nan Sheng couldn't understand. Xiang Chu, on the other hand, was much more sensitive than Nan Sheng. Looking at the 2 golden feathers in Yang Kai's hand, he had a bad feeling about this, but before he could think clearly, 2 figures had already approached them. The speed of these 2 people was extremely fast, and their bodies were shrouded in a brilliant light. At a glance, it was obvious that their strength wasn't low. The distance of a few thousand meters was crossed in the blink of an eye. The newcomers were a man and a woman. The man was tall and sturdy with a cold expression. There was a long scar on his face that ran from left to right like an earthworm. It was sinister on the bridge of his nose. His aura was as sharp as a blade, and his murderous aura was awe-inspiring. With one look, one could tell that he was a veteran. The woman was in her prime with a graceful figure. It was impossible to tell how old she was, but she was dignified and beautiful. Her pair of phoenix eyes flashed with a sharp light, but her oval face was expressionless and indifferent. Both men and women were immortal ascension boundary masters, but the feeling they gave off was much stronger than the masters from the Xiong and Nan families. The moment they saw them, everyone couldn't help comparing them to the 4 immortal ascension boundary masters from the Nan and Xiong families, but all of them came to the same conclusion. In a one-on-one fight, none of the 4 immortal ascension boundary masters were a match for this man and woman. Each of the Yang family's silver, blood, golden feather eagles was followed by a Yang family master, so that once they found a Yang family young lord, they could be escorted home. The 2 people in front of them had obviously followed the silver, blood, golden feather eagles all the way here. Both of them had a jade token hanging from their waists with a blood-red Yang character written on it. Yang family blood warriors. Fong Lao couldn't help muttering. The Yang family blood warriors had served the Yang family for generations and were extremely loyal to it. Each one of them had outstanding talent and had been trained since childhood. A lot of manpower, material, and financial resources had been spent on their growth. Their origins may not be as noble as those of the young lords and young ladies, but the achievements they could achieve were definitely not lower. The Yang family had an above immortal ascension boundary grand elder who was a blood warrior, but now the Yang family treated him as an honored guest. Even if a direct descendant saw him, they would have to kowtow to him. Therefore, the Yang family blood warriors also represented a powerful combat strength. All of the blood warriors had the ability to fight above their realm and were basically invincible in the same realm. What was most valuable was their loyalty. For the sake of the Yang family, they were willing to sacrifice everything. After all, from a young age, the Yang family had instilled in them the ideology of family supremacy. In order to train them, the Yang family had paid a great price. Chapter 364. This was indeed the unique silver blood golden feather eagle of the Yang family. Yang Kai really was a Yang family young lord. Where is the young lord? The middle-aged man's hawk-like eyes scanned the crowd. His expression didn't change at all because of the presence of the Xiang and Nan families. He simply raised his voice and asked. When he asked this question, the woman also glanced around, trying to find her young lord in the crowd. Asterisk schwa, schwa, schwa. Asterisk almost everyone's eyes were fixed on Yang Kai. The next moment, the two blood warriors also cast their eyes over, and after seeing Yang Kai's face and judging his age and cultivation, their expressions suddenly became suspicious. As blood warriors, they had naturally seen many of the Yang family's young lords. Even if they had never interacted with them, they had at least seen them a few times. The two of them had already guessed before coming here that using the silver blood golden feather eagle, they could easily find their young lord's residence. If he looked familiar, they would be able to determine his identity. However, when they saw Yang Kai, the two of them couldn't help feeling a sense of unfamiliarity. Among the Yang family's young lords who had gone out for life experience, how could they be so young? Moreover, this appearance. They hadn't seen him before. It was no wonder they were suspicious. When Yang Kai left home, he was only 12 or 13 years old and was just an ordinary person who couldn't cultivate. Now that more than 5 years had passed, Yang Kai had naturally changed a lot. However, the woman's observation was more detailed, and after a long time, she suddenly exclaimed, "Little lord!" The middle-aged man's eyes couldn't help narrowing as he stared at Yang Kai. His heart couldn't help feeling a storm. Little lord. When he was dismissed, he was the youngest young lord, the one under the command of fourth Master Yang. But wasn't the little lord congenitally deficient and unable to cultivate? When they left the Yang family this time, the blood warriors had been discussing among themselves. If they were to see the little lord, they would have to strictly guard him because it was very likely that the little lord was just an ordinary person. The Yang family had many enemies, so perhaps this time someone would take advantage of this opportunity to assassinate these scattered young lords. Now that they looked at him again, how could this young man be an ordinary person? He was clearly a cultivator of Yuan Qi state level 6. Although this level of cultivation could not be considered to be top-notch, it was still not weak. The middle-aged man and the woman looked at each other. Then, with a flash of their bodies, they suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai, and an invisible force spread out in all directions. Everyone around Yang Kai was pushed a few dozen feet away. The domineering and overbearing nature of the Yang family was clear to see. The Hu sisters retreated again and couldn't help but pout in anger. "They're both my friends, go easy on them." Yang Kai looked at the two of them indifferently. The middle-aged man and the woman looked calm, as if they didn't care about him at all. Before confirming the true identity of Yang Kai, the blood warriors didn't treat anyone kindly. "Are you really the young master?" The middle-aged man frowned as he looked at Yang Kai and asked with uncertainty. Yang Kai nodded slightly. He flicked his finger and cut a small wound. He lifted his finger and a few drops of blood immediately dripped down. The woman reacted quickly. She quickly took out a jade pendant and respectfully held it with both hands, using it to receive the drops of blood. When the blood fell into the jade pendant, it seemed to be swallowed up and disappeared in an instant. The originally ordinary jade pendant after absorbing the blood, suddenly exuded a brilliant light. Only a direct descendant of the Yang family could activate the mysterious light in this jade pendant. Confirmed. The middle-aged man and woman glanced at each other and quickly knelt on the ground. Blood warrior Tu Feng. Blood warrior Tang Yuxian greets the little lord. Stand up. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian quickly stood up. When they looked at Yang Kai again, there was a great deal of respect and dignity in their eyes, no longer any of their previous carelessness. If it were any other young lord who had reached the Yuan Qi 6th stage at this moment, they wouldn't have shown such a change. But the little lord was different, because the 4th Master Yang had not yet recovered from his injuries. The little lord had been born with a congenital deficiency. For more than 10 years in the Yang family, he had always been an ordinary person without the strength to truss a chicken, but now he had actually grown to such a level. In just 5 years, he had cultivated to the Yuan Qi 6th stage. This kind of speed, even Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian couldn't help but sigh. So how could they still underestimate him? Moreover, this little lord's position at this moment was quite dangerous. This was the front line of the war with the ash-gray cloud evil land. As a Yang family young lord, he actually dared to take such a risk and come here. This kind of mentality and courage was obviously not something an ordinary person could possess. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian thought they had taken on a boring job this time, but they hadn't expected to be shocked by the little lord's strength. The direct descendants of the Yang family were all crazy masters. They couldn't be looked at with normal eyes. For a moment, the two of them couldn't help admiring him. After looking at Yang Kai for a while, Tu Feng retracted his gaze and asked, "Who is in charge of this place?" Xiang Chu's scalp went numb as he quickly stepped forward, smiled bitterly and cupped his fists, replying to Senior, "This place is managed by my Xiang family." Xiang family. Tu Feng frowned and nodded slightly. The decisive battle was finished 2 days ago, so there should be nothing left to do here, right? If there is nothing else, we'll take the little lord away. If there is something you need, just give us the order and we'll help you on behalf of the little lord. I wouldn't dare. Xiang Chu was now eager to send these Yang family people far away. So how could he dare to say anything else? Quickly saying, "There is nothing left to do here. We're just about to go back. Senior, please help yourself." Tu Feng gave him a look that said, "You're quite sensible, quite satisfied." Just as he was about to lead Yang Kai away, his eyes suddenly narrowed and a murderous aura burst out from his body. Tang Yuxian's pretty face also went cold as she stared towards the ground. The Xiang family and Nan family people didn't know what had happened, but all of them were frightened and frightened. Ha! Tu Feng suddenly chuckled, the scars on his face becoming more and more terrifying, muttering in a cold tone. I was wondering why the eagle was so frightened, hovering in the sky without landing, so that's what happened. The Xiang family and Nan family people were both shocked. Xiang Chu also raised his head, staring at Yang Kai in horror. Only now did he finally react. Yang Kai had just plucked 2 of the silver blood golden feather eagle's feathers and threw them on the ground. This was clearly an attempt to frame someone else. Who dared to hit my Yang family's eagle? Tang Yuxian's face was as cold as ice, her beautiful eyes flashing a murderous intent as she swept her eyes over the Nan family and Xiang family people, coldly shouting, "Stand up!" Tu Feng also sneered, the Yang family's silver blood golden feather eagle. Each one of them is extremely precious and has not been seen for a long time. Yet someone actually dares to have ideas about it. Interesting, interesting. Senior. Xiang Chu's forehead was dripping with cold sweat, seemingly only now realizing the viciousness of Yang Kai's actions. I had eyes but failed to recognize the silver blood golden feather eagle in time. It was indeed abrupt, but I didn't hurt it. Didn't recognize it. Tu Feng coldly snorted, "What's the point of having eyes?" Tang Yuxian also responded aggressively, "You didn't hurt it? Then what's the matter with these 2 feathers?" This. Xiang Chu was suddenly speechless. He couldn't just say that the Yang family's little lord had plucked these feathers himself and threw them on the ground, regardless of whether they believed him or not. It was a fact that they had attacked the silver, blood-golden feather eagle. There were so many pairs of eyes watching. The Yang family was famous for being domineering and arrogant. How could they be easily dealt with after their eagle was injured? Seeing the faces of the Xiang and Nan family masters all pale and filled with righteous indignation, they couldn't help feeling bitter. All of them looked like they had lost their parents, while the people from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall couldn't help feeling happy. Sure enough, retribution for retribution. What goes around comes around. Just now, they had joined forces with Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court to frame Yang Kai. But now the tables had completely turned. It was as if all the injustice and slander they had just inflicted on Yang Kai had been completely borne by them. Xiang Chu still wanted to defend himself, but Su Lao slowly shook his head at him. Defending himself in front of the Yang family was tantamount to playing a lute to a cow. It was completely useless. With a pale face, Su Lao said, "This matter is our fault, friend. Please explain yourself. What's the rules of the martial world?" Tu Feng sneered. The 4 immortal ascension boundary masters all paled. After a moment, all of them sighed deeply, knowing that they had kicked an iron plate this time. The 2 immortal ascension boundary masters behind Nan Sheng stepped forward and glanced at each other, their faces filled with sadness, immediately stretching out their fingers and condensing their qi into a blade. The 2 Nan family masters' eyes filled with sadness. Their bodies couldn't help trembling slightly. Hesitating, Tu Feng stared at them coldly, his yuan qi surging unscrupulously. Tang Yuxian's pretty face also wore a cold expression, as if she was dissatisfied, she would immediately begin a slaughter. Huh. A faint sigh came out from the mouths of the 2 masters, both of them closing their eyes, a trace of pain and despair filling their faces. The yuan qi blade slashed down, and with a flash of light, the 2 masters' arms flew off from their elbows, blood gushing out. With a muffled groan, the faces of the 2 masters instantly turned pale, quickly circulating their secret arts to stop the flow of blood, one of them trembling as he stared at Tu Feng and asked, "Is this enough?" All the disciples from the second-class sects were horrified. Although they had long heard that the Yang family was powerful and domineering, none of them had expected it to be so monstrous. Just a single question from this blood warrior had forced 2 masters to cripple their own arms. These were 2 immortal ascension boundary 7th or 8th stage masters. If they were placed in their sects, they would definitely be elders or protectors, perhaps even comparable to the sect master. But now they had been bullied like this without daring to resist. It wasn't until this moment that the second-class sects truly understood what the Yang family was, what the head of the 8 great families was. This kind of heritage and momentum was something their sects simply couldn't compare with. Tu Feng coldly said, "Only 2 people? From what I can see, there are 4 masters here." The 2 immortal ascension boundary masters from the Xiang family were suddenly stunned. Fang Lao and Su Lao of the Xiang family really hadn't attacked the silver, blood, golden feather eagle just now, and Su Lao had even stopped the actions of the 3 Nan family elders. But the Yang family blood warrior obviously wasn't willing to give up so easily. "We didn't attack that eagle." Su Lao's forehead oozed cold sweat as he hurriedly tried to defend himself. Severing one's own arm was not a minor injury. After losing an arm, a master's strength would drop by at least 20%, possibly even more, which was equivalent to becoming a half-cripple in the future. Tu Feng didn't seem to hear him at all. Staring at him and Fang Lao coldly, "An arm or your life, choose!" Fang Lao and Su Lao's expressions changed greatly. They hadn't expected Tu Feng to be so unreasonable. "I'll give you 3 breaths of time." Tu Feng continued to pressure them. Su Lao and Fang Lao's eyes suddenly dimmed as they glanced at each other. both shaking their heads and smiling bitterly. "Two elders, this Xiang Chu owes you this much." Xiang Chu took a deep breath, filled with grief and indignation. What else could these two masters say? Their young lord was right next to them, and although they knew that it was impossible for a blood warrior to kill the heir of a first-class family for no reason, killing the two of them wasn't a big problem. "We admit defeat." Su Lao and Fong Lao's expressions became gloomy, no longer saying anything. Just like the other two, they gathered their yuan qi, condensed it into a blade, and cut off one of their arms. "Is that okay?" Su Lao asked with a pale face. "Is there no one else?" Tu Feng asked, his eyes sweeping across the other side like a hawk. Nan Sheng felt uncomfortable being stared at and couldn't help shrinking his neck. Yang Kai grinned at him. Nan Sheng's face also went white. Nan Sheng was the first one to attack the silver blood golden feather eagle. The Xiang families, Su Lao and Fong Lao, were only implicated. It looks like there's still someone else. Tu Feng saw Nan Sheng's guilty and panicked expression and knew that this matter was related to him. So he shouted, "Do you want me to do it myself?" The faces of the four masters from the Nan family and Xiang family changed again. The blood warrior had bullied them and ordered them to cut off one of their arms. They had nothing to say, nor did they have the ability to resist. But now that Tu Feng had actually set his sights on Nan Sheng, the situation was completely different. Nan Sheng was the young lord of a first-class family and the successor of the Nan family. If he really lost one of his arms here, it wouldn't be a trivial matter. Therefore, even though the four Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters knew the strength of the Blood Warrior, they couldn't help glaring at Tu Feng with resentment and vigilance, secretly circulating their yuan qi. If they continued to be pressured, there was bound to be a great battle. Yang Kai suddenly chuckled. Young Lord Nan's identity is honorable. There's no need to cut off one of his arms. Tu Feng's eyes flashed, but he didn't say anything. On the other hand, Nan Sheng glanced towards Yang Kai with a look of surprise and gratitude, obviously not having expected this young man would actually let him go. "Just cut off 2 of your fingers." Yang Kai's smile faded as he said. The gratitude in Nan Sheng's eyes quickly faded, replaced by a look of extreme resentment. "Good. Since the little lord says so, you can cut off 2 of your own fingers." Tu Feng nodded, seemingly giving Nan Sheng a great gift. "Good." Nan Sheng was also a decisive person. Hearing this, he didn't waste any more time, pulling out a dagger from his waist, and with a flash of light, 2 of his fingers fell to the ground. During this entire process, he didn't even bat an eyelid. "I'll remember you." Nan Sheng grit his teeth and glared at Yang Kai coldly, muttering under his breath. Yang Kai chuckled and said, "Young Lord Nan, this is just a punishment for injuring Ying. Have you forgotten that there is still a debt between us that has yet to be settled?" Nan Sheng's complexion changed greatly as he suddenly went silent. Chapter 365. Yang Kai really still had grievances with them. Just now, Xiang Chu and Nan Sheng had wanted to kill Yang Kai, and if it weren't for the timely arrival of the Golden Feather Eagle, they would have already started fighting. Yang Kai clearly didn't want to resolve his grievances so easily, so he had plucked the eagle's feathers and retaliated on the spot. Listening to him say this, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both wore calm expressions, not showing the slightest surprise, as if they had already noticed the tense atmosphere here. However, both of them remained silent, staring curiously at Yang Kai, wondering what he was going to do. The Blood Warrior's mission this time was only to safely bring back the Yang family's direct descendants. There were no other instructions. Just now, they had forced the Nan and Xiang family masters to retreat only because the Golden Feather Eagle had been injured. Now, if Yang Kai wanted to find trouble with these people, that was Yang Kai's business. The 2 Blood Warriors wouldn't intervene. They were loyal to the Yang family, not Yang Kai. In other words, Yang Kai didn't have the qualifications or strength to order them to do anything. Only when his life was in danger would the two blood warriors act. Tu Feng and Tang Yu Xian suddenly felt that this time they had received the little lord. Quite interesting. Both of them were members of the Yang family, so they were naturally arrogant and domineering. Yang Kai's aggressive and unrelenting attitude was clearly to their liking. For a moment, both of them were looking forward to it. Xiang Chu laughed dryly. What does young Master Yang want us to do? His fist wasn't as big as his opponent's, so Xiang Chu had no choice but to tuck his tail between his legs. Su Lao also endured the heart-wrenching pain and said with a frown, We admit defeat this time. However, as the saying goes, it is better to squash enmity than keep it alive. Having one more friend is always better than having one more enemy. Young Master Yang, you also want to participate in the inheritance war. Please reconsider. Yang Kai's expression became cold as he coldly snorted. Reconsider? Ridiculous. As soon as his voice fell, two blood-red petals suddenly flew out from his body. A floral fragrance wafted out, lingering around the tip of everyone's nose. 1,000 blossoming blood begonia. The petals fluttered in the air, suddenly transforming into two red lights that flashed and disappeared. Two muffled groans rang out as Xierong and soaring rainbow quartz, Li Fu fell to the ground, their vitality drained away. Everyone was in an uproar. Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian stared at Yang Kai in amazement, while the faces of the Nan and Xiang family members all changed. No one seemed to have expected this. He actually dared to kill someone in front of so many people. As soon as Xierong and Li Fu died, the remaining members of Thunder Light Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court all collapsed to the ground, looking at Yang Kai in horror, a chill running down their spines. The two petals flickered one after another. A series of muffled sounds rang out, and all the disciples of the Thunderlight Court and Soaring Rainbow Court died in a short span of 10 breaths of time. The ground was littered with corpses. Xiang Chu and Nan Sheng's breathing suddenly stagnated as they involuntarily gulped. Within 3 months. I want to see your sincerity in the central capital. Otherwise, I don't mind destroying the prestige of a first-class family. Yang Kai's eyes were cold. He suddenly chuckled. You can keep your lives for now. Xiang Chu's face suddenly became extremely ugly, a burst of bitter taste spreading in his mouth. Nan Sheng was even more furious, covering the wound on his hand as he glared at Yang Kai. After a long time, Xiang Chu finally managed to squeeze out a forced smile. Many thanks. Let's go. With a wave of his hand, Xiang Chu led the group away. Those 3 cloud-treading colts are mine. Yang Kai glanced over at the 3 monster beasts that the Nan family had just mounted and said faintly. Nan Sheng, who had already mounted his mount, couldn't help taking a deep breath when he heard this and quickly jumped back down, quickly being dragged away by the 2 Immortal Ascension boundary masters beside him. Tang Yuxian pursed her lips and stared at Yang Kai with a funny expression, thinking that this little lord of hers seemed to be a child who hadn't grown up yet, always acting like a bully. Opening her mouth, she was about to speak when Tu Feng slowly shook his head at her. Little lord, Yuxian and I will wait for you over there. Tu Feng's appearance was rough, but his mind was quite sharp. Knowing that Yang Kai still had something to say to his friends, he left with Tang Yuxian first. Yang Kai nodded. After everyone had left, leaving behind only the people from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall, Yang Kai discovered that these people were all looking at him strangely. Many of these people's eyes were filled with awe, but to Yang Kai's relief, the Hu sisters and Fang Ziki didn't look at him in such a way. Not only that, Hu Jiao Er's beautiful eyes also flashed a hint of hatred. Do you have any questions? Yang Kai rubbed his nose and looked towards the Hu sisters. Hu Mei Er pursed her lips and wanted to ask something, but didn't. Hu Jiao Er, on the other hand, coldly said no. Ah, Yang Kai couldn't help but ask, you really don't? No means no. I already know what I need to know. What else do you need to ask? Hu Jiao Er glared at him fiercely before grabbing her sister's hand and saying, "Come on, let's go home." And Hu Mei Er smiled apologetically to Yang Kai before quickly catching up with her sister's pace. Guan Qi cupped his fists towards Yang Kai and also let out a hollow laugh before leading the others away. Feng Ziki stayed behind and asked, "Brother Yang, is the inheritance war fun?" "I don't know. I've never tried it before." Yang Kai shook his head. "Do you want to participate?" Feng Ziki raised his brow and asked. "As long as one has a certain level of strength, they must participate. It's not up to me." Yang Kai nodded. "Interesting. I'll definitely visit you in the central capital some other day." Feng Ziki laughed. "I'll be waiting." Yang Kai also smiled. A gust of wind blew through Yang Kai's black hair. Standing in place, Yang Kai watched the dozen or so people from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall gradually disappear into the distance. Among the crowd, there were two women who from time to time glanced back until they disappeared from sight. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian appeared beside Yang Kai like ghosts and waited quietly. "I'm going to retreat for a while. Wait for me for a while," Yang Kai ordered lightly before diving into the camp and finding a fairly spacious house. Entering it, Tang Yuxian responded in a daze. After a long time, Tang Yuxian's brow furrowed slightly. "Retreat? Is the little lord about to break through?" "There are some signs." Tu Feng nodded slightly, agreeing with Tang Yuxian's opinion. "His yuan qi is fluctuating a bit. It is indeed a sign of a breakthrough. It seems that before we came here, he experienced a great battle. If it weren't for this reason, how could he suddenly break through without warning?" Tu Feng smiled faintly, looking up at the golden feather eagle in the sky. "Yuxian, do you think the little lord is a bit soft-hearted?" Tang Yuxian tilted her head and looked at Tu Feng. "I just think he's still a child. It's inevitable that his methods would be softer." Tu Feng slowly shook his head and quickly said, "Young family people, even if he's a child, don't underestimate him. Yuxian, you've been in the Yang family for so many years. How can you still be so naive? This little lord is not as simple as you think." "What do you mean?" Tang Yuxian suddenly became interested. "You can see that he has grievances with the Xiang and Nan families, right?" Tang Yuxian chuckled lightly. "I'm not blind. Naturally, I can see it. Moreover, their grievances don't seem to be shallow. What do you think the little lord should do? Kill him?" Tang Yuxian said lightly. "He should try to win them over. The inheritance war needs such allies. By doing this, he has offended so many people while also releasing a tiger back to the mountain. I'm afraid the Xiang and Nan families will become his enemies in the future. That's why I said you were too naive." Tu Feng grinned. "Those two young men can't be killed. Both of them are the next patriarchs of the Xiang and Nan families. If we really kill them, the little lord will also be in trouble. He doesn't have enough power right now to deal with such troubles. Not to mention, he doesn't have the ability to kill their young masters under the noses of four immortal ascension boundary masters. Then we should win them over." Tang Yuxian spat disdainfully. "We've already offended them. What's the point of winning them over? Even if we win them over, I'm afraid the two young masters will still be disloyal, so it's better to go down this dark road and offend them as much as possible while scraping as many benefits from them as possible." Tu Feng narrowed his eyes. "Some people need to be beaten until they're afraid, until they tremble at the sight of you. Then they won't be able to resist. But the little lord obviously doesn't have the means or strength to do so. And the little lord really can't do this. After all, he's still young, but he should have such intentions towards the Xiang and Nan families. Otherwise, he wouldn't have acted so domineering. I'd like to see how he performs in the inheritance war." Tang Yuxian suddenly became puzzled. "Why are you so interested in him?" Tu Feng chuckled, reaching out his hand and grabbing the two golden feathers on the ground. Handing one of them to Tang Yuxian, Tu Feng said, These 2 feathers weren't knocked off at all. Tang Yuxian stared at them and couldn't help feeling surprise. They were plucked off? Who plucked them? Who else could it be? Tang Yuxian glanced towards the spot where Yang Kai was in seclusion and exclaimed, "So insidious? He's actually using us as bait." After saying so, she stared at Tu Feng and asked, "Since you already saw through it, why did you let him do as he pleased? Why would I expose him on the spot?" Tu Feng rolled his eyes. No matter what, he's still a young lord of the Yang family. How could I do something that would cause him to lose face? Smelly brat, he's really insidious. Tang Yuxian grit her teeth. Being taken advantage of like this, Tang Yuxian couldn't help feeling somewhat unconvinced. She was an immortal Ascension boundary master, yet she couldn't even see through such a trick. It was really a bit shameful. Tu Feng frowned. This time we don't know if the Blood Warriors will be required to participate in the Inheritance War. If they do, the 2 of us will need to find a trustworthy and powerful young lord to follow. You know, in the Inheritance War, the consequences of standing on the wrong side are very serious. Do you want to follow him? Tang Yuxian frowned. I don't have such an idea for the time being. We've only just met him, so it's still not too bad. Let's see how he performs on the road. Ha ha, the Yang family's unwritten rules on the way home. Not only are the young lords trying to conquer us, we're also observing them to see if they're worth following. I'll do as you say. Tang Yuxian nodded. After saying so, she smiled charmingly. I'll have to carefully keep my eyes open. I can't be used by him again. Ha! Tu Feng laughed loudly. Chapter 366. Yang Kai walked out in high spirits. Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian quickly stepped forward and saluted, carefully examining him and discovering that he had indeed broken through to the Yuan Qi boundary 7th stage. The 2 blood warriors nodded secretly, also feeling some admiration in their hearts. Being able to break through so quickly after the great battle, this little lord's aptitude should not be bad. What was strange, though, was that after more than a decade in the Yang family, why was he just an ordinary person? What had happened to him in the past few years that allowed him to achieve what he had now in one fell swoop? Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian stared at Yang Kai with different expressions on their faces, seemingly waiting for something. What happened to the Yang family? Why did you call us back so early this time? Yang Kai frowned and asked the 2. Tu Feng's face was a little gloomy as he replied, "The patriarch was injured. During the decisive battle with the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Lands Masters, the patriarch was injured by the profound Een Ghost King and the annihilating Poison King. Poison Qi and Ghost Qi entered his body at the same time. Although he was treated in time and his life was saved, the elders of the family said that the situation was not optimistic, so we must determine the next patriarch as soon as possible." The patriarch was injured? Yang Kai was stunned. The current patriarch of the Yang family should be Yang Kai's great-uncle, Yang Yinghao. His strength was not low, but such a character had actually been injured during the great battle, and it seemed that his injuries were not light. Otherwise, the patriarch would not have been so anxious to call back the Yang family's direct descendants and start the inheritance war. I understand. Yang Kai nodded lightly, regarding the people and matters of the family. Yang Kai didn't know much about the Yang family, and even his uncles had only met a few times. Besides his own parents, Yang Kai didn't have much affection for the other members of the Yang family. This was also the case for the other direct descendants of the Yang family. The previous generation's direct descendants had only returned to the family after 10 years of experience outside, and during the inheritance war they had not shown any mercy to their brothers. So the bond between the Yang family members was very thin. It wasn't as deep as the other families. Seeing his calm reaction, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian also didn't show much surprise. The 2 of them had been in the Yang family for so long, so they naturally understood the temperament of the Yang family. "Young master," Tu Feng asked, "if there is nothing else, let's return to the Yang family first." Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he asked, "Is there a deadline set by the family?" "No." Tu Feng slowly shook his head. "Furthermore, I reckon that you are the first young master to be found. 2 days ago, the golden feather eagle was released. Yu Xian and I chased you all the way here, and we were very lucky to run into you. The others are probably still searching with the golden feather eagles." "That's good." Yang Kai smiled faintly. "Young master, do you still have something to do?" "Yes. I want to go back to the sect." Yang Kai nodded. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian glanced at each other and couldn't help marveling. The cuckoo bird Yang family's direct disciples were all raised in the wild. They hid their identities and lived in other sections. After 10 years, these young lords would secretly leave the sect, not wanting to let their sect elders or brothers and sisters know about it. After all, after living there for so many years, even if they were made of wood, they would still have some feelings. Deceiving the sect like this would cause them to feel guilty. But this young man in front of them not only didn't sneak away, he actually wanted to go back. This was quite interesting. Yang Kai didn't know how to explain this to his sect elders. Tang Yuxian suddenly became curious and asked, "What is the name of young master's sect?" Yang Kai chuckled and glanced over at her, only to see her grinning and looking expectantly at him, seemingly wanting to inquire about the situation. "It's better if I don't say." Tang Yuxian was startled, not quite understanding what he meant. However, as a blood warrior, she didn't ask any more questions, only faintly feeling that this young lord wasn't easy to deal with. "Let's go." Yang Kai had already jumped onto the cloud-treading colt and shouted towards her and Tu Feng. The two blood warriors glanced at each other before leaping onto the cloud-treading colts as well. Although they were both immortal ascension boundary masters, and their flying speed was quite fast, since they had cloud-treading colts, they were naturally happy to save some energy and yuan qi. The 3 cloud-treading colts flew as fast as lightning. Above their heads, the silver blood golden feather eagle followed, letting out a clear cry from time to time. From here to High Heaven Pavilion was at least 10,000 kilometers away. Even riding a cloud-treading colt would take 2 to 3 days to reach it. However, Yang Kai didn't go at full speed, instead maintaining a moderate speed. The Yang family's unwritten rule was one that Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian knew, but how could Yang Kai not know? Along the way, his performance would affect the choices of these 2 blood warriors in the future. Participating in the inheritance war wasn't just about the strength of the Yang family young lords. It could even be said that one's own strength was the least important aspect. What mattered in the inheritance war was how much support a young lord could gather and how many forces would bow their heads. The more support a young lord could gather and the more forces would bow their heads, the more it would show the young lord's connections and means, allowing him to sit in the Yang family patriarch's position. The Yang family was the head of the 8 great families, so what it needed was connections and means. Yang Kai could be said to be poor right now, so naturally he was very interested in these 2 blood warriors who had come to escort him home. If he could convince them on the road, it would be equivalent to having 2 powerful immortal ascension boundary helpers on his way home. Therefore, on this road, he couldn't go too fast. If he went too fast, even if Yang Kai had all kinds of means, he wouldn't have enough time to use them. But he also couldn't go too slow, otherwise he would appear lazy. Yang Kai led the way while Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian followed without complaint. In one day, they traveled 2,000 kilometers leisurely. After 3 days, they had only covered half of the distance. At night, the 3 stopped to rest. Tu Feng went out to hunt while Tang Yuxian searched for dry wood nearby. A bonfire was lit. After the bonfire was lit, Tu Feng also returned with a full harvest. The 2 of them worked together to clean the meat in a nearby stream before returning and roasting it over the fire. While the 2 of them were busy, Yang Kai was a few dozen meters away, constantly whistling as he teased the silver blood golden feather eagle that had landed on a treetop to rest. Over the past few days, once they stopped to rest. Yang Kai would tease the golden feather eagle like this. But after 3 days, the harvest was minimal. The golden feather eagle seemed to hold a grudge. That day, in order to frame Nansheng and Xiangqiu, Yang Kai had plucked 2 of its golden feathers. Even now, the eagle still regarded Yang Kai as its greatest enemy. When Yang Kai approached it slightly, it would cry out and flap its wings fiercely. Even if Yang Kai was a direct descendant of the Yang family, he still couldn't control it. Tang Yuxian spun the roasted meat in her hand. Glancing over at Yang Kai, she couldn't help smiling when she saw that he still hadn't made any progress. Serves him right, Tang Yuxian said softly. Although the silver blood golden feather eagle is only a 5th-order monster beast, its sentience is very high. Don't even think about getting close to it for the rest of your life. Tu Feng also nodded heavily, apparently agreeing with Tang Yuxian's opinion. The little lord should also know this. Why is he still doing such a thankless thing? Tang Yuxian frowned. Tu Feng grinned meaningfully. An ulterior motive isn't in the wine. What do you mean? Tang Yuxian asked curiously. Tu Feng smacked his lips. The little lord is trying to find a way to impress us. You don't understand? Haven't you noticed that our speed these past few days hasn't been very fast? He's just stalling for time. Tang Yuxian was surprised. After thinking about it for a moment, she suddenly felt that what Tu Feng said made sense. Glancing over at him with her beautiful eyes, how can you be so meticulous? You've grown so big in vain. Tu Feng chuckled. It's not that I'm meticulous, it's just that the little lord's intentions are too obvious. Even a fool can understand. Ahem, it seems I said something wrong. What do you think? Tang Yuxian looked at him with a smile, causing Tu Feng to suddenly feel embarrassed. Not bothering to pursue the matter, Tang Yuxian turned to look at Yang Kai and smiled. If he thinks so, he's destined to be disappointed. And don't worry about him, we just need to ensure his safety. Tu Feng grinned, then called out to Yang Kai, Little lord, it's time to eat. Yang Kai nodded and walked back with a calm expression. While eating, Tang Yuxian smiled and turned to Yang Kai and asked, Little lord, how is your progress? Hearing her ask this, Tu Feng quickly winked at her, indicating that she shouldn't meddle in Yang Kai's affairs. Yang Kai hadn't made any progress. If she asked, wouldn't that be embarrassing the young lord? In fact, Tang Yuxian was also being kind and wanted to remind Yang Kai not to waste his efforts. Lest the greater his expectations, the greater his disappointment. Young people like to show off was understandable. Unexpectedly, after hearing her question, Yang Kai actually smiled faintly and replied casually while eating, Almost I should be able to eliminate its hostility by tomorrow. Tang Yuxian and Tu Feng suddenly froze and stared at Yang Kai dumbfoundedly, not knowing what to say. How is it almost? Isn't it obvious he's still far from it? Moreover, how could he be so sure he could eliminate the golden feather eagle's hostility by tomorrow? That monster beast was born to hold grudges. After plucking 2 of its feathers, it would never pay you any mind for the rest of its life. What's wrong? Yang Kai saw their silence and couldn't help but ask. Nothing. Tu Feng quickly shook his head and smiled. Then I wish the little lord success. Tu Feng's words were quite insincere, but Yang Kai didn't seem to notice and just nodded lightly. Tang Yuxian pursed her lips and suddenly felt a headache coming on. The little lord in front of her was so confident and had made such bold claims. If the golden feather eagle still ignored him tomorrow, wouldn't he lose face? The little lord would lose face, and if he became angry at this moment, Tang Yuxian even had thoughts of killing the golden feather eagle. As long as the golden feather eagle died tonight, the little lord wouldn't have to feel embarrassed tomorrow. Glancing at Tu Feng, both of them lowered their heads and remained silent, neither of them willing to say another word. Yang Kai carefully observed the situation, and while eating the barbecue, the corners of his mouth slowly rose, blooming into an imperceptible smile. Chapter 367. Early the next morning, Tang Yuxian woke up from her meditative state and looked around, slowly getting up and walking to the side. Not far away, Tu Feng was standing with his hands crossed behind his back, staring forward motionlessly. "What are you doing?" Tang Yuxian walked up to him and asked, a puzzled look on her face. "Shu." Tu Feng quickly gestured to her and then motioned her to look forward. Acting all mysterious, Tang Yuxian rolled her eyes and looked towards the direction Yang Kai was pointing, instantly becoming stunned on the spot. Not far in front of him, the young master of his family was in an extremely strange posture. 1 foot on the ground, 2 arms stretched out, like the wings of a flying bird, slowly and rhythmically moving up and down. At first glance, it seemed that he was also like a bird flying through the sky, full of a natural charm. What made Tang Yuxian feel even more surprised, though, was that the silver blood golden feather eagle in front of the little lord was actually mimicking his movements. Spreading its 2 golden wings, the silver blood golden feather eagle let out a series of cries as it flapped its wings up and down, rolling up a gust of wind. However, at this moment, the golden feather eagle was not as hostile as it had been a few days ago, its cries instead seeming to contain a sense of intimacy. As time passed, when the rhythm of the man and eagle completely overlapped, the little lord and eagle slowly flew up from the ground at the same time. It seemed that at that moment the man and eagle had perfectly overlapped, becoming one. Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian were dumbfounded, their faces filled with astonishment. The two of them were both powerful and had high cultivation, but if they asked themselves, they had no way to deal with this golden feather eagle. In the entire Yang family, besides the one who specifically raised and trained them, the golden feather eagle didn't care about anyone. But now it was actually playing with the little lord. And this was even after the little lord had plucked out 2 of its golden feathers. For a moment, the 2 blood warriors couldn't believe what they were seeing and couldn't help glancing at each other. Their eyes were filled with confusion and shock, wondering what kind of magical method Yang Kai had used to accomplish this. A moment later, the man and eagle were several dozen meters above the ground. This was accompanied by a burst of laughter. Yang Kai suddenly turned around and flew directly onto the back of the golden feather eagle, under the watchful eyes of the 2 blood warriors. The golden feather eagle let out a crisp cry and spread its wings. The back of the golden feather eagle was not wide, barely enough for a person to sit on. However, whether it was Tu Feng or Tang Yuxian, both of them were clearly aware that Yang Kai wasn't using any of his strength or yuan qi at all. It was the golden feather eagle that was carrying him, and it was doing so voluntarily. "Didn't you say this beast was very vengeful?" Tang Yuxian suddenly felt like her brain wasn't working. Tu Feng opened his mouth and suddenly grinned meaningfully. "Good, he really made us look at him in a new light. But if that's all, it's not enough." Tang Yuxian nodded slightly. Wanting a blood warrior to willingly submit to him wasn't a simple matter, especially Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian, both of whom were powerful immortal ascension boundary masters. How could they easily submit to a mere eagle? After a long time, the golden feather eagle slowly descended. When it was about 100 feet above the ground, Yang Kai also jumped down from its back. The golden-feathered eagle folded its wings and landed directly on Yang Kai's shoulder, looking extremely obedient. Its hook-like beak also affectionately combed Yang Kai's hair. "Little Lord is truly amazing," Tu Feng sincerely praised. Yang Kai patted the golden feather eagle's head and chuckled. "I offended it a few days ago. It took me a lot of effort to turn it into a friend." "How did you do that?" Tang Yuxian asked curiously. Yang Kai's expression became serious as he said solemnly, "I felt its heart and let it perceive my intentions." Tang Yuxian couldn't help but blink, suddenly feeling like this was quite profound. "Let's go." Yang Kai didn't have any intention of showing off and simply jumped onto the cloud-treading colt. Over the next few days, the group's speed was still neither fast nor slow, But the relationship between the golden feather eagle and Yang Kai was becoming more and more intimate. Even this fifth-order monster beast could clearly perceive Yang Kai's various commands, whether they were simple or complex. It was able to complete all of them without any flaws. The two blood warriors were suddenly amazed by Yang Kai. Even the Yang family member who raised and trained the golden feather eagle probably didn't have Yang Kai's ability. This time, if the little lord was defeated in the inheritance war, it wouldn't be a bad idea to become an eagle breeder in the Yang family. Yang Kai was also secretly amused. If it weren't for the two blood warriors, he wouldn't have gone through so much trouble. A trivial fifth-order monster beast. With just a single beast slave seal, no matter how unruly it would have no choice but to obediently obey. Yang Kai still had to act for a few days, which was extremely exhausting. Another 3 days later, in front of High Heaven Pavilion, the entire sect was in tatters and ruins. The ground was scorched, and there were collapsed buildings everywhere. The earth was groaning. Yang Kai's face was gloomy and his mood was somewhat heavy. The sect that had existed for hundreds of years was now in ruins. If it was a few years ago, Yang Kai wouldn't have a sense of belonging to this place. But after experiencing so many things, Yang Kai had already regarded this place as his own. This is Little Lord's sect? Tang Yuxian looked at Yang Kai curiously, wondering why this place was so bleak and desolate, as if it had been completely destroyed. Yang Kai dismounted from his cloud-treading colt and nodded slightly. Tu Feng stepped forward and found a huge burnt plaque on the ground, picking it up and flipping it over. Tang Yuxian, curiously, leaned over to take a look. The last time she had asked Yang Kai which sect he belonged to, Yang Kai had avoided answering, making her very concerned. High Heaven, Tu Feng murmured softly. The plaque had been burned beyond recognition, and the last word was somewhat unclear. But Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian were naturally not shallow, so they immediately thought of a possibility. High Heaven Pavilion. Tang Yuxian's pretty face was filled with surprise, exchanging a glance with Tu Feng before quickly turning to Yang Kai. Yes. Yang Kai nodded slightly. The two blood warriors couldn't help sucking in a cold breath as they stared in shock. High Heaven Pavilion. It was just a second-class sect, but this sect was now world-famous. It was the sect where the demon lord had come from. It was also said that when the Chiu family masters had come here before, they had suffered a big loss. The Chiu family's first young lady, Chiu Yimeng, had disappeared here along with Luo Xiaoman from Purple Fern Valley, and by families by Yunfeng. Several Immortal Ascension boundary masters had been injured. After that incident, the Chiu family's masters sent out news that High Heaven Pavilion had an above Immortal Ascension boundary master. An above Immortal Ascension boundary master. No second-class sect had ever produced such a character. With such a character in charge, High Heaven Pavilion could easily become a first-class force. Because Chiu Yimeng had disappeared, the Chiu family masters had burned down High Heaven Pavilion in a fit of anger. Until now, there was also no news of the Chiu family's first young lady. As members of the 8 great families, the 2 blood warriors of the Yang family were naturally clear about this information. Learning about Yang Kai's sect, the 2 blood warriors were truly shocked. Tu Feng stared blankly at the broken plaque. Throwing it away or holding it wasn't right. All he could do was roll his eyes. Yang Kai had already stepped inside. Little Lord, be careful. There are many people inside. Tang Yuxian quickly warned. There are people inside. Yang Kai was startled and quickly released his divine sense to investigate. A moment later, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Sure enough, there were people inside, and there were quite a few of them, at least a few hundred. Glancing inside suspiciously, Yang Kai hurriedly walked in. After walking for a short time, Yang Kai saw that High Heaven Pavilion was in full swing. The people who came and went were all familiar faces. These people were actually all former disciples of High Heaven Pavilion. Some were from the younger generation, some were from the previous generation, and everyone was busy cleaning up the ruins of the sect. It seemed that they wanted to rebuild High Heaven Pavilion. Yang Kai stared blankly. High Heaven Pavilion was because of its relationship with the Demon Lord. It had been designated as an evil sect, and before the sect's disaster, Ling Tai-su had dismissed 90% of its disciples, leaving only 100 or so people to leave the sect through the void corridor. How could so many people suddenly appear now? And they were even beginning to rebuild with such fanfare. Weren't they afraid the Chiu family would come looking for trouble again? While Yang Kai was confused, a High Heaven Pavilion disciple who was passing by suddenly stopped and stared at him in surprise. She cried out involuntarily, "Kai Yang!" Yang Kai turned his head and found that this person turned out to be Chao Zhengwen, originally a disciple of the Great Elder. He was later recruited by the Bai families by Yin Feng. But after being severely injured by Yang Kai, Bai Yin Feng no longer paid attention to him. Chao Zhengwen had spent several months in the sect, recovering from his injuries. So the matter of him joining the Bai family was left unsettled. Since then, the entire sect didn't like him very much. "Brother Chao," Yang Kai called out casually. Chao Zhengwen panicked and stumbled back a few steps. Last time, Yang Kai had injured him in a flash, leaving him with a psychological shadow. Now that he saw Yang Kai again, he found that he was much stronger than before, so naturally he was frightened. Their conversation spread to the side and immediately attracted the attention of many people. After discovering Yang Kai, the High Heaven Pavilion disciples all felt a little embarrassed. "Where's Yang Kai?" A low voice called out from nearby. When this voice reached Yang Kai's ears, Yang Kai couldn't help narrowing his eyes. Looking towards the source of this voice, Yang Kai saw a handsome young man striding over. Dressed in a black robe, this young man's eyes flashed like lightning as he stared coldly towards Yang Kai. Standing 10 meters in front of Yang Kai, this young man glanced over at Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian indifferently, but when he saw Tang Yuxian, his eyes couldn't help but light up slightly. Immediately, this young man converged his gaze and stared at Yang Kai, his mouth curling into a smile as he said, "Junior brother Yang, you've returned." Yang Kai also grinned. "Brother Xia." Xia Hongqin was one of the core disciples of High Heaven Pavilion, and Yang Kai had countless grievances with him. "It's good that you're back." Brother Xia Hongqin's face was full of arrogance as he said, with a faint arrogance on his face, "Since you've returned, you should help us rebuild the sect. It just so happens that we are currently short of manpower. It seems that Junior Brother Yang has grown a lot these past few years. There are many places here for you to show off your skills. I hope you won't be disappointed." Yang Kai's brow furrowed slightly. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian couldn't help feeling surprised, their expressions becoming extremely strange. Chapter 368. This boy was quite interesting. He actually wanted a young lord of the Yang family to help rebuild this ruin and even boasted about showing off his skills. The place where Yang Kai wanted to show off his skills was the central capital, the Yang family's inheritance war. But not here. "Are these two your friends?" Xia Hongqin turned his eyes to Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian and asked lightly, "N." Yang Kai nodded slightly. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian's expressions changed slightly, but they didn't speak. They were Yang family blood warriors. Their status was lower than that of a Yang family young lord, so naturally they weren't qualified to be Yang Kai's friends. But Yang Kai simply admitted it, which made the two of them feel a little touched. Xia Hongqin smiled, somewhat unconcerned. "Since you are Junior Brother Yang's friends, you are also my High Heaven Pavilion's friends. If you two don't mind, you can also help. Naturally, there will be many benefits for you." The two blood warriors' brow furrowed slightly, their expressions becoming playful. Glancing at each other, they could see the look in each other's eyes. Although they were Yang family blood warriors, and their status was lower than that of a Yang family young lord that was only within the Yang family. If they really left the Yang family, Even the elders of first-class forces wouldn't dare treat them so casually, let alone order them to do anything. But this little brat in front of them actually wanted them to help rebuild High Heaven Pavilion and even wanted to give them benefits? Benefits that could satisfy the Yang family blood warriors were not something an average person could offer. Did this little brat really have such confidence? Xia Hongqin looked up at the sky and couldn't help frowning after a moment. Where did this eagle come from? It's so noisy it's annoying. Yang Kai couldn't help but pinch his nose, while the looks on Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian's faces became more and more strange. The golden feather eagle had followed Yang Kai back here and had already flown up into the sky. Its cries echoing out naturally attracted Xia Hongchen's attention. Xia Hongchen nodded slightly, a trace of appreciation flashing across his eyes. But this eagle is quite handsome. Saying so, turning his head, he called out, "Marshal Uncle Zhong." A middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s immediately walked over. This person was also a member of High Heaven Pavilion. Even though he was only a disciple from the previous generation, he had now reached the immortal ascension boundary, first stage, which wasn't too bad. "Is something the matter, Marshal Nephew?" Xia Hongchen pointed at the golden feather eagle in the sky and asked, "With Marshal Uncle skills, can you shoot that eagle down? I don't want to disturb those two girls." The Marshal Uncle raised his head and looked at him. After a moment, he shook his head and said, "It's too high, and this eagle doesn't look weak. I'm afraid I can't do anything." Xia Hongchen frowned, his expression somewhat displeased as he waved his hand. "Then it's fine. You can go back to work." Yes. After this person left, Xia Hongchen smiled faintly. "It seems that I have to do it myself." Junior Brother Yang waited for a moment. "I'll talk to you after I've dealt with the eagle." "Oh." Yang Kai nodded indifferently. In the next moment, Xia Hongchen shot up into the sky and flew straight towards the golden feather eagle. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian didn't have the slightest intention of stopping him, just staring at Xia Hongchen's back as if they were watching a good show. The Yang family's golden feather eagle. If it was so easy to catch or shoot down, it wouldn't be a monster beast raised by the Yang family. Does this person have some kind of grudge with the little lord? Tang Yuxian looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Just now, Xia Hongchen's attitude towards Yang Kai was clearly seen by her, and now he intended to show off his skills in front of Yang Kai. Obviously, there was some kind of grudge between the two. It's all in the past, Yang Kai said indifferently, gently shaking his head. The battle with Xia Hongchen was just an internal struggle within the sect. Now that the sect was gone, Yang Kai didn't care about the past. Where did this eagle come from? Just as he was looking at Xia Hongchen, a voice suddenly called out from the side. Immediately, two beautiful figures quickly walked over from a short distance away. The one leading them was a tall woman in her 20s, with bright eyes and white teeth, snow-white skin, and a slender waist. She wore a long purple dress that set off her noble temperament. Beside her was a petite woman who seemed to be younger. This woman was quite petite, but her pair of jade peaks were huge, as if they were about to burst out of her clothes. As she walked, her jade peaks undulated up and down in an exaggerated manner. Her small face was an intoxicating blush, and her round buttocks seemed to ripple like waves, making anyone who saw them feel as if they would sink into them and be unable to extricate themselves. The two pairs of beautiful eyes stared unblinkingly at the golden feather eagle in the sky, both of their expressions extremely dignified. It was as if what they were looking at wasn't an eagle soaring through the sky, but a giant monster. When the two women walked out, the nearby High Heaven Pavilion disciples, whether male or female, old or young, all stopped what they were doing and respectfully saluted. "Greetings, young Lady Qiu." "Greetings, young Lady Luo." Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman turned a deaf ear to these greetings and continued to stare straight up into the sky. "Elder Sister Qiu, is this really that eagle?" Luo Xiaoman still gave off an innocent and naive feeling, asking softly as she observed. It should be. Chiu Yimeng nodded solemnly. But I've only heard about it. I've never seen it with my own eyes. That Xia Hongqin flew up. Luo Xiaoman pointed to the sky. What does that idiot want to do? Chiu Yimeng's eyes flashed coldly, her pretty face extremely cold. Does he want to kill that eagle? How could that eagle be killed so casually? Even if it was wounded, it would likely cause a lot of trouble. Although she had long known that Xia Hongqin liked to show off, at this moment, Chiu Yimeng felt that he was simply an idiot. As long as one had a good eye, they would probably be able to see that this eagle's origin was extraordinary. Young lady Chiu, Tang Yuxian, looked at Chiu Yimeng suspiciously and called out softly. When Chiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman walked over together, Yang Kai and the two blood warriors were stunned. No matter who it was, none of them had expected to meet these two here. Yang Kai knew that the two of them were under the control of Shanqing Luo, but Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian didn't know that Chiu Yimeng had disappeared from High Heaven Pavilion without any news since. After carefully examining Chiu Yimeng for a moment, Tang Yuxian confirmed that this was the Chiu family's first young lady who had been missing for several months. Seeing this, she couldn't help calling out. Hearing this, Chiu Yimeng quickly turned her head, and after seeing Yang Kai, her expression also froze. Luo Xiaoman's beautiful face went pale with fright, and she quickly hid behind Chiu Yimeng while glaring at Yang Kai. Tu Feng suddenly wondered, his expression becoming strange, faintly feeling that this Chiu family first young lady seemed to know his little lord. After a long time, Chiu Yimeng smiled at Yang Kai before turning her eyes to Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian, sizing them up. Tang Yuxian recognized her, but she didn't know Tang Yuxian. But when she saw the jade tokens on the waists of the two blood warriors, her pretty face couldn't help changing. Yang family blood warriors! Greetings, young lady Chiu. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both quickly saluted. Chiu Yimeng's status was equal to Yang Kai's, and it could even be said that Chiu Yimeng's status was higher than Yang Kai's. After all, this woman was a rare genius of the Chiu family and was one of the best of the younger generation in the central capital, while Yang Kai was just a disciple who had yet to return to his family. Facing such a character, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian couldn't be careless. The look on Chiu Yimeng's face changed several times as her eyes swept back and forth between the three people in front of her. After a long time, she stared at Yang Kai and couldn't help laughing. The Yang family blood warriors are here, and you also have the Yang family's unique silver blood golden feather eagle. Are you a direct descendant of the Yang family? Seeing this, if Chiu Yimeng still didn't know Yang Kai's true identity, she wouldn't be Chiu Yimeng. Yang Kai nodded. It seems I've been mistaken all this time, Chiu Yimeng muttered to herself. Although she knew that Yang Kai hadn't revealed his identity because of the Yang family's rules, now that she thought about it, she couldn't help feeling a little depressed. It was ridiculous that when she was in Shanqing Luo's palace, she had even offered generous conditions to win Yang Kai over to the Chiu family. He was already a young lord of the Yang family, so what was the point of trying to win him over? No wonder he wasn't tempted at all at that time. Chiu Yimeng had always thought that his eyes were higher than his head and his temperament was indifferent. Now that she thought about it, he had never even considered it, nor did he need to consider it. Grinding her teeth as she glared at Yang Kai, Chiu Yimeng couldn't wait to skin him alive to relieve the shame and embarrassment in her heart. No one had ever forced her to eat such a bitter pill. You're a young lord of the Yang family? Luo Xiaoman also stared blankly at Yang Kai and asked. Naturally, he is. Chiu Yimeng sneered softly. Luo Xiaoman suddenly became speechless and didn't know what to say. She still remembered that Chiu Yimeng had once evaluated Yang Kai, saying that fortunately he didn't have a strong background. If he did, the whole world would have been turned upside down by him. Now it seemed that his background was not only strong but also deep. It was simply incomparable. Do you too know my young lord? Tang Yuxian's beautiful eyes flashed as she curiously stared at Chiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman. As a woman, she smelled a hint of unusualness from the conversation between these people. It seemed that there was some kind of unusual relationship between her little lord and these two girls in front of her. I know, of course I know him. Chiu Yimeng smiled sweetly as she bit her lip. Tu Feng couldn't help shivering as he felt goosebumps appear all over his body. You don't need to look at me with such hostility. I don't owe you anything. Yang Kai looked at Chiu Yimeng with a wry smile. He could naturally feel the hostility from this woman. You don't owe us anything. Chiu Yimeng sneered. You owe us a lot. These words were quite ambiguous to the ears, causing Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian's expressions to fill with anticipation. Do you want me to go through them one by one for you? Chiu Yimeng stared at Yang Kai intently. Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent as he nodded. You speak, I'm listening. Good. Chiu Yimeng smiled, her beautiful eyes flashing a sly light as she pursed her red lips. Then let's start with the fan, hey? Yang Kai's expression changed as he quickly rushed up and covered her mouth. Chapter 369. He had gone out early in the morning to pay his New Year's greetings and only returned home after dark. Tomorrow he would continue to go out, but he wouldn't stop updating. The name Shanqing Luo couldn't be casually mentioned. Seeing their young lord acting so boldly, the two blood warriors couldn't help but stare at him in amazement. Chiu Yimeng, the Chiu family's first young lady, a prominent figure in the central capital, the target of all the young lords. No one had ever dared to treat her like this. However, even after being treated like this, she didn't attack and instead just struggled like an ordinary woman. Glancing at each other, the two blood warriors could see the excitement in each other's eyes. There's something strange here. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian thought to themselves. Let go. Chiu Yimeng couldn't break free and shouted vaguely. Yang Kai glanced at her threateningly before slowly letting go and retreating a few steps. Frowning, Yang Kai said indifferently, I don't owe you anything. What happened to you is your own fault. It has nothing to do with me. Heartless. Chiu Yimeng grit her teeth. Don't say such easily misunderstood words. We've only met by chance. There's no friendship between us. Yang Kai coldly snorted. Chiu Yimeng suddenly felt bitter. She found that all of her previous methods had no effect on Yang Kai. If these methods were used on any other young lord of the central capital, they would definitely be happy to oblige. So how could he treat her so coldly? I have a lot of things to ask you. Is there a convenient place to talk? Yang Kai looked around. Chiu Yimeng curled her lips. However, after thinking for a moment, she nodded. Come with me. The surrounding High Heaven Pavilion disciples all wore blank looks, feeling somewhat inexplicable. They hadn't heard the conversation between Yang Kai and Chiu Yimeng just now. All they had seen was an ambiguous scene. Chiu Yimeng, they all knew each other. So why did it seem that Yang Kai was an old acquaintance of hers, and their relationship wasn't shallow? What kind of ability did he have? He was actually able to befriend a master like the Chiu family's first young lady. Not long after the group of people left, Xia Hongqin descended from the sky with a face full of grime. After chasing for so long, he didn't even manage to catch a single hair of the golden feather eagle and was almost injured by it. After landing, he was surprised to find that Yang Kai had disappeared. Where is Yang Kai? Xia Hongqin asked the people around him coldly. He was invited by Miss Chiu. A junior brother beside him answered. Invited? Xia Hongqin raised his eyebrows. With a look of disbelief, he asked, Are you sure he was invited? The junior brother observed his expression and didn't dare to be so sure. He could only mumble. It seems that he was called over by Miss Chiu. Xia Hongqin nodded with satisfaction, but soon became suspicious. Why did Chiu Yimeng call him over? I should be the one in charge here. What right does he have to be called over? Confused, Yang Kai quickly walked over to the place where Chiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman were temporarily resting. Inside one of the rooms, Qiu Yimeng, Luo Xiaoman, and Yang Kai sat at a table. The room was very simple, and there weren't many furnishings inside. It was obvious that it was newly built, probably to provide accommodation for Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman outside the house. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian stood, like door gods, not moving at all, their expressions cold and solemn. The Qiu family's first young lady personally poured tea. Sitting back down, she brushed her hair behind her ear and turned to Yang Kai. "If you have any questions, just ask." "When did she let you go?" Yang Kai picked up his teacup and asked casually. "About a month ago." Qiu Yimeng smiled bitterly, naturally knowing that Yang Kai was referring to the beguiling demon, Queen Shanqing Luo. "She really didn't embarrass us. She just took us around the battlefield and let us leave before the decisive battle began." "What did you gain?" "I've changed a lot, haha." Qiu Yimeng hesitated for a while before sincerely saying, "I used to think that all the people in the ash-gray cloud evil land deserved to die, but now I don't dare think so. I've seen many innocent people being cruelly slaughtered by self-proclaimed righteous people. I've also seen many outside forces commit crimes in the ash-gray cloud evil land. She's right, this world is not just black and white. Everyone has an evil spirit in their heart, and everyone has the potential to become an evil spirit. It's just a matter of whether or not you can stick to your heart." Yang Kai nodded lightly. It was really rare for Qiu Yimeng to change so much. Shanqing Luo, taking her to the battlefield, was the right thing to do. Perhaps Shanqing Luo hoped that she could use the power of the Qiu family to change the world's perception of the ash-gray cloud evil land. So she had taken such great pains. "After I came back, I came here." Qiu Yimeng smiled happily. "Does your Qiu family know that you're safe?" Yang Kai frowned. "I've already sent a letter back." Qiu Yimeng nodded. Purple Fern Valley also sent a letter. As for the Bai family, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared straight at Qiu Yimeng. The latter chuckled lightly. "Ha! Don't be nervous. Xiaoman and I told the Bai family that Bai Yunfeng was hunted down by the Thunderbolt Beast King's subordinates and unfortunately died. It has nothing to do with you and that woman. That would be for the best." Yang Kai smiled with satisfaction. Although Bai Yunfeng's death really had nothing to do with him, if the truth of the matter were to spread, the Bai family would not let it go. Those great forces were notorious for being unreasonable. Otherwise, High Heaven Pavilion would not have suffered such a disaster. Qiu Yimeng slowly stretched her waist, revealing her graceful curves, but she didn't seem to care at all and simply said, "I once told you that if one day I was able to escape, I would definitely help High Heaven Pavilion restore its name. Right now, I don't have that ability, so I can only rebuild this place first and then make other plans." Although Qiu Yimeng was the first young lady of the Qiu family, restoring High Heaven Pavilion's reputation was a matter of great importance and was not something she could decide alone. At the very least, she needed someone from one of the super forces to take the lead. "Are you presiding over the reconstruction work here?" Yang Kai looked at her in surprise. "What do you think?" Qiu Yimeng smiled. "High Heaven Pavilion has been designated as an evil sect. If I didn't show up, who would dare to build here? I was originally going to treat this place as one of the Qiu family's properties for the time being, and then find an opportunity to restore High Heaven Pavilion in the future. This can be considered as returning a favor to you." "This is not returning a favor. This is what your Qiu family should do." Yang Kai sneered. Qiu Yimeng was startled, but didn't refute, nodding, "That makes sense. After all, it was my Qiu family who set this place on fire. But no matter what, you're back now. Moreover, you're a person with a strong background, so just treat this place as your own property." "I'm too lazy to get involved." He. This is the property of the Yang family's young lord. No one will say anything, right?" "Oh." Yang Kai was startled, but didn't refuse. After pondering for a long time, he felt that this was indeed a good idea, and nodded. "Thank you." Qiu Yimeng's eyes lit up as she smiled happily. But what happened to those people outside? Where did you find them? Yang Kai asked curiously. They were nearby. Chiu Yimeng smiled, resting her chin on the table as she said lazily they were all people who had taken refuge with the two nearby sects. I talked to the higher-ups of the two factions and brought them back. Yang Kai suddenly understood. The people outside should be disciples who had taken refuge with Storm Hall and Blood Battle Gang. Yang Kai hadn't expected that before the sect's disaster, Xia Hongqin, a core disciple, would also leave High Heaven Pavilion. On the contrary, people like Li Yuntian had firmly stayed behind and finally escaped through the void corridor thousands of kilometers away. It was true that a long road tests a horse's strength and a long time reveals a person's heart. However, Yang Kai didn't think too much about it. At that time, they had chosen to leave the sect. It was also their freedom. Those people had been taken in by Storm Hall, and now Chiu Yimeng had come forward to bring them back. With her status as the Chiu family's first young lady, how could Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall dare say anything? One's own sect must be rebuilt by one's own people, don't you think so? Chiu Yimeng smiled, her eyes full of expectation, as if she was waiting for Yang Kai to praise her. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to her words and just glanced over at Luo Xiaoman, who was grinning at him like a little tiger. Chiu Yimeng suddenly rolled her eyes, knowing that this guy was just pretending to be confused, so she didn't force him. Right, when you came here, was there anything special around here? Yang Kai suddenly thought of something. Special places? Such as evil qi or demonic qi. Yang Kai's expression became serious. Oh, you're talking about that. Chiu Yimeng smiled faintly. When we came here, we didn't see it, but we heard from your fellow disciple, Xia Hongqin, that the coiling dragon stream was once filled with demonic qi. Originally, the two nearby sects were preparing to relocate, but after a few months, there seemed to be something down there that was swallowing the demonic qi. Has anyone gone down there to investigate? Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little nervous. The thing that swallowed the demonic qi. Others didn't know what it was, but Yang Kai was clear. The old demon. When he returned here, Yang Kai had tried to probe his surroundings, but couldn't find any trace of the old demon's aura. He should have succeeded, but Yang Kai didn't know where he had gone. Does this old demon want to take this opportunity to get rid of this young master's control? Yang Kai thought for a moment and thought of a possibility. It wasn't impossible. The old demon was a true demon. It was normal for him to be untrustworthy and unscrupulous. No one has gone down there to investigate. The nearby cultivator is extremely wary of the coiling dragon stream. Chiu Yimeng slowly shook her head. This was understandable. Who knew if there was still any danger down there? Before, when the demonic qi filled the heavens, everyone could feel a fatal threat. But now, although it was safe, no one dared to play around with their lives. Do you know what's down there? Chiu Yimeng suddenly became vigilant as she stared at Yang Kai. I don't know. Yang Kai shook his head. Chiu Yimeng curled her lips, knowing that he didn't trust her very much and still had a lot of reservations about himself. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Let's talk about the reconstruction of your sect. I've spent a lot of time here, and although I've already sent a message back to the central capital, I need to return home as soon as possible. Otherwise, my family will send someone to find me again. Chiu Yimeng said bitterly, as if she was very reluctant to return to the central capital. So I think it's best to let your fellow sect members rebuild this place on their own. I won't interfere and will leave everything to Xia Hongqin. What do you think? Chapter 370. If you say so, then so be it. I believe you. Yang Kai nodded indifferently. So generous. Chiu Yimeng snorted. If anything happens, don't come looking for me. Your fellow disciple looks good, but in fact, compared to you, he's far worse. I can only let him manage the sect. To the side, Luo Xiaoman also nodded her head in agreement. Although she didn't have a good impression of Yang Kai, and was even afraid of him, it was undeniable that this young man was quite outstanding among his peers. Whether it was his temperament, willpower, perseverance, or strength, he was much stronger than anyone else. You should know your fellow disciple better than I do. If you think he's not good enough, just replace him. Chiu Meng said casually, "No need to bother. Rebuilding the sect isn't a big deal. Just let him manage it." Yang Kai slowly shook his head, glancing towards the door and chuckling, "He's here." Chiu Meng was startled, but soon heard Xia Hongchen shout from outside, "Why are you stopping me? I'm going to find young Lady Chiu. Young Lady Chiu is discussing an important matter with my young lord. You can't enter." Tu Feng blocked the door and said lightly, his expression cold. Xia Hongchen couldn't help laughing as he stared at Tu Feng. "Your young lord? Haha, what young lord? You're not talking about Yang Kai, are you? Did you make a mistake? This is my High Heaven Pavilion's territory. Is there a place I can't enter?" Saying so, he tried to rush inside. "You can't enter." Tu Feng still firmly blocked the door. His expression was calm. Xia Hongchen's face sank as he whispered, "Since you were brought here by Yang Kai, I'll give you some face. Don't be so shameless. Get out of my way. Otherwise, don't blame me for not giving you face." Tang Yuxian immediately showed a beautiful smile, one that was quite intriguing. Tu Feng stared at Xia Hongchen indifferently. His expression didn't change in the slightest. Inside the room, Chiu Meng stared at Yang Kai with a smile, seemingly wanting to see some clues from his face. "Let him in." Yang Kai frowned. Xia Hongchen was still a disciple of High Heaven Pavilion. He was also an influential figure in the sect, but now he was behaving like an idiot. Yang Kai's face also darkened. When Tu Feng heard the order, he quickly turned around. Xia Hongchen coldly snorted, patted his clothes, and walked into the room with his head held high. When he saw the situation in the room, he couldn't help but be stunned. He found that Yang Kai was actually sitting at the table with Chiu Meng and Luo Xiaoman. This kind of treatment was something Xia Hongchen had never enjoyed before. Every time he came to see Chiu Meng, he would respectfully stand at the door and be dismissed by Chiu Meng after a few words. Why could Yang Kai sit here? Although he was feeling doubtful and depressed, he still wore a smile on his face. Xia Hongchen was very polite. "Greetings, Miss Chiu and Miss Luo." And Chiu Meng smiled faintly and said, "You came at just the right time. Your junior brother and I are discussing the reconstruction of High Heaven Pavilion. It seems he has some ideas he wants to discuss with you." "Oh," Xia Hongchen chuckled. Narrowing his eyes at Yang Kai, he asked, "What ideas does junior brother have?" His tone was casual, but also somewhat provocative. Chiu Meng quickly adjusted her posture and made an expression of watching a good play. Interesting. This idiot still hasn't figured out Yang Kai's true identity. Not only did he dare to speak arrogantly in front of two blood warriors, he even tried to target a young lord of the Yang family. Even if he was stupid, how could he possibly be so stupid? Yang Kai frowned and said, "I don't have any opinions, but I do have a request." Xia Hongchen chuckled. "A request?" And in front of Chiu Meng and Luo Xiaoman, Xia Hongchen could only pretend to be magnanimous and nodded. "Let's hear it." Everything in the sect should be rebuilt according to the original layout and deployment. All the buildings should not deviate in the slightest. Senior brother has lived in the sect for so many years, so you should be quite familiar with every blade of grass and every tree here. If you supervise, you should be able to do this. Xia Hongchen's face twitched slightly. When Yang Kai said these words, he didn't use a negotiating tone, but rather a commanding one, which naturally made him feel very uncomfortable. This is really a request. Just as he was about to ridicule Xia Hongchen, Yang Kai continued, "If there is a shortage of manpower, you can transfer some from the nearby Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall. In the name of the Chiu family's first young lady, you can compensate them afterwards." Chiu Meng couldn't help rolling her eyes but didn't say anything. Xia Hongchen was startled, not understanding why Chiu Yimeng didn't even try to refute. If there is a shortage of money and materials, send a letter to the central capital and ask the Chiu family's first young lady to transfer them to you. The Chiu family's financial resources are strong, so you don't need to worry about these things, right? Yang Kai looked at Chiu Yimeng with a smile. Shameless. Chiu Yimeng ground her teeth in hatred. Xia Hongqin finally felt this situation was inconceivable, his expression fluctuating. At this time, if he still couldn't see the problem, he would really be a fool. This junior brother Yang in front of him seemed to have a different relationship with Chiu Yimeng. Otherwise, how could Chiu Yimeng not have any reaction to his words? Rebuilding a second-class sect was not a big deal for the Chiu family, but it still required a lot of financial and material resources. Did Yang Kai decide on this with just 2 or 3 words? If he had no relationship with Chiu Yimeng, how could she have agreed? Xia Hongqian's heart suddenly set off stormy waves as he subconsciously realized that this junior brother of his was no longer the same as before. In addition, Yang Kai tapped his fingers on the table, a moment later saying in a low voice, "Send out a summons to all the scattered disciples of High Heaven Pavilion. Go home!" The last 2 words Yang Kai said firmly, like a big drum beating on the hearts of everyone in the room, causing everyone's heart to tremble. Only those who had lost their sect and had no one to rely on knew how tempting the word "go home" was. The room was silent, and Chiu Yimeng's expression also became solemn. "Brother, do you have anything to add?" Yang Kai raised his eyes. Looking at Xia Hongqin, he asked. Xia Hongqin shook his head, subconsciously, no. During this time, he had been so focused on showing off in front of Chiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman that he hadn't thought much about the rebuilding of the sect. So how could he have anything to say? If that's the case, then let's do as you say. Yang Kai concluded. Xia Hongqin was stunned for a long time before he suddenly recovered and turned to Chiu Yimeng. "Young Lady Chiu, this?" Chiu Yimeng frowned. "Didn't you hear clearly?" "I heard clearly, but can junior brother make the decision?" Xia Hongqin asked with a look of disbelief. Chiu Yimeng smiled. "He can't make the decision. Then no one will be able to call the shots." Xia Hongqin suddenly felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his eyes trembling as he stared towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai had already stood up indifferently. Walking towards the door, when he passed by Xia Hongqin, he suddenly paused. In a low voice, he said, "Brother, if you dare do anything to betray the sect again, I will make you regret ever living in this world." Xia Hongqin only felt a chill run down his spine, from head to toe. Chiu Yimeng didn't even look at him, and simply followed Yang Kai out. Just as Luo Xiaoman was about to leave, Xia Hongqin quickly called out to her. "What's the matter?" Luo Xiaoman looked at him suspiciously, feeling that this idiot was quite pitiful. "Young Lady Luo, my junior brother, what is his background?" Xia Hongqin pursed his dry lips and asked softly. Luo Xiaoman bit her lip. Secretly glancing towards the door, she whispered, "The central capital's Yang family's young lord. You'd best behave yourself." Saying so, she hurriedly chased after him. Xia Hongqin suddenly felt his body go soft, and he fell to the ground. In an instant, sweat poured out of his forehead. Central capital's Yang family's young lord. Those few words were like a clap of thunder, but they exploded in Xia Hongqin's ears, causing his consciousness to blur. It turns out that his junior brother, whose strength isn't very high, is actually such a master. He couldn't help but laugh at how he had been targeting him these past few years, even secretly plotting against him. What qualifications did he have to fight with him? What qualifications did he have to compete with him? Yang Kai must be well aware of what had happened in the past. So why hadn't he killed him yet? Having his life spared so easily, Xia Hongqin not only didn't feel happy, but instead felt as if his heart had turned to ash. This kind of treatment, and cold treatment, was even more unbearable than killing him. Yang Kai must have let him go because he felt he was no longer qualified to fight with him. Would a tiger care about the provocation of an ant? Ha! Letting out a nervous laugh, Xia Hongqin suddenly felt that he was a complete loser in this life. Below the coiling dragon stream, 1,000 meters away, inside Yang Kai's cave mansion, a group of people flew in. Looking at the familiar furnishings, Yang Kai's eyes flashed with the faces of Su Yan and Xia Ningchang. After the destruction of the sect, this was the only place that had been left intact. Inside the cave mansion, there seemed to be the scent of the two women's bodies, and the stone bed was stained with traces of Su Yanhuan. His little senior sister had also slept on it, and every time she fell asleep, no matter how he called her, she wouldn't wake up. Even if he tried to take advantage of her, she would turn a deaf ear. How could Yang Kai not know that she was pretending to be asleep? But because of her extremely shy personality, Xia Ningchang was too embarrassed to face Yang Kai's flirting. Regarding Xia Ningchang, Yang Kai wasn't worried. During this time, she must have been studying alchemy with Xiao Fusheng on Medicine King's Valley's Hidden Cloud Peak. With Meng Wuya's protection, she should be safe. But what about Su Yan? Since the last time they parted, there had been no news of her. Where did she go? Seemingly feeling Yang Kai's heavy mood and the nostalgia in his eyes, the two blood warriors, Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman, just stood quietly at the entrance of the cave, not bothering him. Walking inside, Yang Kai sat on the stone bed and stroked its smooth surface, memories of the past flashing through his mind. After leaving this place, it would be difficult for him to return here in the future. The outcome of the Central Capital's inheritance war was difficult to predict. His mood fluctuating, Yang Kai found that he liked this place very much.